Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our regularly scheduled council meeting to consider the budget for 2024. I'll start by introducing the members of council and the others who are here in the room. And then we'll start with our usual formalities. So I'm Mayor George Comrie. We have with us today at the table Councillor Janice Bray, Councillor Joe Lamb, and Councillor Scott Nash. And we have also on Zoom Councillor Brian Woods. We have a number of staff present in the room as well. Our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, our Manager of Public Works, David Creaser, our Deputy Clerk, Wendy Schroeder, our Treasurer, Manish Kulal, our Fire Chief, Bob Whitman, and our Bylaw Enforcement Officer, Paul Rossiter. And we have, my daughter is also here and is going to be doing a presentation and under delegations in a few minutes. So that's who we have today. I don't see anybody on any members of the public on Zoom yet, or others in the room, but we'll keep an eye on that as the meeting progresses. So let's start, as we usually do, with the playing of our national anthem. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. Thank you. I will now ask if any members of council, council has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. Okay, let the record show that none were declared. Our first motion of the day then would be a motion, or our first resolution would be a motion to approve the agenda, adopt the agenda as presented and circulated. Councillor Lamb moves. Is there a seconder? Councillor Bray, thank you. Councillor Bray. I will, unless there are any comments, I will call the question. Yeah, we just need a show of hands for the people in the room, and we need to hear from anybody who is on Zoom, which in this case would be Councillor Woods. So all in favor of approving the agenda?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. That's carried. We have an agenda. And the first item on that agenda is a presentation by the Recreation Committee, or a representative of the Recreation Committee. And we, yeah, I can tell you that the committee felt, and I think this was suggested after the last budget meeting that we had, that it would be helpful to have a quick run through of some of the things that the Recreation Committee has done in the past year and is looking to do this year. And so my daughter Deborah, who is the secretary of the committee, is with us this morning, and she's going to take us quickly through a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation that you will have seen in your package. And Deborah, we're going to get you a microphone so that the folks on Zoom can hear what you have to say. So welcome, and my thanks to the committee for putting this presentation together on short notice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for taking a look at this presentation. We put it together as, you know, if you're not in regular attendance at some of our events, you might not know what the Recreation Committee has been doing. And so I've tried to outline basically since the pandemic, since we sort of closed down for the pandemic, what we have been doing. And so those of you who have the PowerPoint presentation can sort of follow along with us. And one of the biggest things that we would like to highlight has been our collaboration with other community groups. We have had very successful partnerships with a number of other community groups in order to put on programs in the community. I've outlined for everyone the strategic priorities of the Recreation Committee. We held a strategic planning session. It's about 1.5 years ago now, I believe. And these were what the committee decided were their priorities. And so you can see the list of priorities as listed out. And we try and make sure that all of our programs meet at least one of these needs in the community, if not multiple of these strategic priorities. I've also added a number of photos, so I won't go over those in great detail, but just you can take a look at some of the engaging activities that we put on a regular basis. And I think what I would like to show is the growth that has happened. In 2020, we, with our council rep, had 4 members in our group and did not have enough personnel in order to run you know, effective programming. And that was when we started to partner with the library in order to run some of our programming. And with the help of the library, we expanded the programs that we were running in the community and began to run more consistent and, you know, weekly or bi-weekly, those kinds of events, rather than just the one-time events, the annual events that we had been running previously. And you can see that our programs, in 2021, we had, I believe it was like 6 programs that we ran regularly during the year. And those would be the ones that you're probably familiar with: the Breakfast with Santa, the Canada Day, you know, the Easter breakfast, those kinds of things that were once a year events that were run by the Recreation Committee. And you can see that this past year in 2023, we ran 21 regular programs. And so some of those were weekly events, some of those were monthly, some of them were, and that is all outlined in the package for you. And we have built up the attendance over that time. So over the last 3 years, we've been slowly building consistency into our programming so that people can rely on it, and so that people know when we're going to be there and when the programs are going to run. So we've had a huge increase in the amount of programming that we've been running over the last 3 years. We have partnered with, I mean, the star here is the library. We've been partnering with the library quite a lot. We also partner with the Parry Sound Friendship Center to run programs. And we have had, we've run programs with the Lions Club, the Legion, the Whitestone Fire Department, the Agricultural Society, and we are looking now at a program with the Environmental Stewardship Committee. And so we are trying to build out our volunteers, as well as build out the types of events that we are going to be able to put on for the community. I would like, you know, anyone who did not attend it to highlight archery. So our archery was our biggest attended program last year, besides Canada Day. And it, and we, just for your information purposes, we do not keep stats on Canada Day in terms of attendance. So if you see that it's not in there, that's why. There's no way we could count the number of people. So, but archery was our biggest program. And I believe we had just over 300, Eva would know, 392, so almost 400 kids that, oh, well, not just kids and adults that we taught archery to this summer. And that was a very popular program, and it ran consistently twice a week all summer. So you can see the attendance, and we wanted to put in our attendance. We started keeping stats. So you can see that some of our programs don't have stats. So it's either because we didn't keep the stats for that quarter, but we are now keeping more consistent stats. And that is part of the new strategic plan for the Recreation Committee, is to keep better attendance, to keep better records of everything that is happening, so that we can, you know, show the community what is happening. And so you can see that every year our attendance has grown as our population has grown, and as our, you know, not just permanent residents, but seasonal residents as well. And so you can see clearly in there that archery and the social dinners have been our biggest attendances. We have received, and we've received lots of feedback on both of those programs. But we have as well our programs that we run at the library. So the board game nights, the Dungeons and Dragons program, the Minecraft program, and the play group have also been consistently attended, if not increased. So I outlined all the programs that we ran each year. So in 2021, 2022, and 2023, so that you can see exactly what programs we were running and when we were running them. And you can see, for example, the Dungeons and Dragons program, it started as a once a week program, and we are now running it 3 times a week. It has grown significantly in 4 times a week. Yes, that's correct. We now have 4 times a week. So we have, it has been a very popular program, both for kids and for adults. And so, I did include some previous movie nights, and we have not been running them recently. But we did have a number of, especially teens and young kids who used to come to movie nights regularly. You can also see that our committee has grown. And as I mentioned, we started with 4 people, including our council rep, and are now up to 11 people. And so as new people have joined the community, and as more excitement has grown for the programs that we've been running, we have had more and more volunteers offer to come and help. And that to me is a great sign. I have also included the recreation budgets for our 2 closest communities. And I know that these are not, one-to-one comparisons. However, I think it's important to, outline what our 2 closest communities are doing. I phoned both of the municipalities and then verified those numbers on their published budget. McKellar, you can see that I did include that last year was their sesquicentennial. And so that's why the number is much higher than, they did tell me that it is much higher than it would normally be. But I just thought it was interesting to outline that. And then as well, just at the end, I did include our most recent event, which was Family Day. And this was this year, and I'm sorry, the slide didn't print very well. But we did have over 50 families come out, and it was a great event. We had tons of people, and we included, again, both the library and the fire department worked with us. And so we ran activities all afternoon here in the community, right through, I think, until about 7 p.m. From noon until 7. So we had all day events going in the community. And so that is my presentation. And I just wanted to outline for everybody, what it is that we have been doing. It's not always apparent. I also wanted to thank you for looking at it again. So once again, I would say that, when we came last time, and I know that the number that we gave you was quite a shock. And again, I wanted to say that was what we could do in the community. And so more than anything, it's a wish list. And this, we did come back with a significantly smaller number. And that is more, we understand that is a more realistic expectation. So we do appreciate your support, and we do appreciate all of you. I know some of you have had comments and have spoken to me directly about it, and I do appreciate everybody, and we do appreciate council's support for the Recreation Committee. I think that's it, unless anybody's got questions.
Okay, thank you. There are, sorry, I was going to mention that, and again, for those who are online, Eva Finch from the library has joined us just at the start of the presentation, and my son-in-law Brian is also here in the audience. Anyway, this is an opportunity for, if you have questions about the presentation, we could take those. The discussion about the budget itself, I think, probably should wait till we come into the discussion of the budget in committee of the whole, but if you have any comments or questions that you want to make now in response to the presentation, we can give you a couple minutes perhaps. Councillor Nash.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you for doing the presentation. I know you put a lot of time, I could tell, into that second presentation with the slideshow, so I found it informative. So thank you very much for doing that. And I think it's a good thing that you came back and redid it. So thanks, Deborah.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's important for us to see what you did do and how impressive it is and the growth over the years. And I think that's really important. And also thank you for putting in the amounts for Magneto and McKellar, even though McKellar may be a bit high, but still it gives us a better idea as to what recreation in the area is costing and is important for our community and for our ratepayers. So I think, thank you again. That's great.
Mr.
Any other
Mayor,
questions or comments?
if I could, Councillor Woods. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Deb, I'd just like to say thanks a lot. I think this is a fantastic presentation. I hope everybody can hear me okay. You've laid this all out really well. I just wanted to ask you a question, and it's just a personal question basically for me. I want to know, did you say there was almost 400 people that took part in archery the past summer? Is that 400 different people?
No, I had to turn it on. Okay. No, sorry. So those were not 400 different individuals. Those were 400 people over the course of the summer. So if you attended multiple times, we counted you multiple times.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. No problem. I was just, I know the archery program was great. All the times I was at the beach, I saw there was a lot of people taking part. I'd just like to say thanks to the committee for all the work that you guys do. There's definitely a lot going on in the community that, like you said earlier, if you're not here for everything, you wouldn't actually notice them, right? So just thanks very much. Appreciate all the work that you guys do. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry? Oh,
Yeah.
Councillor Lamb, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Deb, for your presentation. So I don't intend to beat you up like I did last time. So I'll be kinder. So the food program, the social dinners, I didn't realize that was through the Recreation Committee.
Yeah. So
Because that's the same thing, Brian, by the way. There wasn't 450 different people. The same people were probably coming out to the free dinners, I would think, or mostly.
that is correct. Yes.
Yeah.
So we ran last year, I think we ran 3 of them, and each one had about 150 attendees approximately.
So
So it started through the Recreation Committee. Patricia, it was her idea, and she ran one. She was going to run it by herself, and she had, I believe, paid to rent the community center to do it. And then Michelle reached out to me, and then Patricia reached out to me and said, can we do this in collaboration? So more than anything, I mean, really, Patricia did most of the work herself. We just helped her. And then we arranged for the community center for her to be able to use the community center, since it was a free community event.
But the impression in the community that I hear is, I don't think the Recreation Committee is getting complimented for that. It's like this lady, I don't know the lady, is putting on a free dinner, and all it is donations, and people come out and da. It's rarely connected at all to the Recreation Committee. So was there a cost for that?
No. So Patricia, I believe, the first time she told everybody no donations, and then after that, she said that she would accept them, but would not, wasn't asking for them. And that was sort of our line in the sand. Patricia said that she was willing to do it, but she was not willing to have a cost for it. She said that would be prohibitive. to some people. So she agreed that if we do them in the future, and we do have 2 planned for the next year, that are tentatively waiting to see if they get it, see if we have a budget for, but she did agree that we would put something saying donations accepted but not necessary kind of thing. And then whatever money that was would go back into recreation.
But the difference this year would be that you're paying for the food, is that?
Well, that we're
basically-
assisting with the payment of the food. So we've actually made an agreement with the Friendship Center, and the Friendship Center is going to tentatively, this is what we're working on, is that they're going to pay for half of the food and we're going to pay for the other half.
Yeah.
So that's one of the partnerships that we're trying to do to bring down costs.
Yeah. My family's been involved in recreation for most of their lives, and in many cases in communities, some of the costs are offset by grants, and I'm sure that between Eva and yourself, you've got grants. Is any of this involve any kind of grant?
Yeah, so I
Because
believe,
that's, I mean,
Yeah.
you know my concern with revenue, right?
I
You know, I
do, yeah.
expressed it, right?
yeah, and I
so-
believe that I addressed that last time. We have applied for a number of grants, and we have applied for, it's just we haven't received word on all of them, or any of them, actually, any of them yet. And so we did not include them in any of our calculations, because they're not,
If they were to come through, do you know how much money it would be?
not off the top of my head, I don't. I have a couple, like I know of at least 3 that we've applied for.
Mhm.
And I mean, it's hard to say, and I'm sure that if you're aware of how you apply for grants, sometimes they say it's from $1,500 to $15,000, depending on what they approve.
Hopefully you ask for the 15, right?
Well, we're always gonna ask for the, for the most we can get. And it's the same thing with the fireworks at Canada Day, right? Is that every year, that money gets applied for, and we don't put it into our calculations because we never know. Sometimes it's gonna be $500, sometimes it's gonna be nothing, and sometimes it's gonna be $2,500. So we don't usually put those into our calculations. It's just a happy, when they do come in, we're just excited to give it back, right? To put it against our budget. So,
Okay, thank you. My last question is, last time I saw you, Brian, you had your foot up in the air with a ankle or a foot. How's your foot?
It's still getting there.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, that's all the questions I have.
okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Just as an example about grants, the archery program that Deborah talked about earlier, the funding for the original set of equipment that they got and the training of the trainers was a participation grant that we received. And so that, I mean, that that equipment is not cheap, and there was a cost for the training to train everybody and so on. So that that's an example of where, and that's why the expenditures last year were as low as they were and not more, because we would have been up at what, 18,000 or something like that, probably expenditures if we'd had to pay for all of that. 5,000, yeah, okay, so 20,000. Anyway. Okay, well, thanks again for the presentation, and thanks for answering your questions. I guess we will close this part of the program and move on. And the next item that I have here is it's under matters arising from presentations and delegations, but just asking for a mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone thanks the Recreation Committee for their presentation and receives it for information. So is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Bray moves, seconded by
I'll second that,
Councillor
Mr. Cole.
Nash.
Sorry.
All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Yes, thank you. That motion is carried and received with thanks. Now, we're going to move into committee of the whole for our budget discussions. That is if we can get a mover and seconder for that, please. Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods. Thank you. The council move into committee of the whole at its 10:29 a.m. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Thank you. That's carried. And that'll be it for motions for a little while. So we have a couple of reports before we start. Sorry, we have a couple of reports before we start into this. Under item 5.1, there is a report of the bylaw enforcement officer, and that was presented at our previous budget meeting on February the 20th. But the bylaw enforcement officer was not present at the time to answer questions. So you have in your package the report, copy of the report again. And today we're pleased to have with us Paul Rossiter, our bylaw enforcement officer. And so this is an opportunity for you councilors to ask questions of Paul if you have any. Sorry, did you want to? Do you want to say it? And Paul, if you want to say anything by way of introduction to your report, you could go to the microphone if you don't mind and just. You don't have to if you don't want to, because I know you've got a written report, but if you.
First of all, this is my first time at a podium for approximately 15 years. So if I made any mistakes on this, excuse me. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As mentioned, I gather you have the copy of my report for 2023 yearly report, so I'm open for any questions that you have.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a few if I might.
Okay, Councilor, go ahead, Councilor Nash.
First of all, Paul, thank you for attending today and being here. That's great. So thank you. And thank you for the report. I guess I have several questions here. So my first question is, in your report, you speak to during your patrols. And I was just wondering, on the patrols, do you patrol all areas of the municipality, like all our boat launches, the Nesbitt trails? Would those all be part of your patrols or not? Like, do you go
That's
to
correct.
each? Okay. So how often would you go out to Bolger, just out of curiosity?
It depends on the time of year, counselor. Wintertime, I try and schedule it probably twice a month. And that's, I would say, from October after Thanksgiving into springtime. In the summertime, more often. And I could have, I guess, or I will, if requested, send you a copy, send members of council and Mr. Mayor a copy of all our properties, which I'm sure you're aware of anyway.
Perfect. So, yeah, I wasn't aware you went out to Bolger in the winter, which is great. How would you get out there? I guess, would it be via snowmobile or?
Well, recently, this year past, I haven't gone out, not to Boulder Lake, in that area.
Okay, or other winters? Is it normally via snowmobile or ATV?
ATV.
Oh, good, perfect. That's good that we're going out there. And then, how often on average would the patrols be? Like, is it I know you said to the boat launches, it might be a couple times. But normally the patrols through the municipality, is it once a week or a couple times a week? Just rough frequencies. I'm just curious.
In the summertime, roughly once a week,
Okay, perfect.
sometimes more often depending on the calls, Counselor.
And, in 2023, how much in fines were levied against people based on complaints or maybe what you visually saw? I know, you know, we spent about $20,000 in our budget, but just wondering how much in fines were handed out, maybe not paid for, maybe they're in court systems now, but roughly how much in tickets were handed out?
0.
Okay. And I had a question about if there's any tickets handed out for excess parking, but you've already answered that because there's no tickets handed out. And then my last question, you made a note here about types of calls that you pertain to, and you said trespassing, civic, private issues. So I guess my question to that is, would that be on public property? Like, how do we get involved in trespassing or civil issues on private property? Or is that only pertaining to public property and trespassing on public property?
Well, no, this is most of them were trespass on private property, but the call comes in from individual property owners, and they're asking me to address it. So I deferred to the OPP, even though I get a large number of calls in the summertime regarding trespassing, and even in the wintertime as well.
And we can't, as a municipality, we can't address it. All we do is say, this is more of a civil issue, phone OPP kind of thing, right?
Right.
Okay, that's what I thought. Just when I saw it here, I'm like, oh, maybe I misunderstood, but that's exactly what I would have thought it was. So thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. Thanks for all your hard work.
You're welcome, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes, Counselor Woods, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. How you doing today, Paul?
Good, Counselor, very good.
Paul, I
Depending on
have,
the outcome of the meeting though, let's say.
Paul, thanks for coming. I have a specific question, and I mean, others should probably read into why I'm asking my specific question, but I'll keep it real easy for you. In the past year, Paul, have we had any calls or any reason for you to go out for complaints about domestic farm animals on residential lands?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had to ask.
So the days when cattle ran free in the municipality are gone, I guess.
Counselor.
I remember them, by the way. Counselor Lamb.
Yeah. Brian, we're back to the chicken bylaw. I'll never be so glad to finish the chicken bylaw. It's been like 3 years, for God's sakes, anyway.
Well,
Thanks, Paul, for coming, and I just have a couple of questions. When it comes to these numbers here on your report, when you say 6185, it sort of looks like you're recovering all this, but yeah, maybe I'm reading it wrong, but the rental unit license bylaw, for instance, and I'm sure you've been involved, I know you've been involved in complaints about short-term rentals and that sort of thing. But that 38, 35, 31, for instance, represents all the revenue that we get from rental bylaws, does it not? It's not 3,800 of just files that you've been involved in, because that's our total.
It's from the issuing of the license themselves, Counselor.
But
actual-
that's all the licenses. It's not just the
Correct.
license.
For 2023.
Yeah, you know what I'm getting at, that what you're quoting here, I'm trying to understand. What you're quoting here is, for instance, parking permits at Farley's Road. You may have an issue out there, but that's all the parking. It's
Right.
not, yeah, okay, good. So okay, I at least I understand it now. Thank you. There was some concern last year when we found out at council that you had been out and you were at Wabashkesh. And again, I may have it wrong because I, get it through people, and it came actually to council about handicap parking. And that you had observed, people in the handicap parking spot, or spots out there, and you had given them a warning. So could you explain that? Because I know where I come from, wherever I am, and I have a handicap sticker, to be honest. That's sanctimonious. Like you park in a handicap spot, you get a ticket and a fine. So why did we go that way? Just help me understand. Why would you give them a warning in something like that? Because the feeling I got on council the night it was kind of debated for a couple of minutes was that we should have ticketed them. But again, we didn't have you here to explain it. So
Well, to my knowledge, most of the property up that area, in that area is Crown land. So the MNRF conservation officers are really in charge of that issue. Since I'm in there for patrolling purposes, issuing warnings do help to a large degree. Even though I cannot find these people who own these cars and I cannot tow them, and I will not because of the Crown aspect of it, it's not within my jurisdiction. It does resolve issues in that area. For the number of calls that I've had in the past in 2023, warnings and awareness, let's just say address the issues.
So you're saying where we have a land use permit, you have no authority?
Well, we had a couple of meetings, one that I recall in 2023 with a member, and actually a conservation officer from Perry Sound. And at that time, the discussion was camping, having trailers on Crown land. And it was outlined at that time by the conservation officer that they have the authority to enforce that particular infraction. And as far as I'm concerned, it relates to parking as well. Unless we get another legal opinion from Aurelia, then that's the way I will proceed to carry on.
So in that case, if you went in, a bunch of people were parked illegally, I would call it, in a handicapped spot, what would you do? Would you call the OPP? Are they able to ticket them?
I would call the conservation officer.
And when would he respond?
Actually, in the summertime, I would say the response time is pretty good.
Would they come out and ticket them?
Yes.
Okay, so we
And
can enforce things on on a land use permit. Again, I realize you're not a lawyer, Paul, so. Yeah, that concerns me because I don't know what we should do in order to be able to enforce parking when we have a land use permit.
I will comment, Councillor Lamb, that I keep record of the warnings that are issued to individuals in that particular area for the handicap parking. I've never had a repeat offender. With
Yeah,
the
I was up
warning
there a
posted
week after the one incident and there were people parking in there without a permit, maybe not the same people, I don't know, but all I'm saying is there's abuses up there on the handicap parking. There's, lots of people there on long weekends and stuff, and it's easy for people to park in the wrong spot, I guess, or the more convenient spot, which is closer to the lake. So, okay, so for instance, we have a motion of council to clear out trailers up there by August something or other. Are you saying we have no authority to do that? Like if we said, okay, August has come, there's 5 trailers in the bush at Wabashkesh, go ticket them or go remove them or whatever. We have no authority up there. Is that your reading of it?
well, I'll have to look at that a little, let's just say deeper in depth, because I can't understand right now, the issues with trailers up there. I'm not aware of them. I was aware of derelict boats. And, we had some discussion with staff members on the derelict boats, and I think most of that got resolved. So now that the trailers are, let's say, an issue, I'll have to discuss those issues with, members of staff.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Nash.
Yeah, I just had one follow-up question just to what was being talked about. I believe it might not have been through you, Mr. Rossiter, but we were told that if there's a land use permit and our bylaws, I'll call it, are in keeping with M&R, that we can enforce bylaws. For example, nobody can park over 21 days. You need a handicap parking permit or accessible parking permit. And that as long as you have a land use permit, you're not making up rules that wouldn't be similar to M&R. We do have authority to enforce them as long as we have bylaws in place. So I think that might be something that we as a municipality need to look into and look at better, because I think that's what I've heard for years from staff and council in the past. So I know that's not for you to answer, but just for us as a municipality to look at.
I agree with your comment, Counselor Nash.
I'm gonna just jump in and bring you up to date. I have shared this with council before, but a couple of things. We did ask, and this is going back probably 2 years ago now, we did ask for a legal opinion. The question was, can we enforce municipal bylaws on Crown land for which we have a land use permit? And the answer was yes, in fact. And our CAO can share the finding with council, I guess, in closed. Now, keep in mind that the question was if we have a bylaw. So we have a parking bylaw, but the parking bylaw does not deal with this particular issue, right? So in order for us to enforce the bylaw, the bylaw has to define the thing that you don't want people to do, right? So and what the consequences are. In subsequent discussions with the M&R, I received advice that it would be probably preferable for us to, instead of having a land use permit on Crown land, to have a lease on the Crown land. And the difference is a technicality. It doesn't change significantly the cost of the land. We pay something for the land use permit. We would pay, it's a different system, but we would pay more or less the same amount for the lease probably. But in the case of the lease, we would in fact be registered on title to the property, and that would give more strength to you know, the argument that somebody might try to make in court if they were charged, to say, well, you don't have the authority to enforce because it's Crown land. And the reason for that, if you want to get into the technical issues, is that there is something in the Public Lands Act, which is a pretty archaic piece of legislation that hasn't been maintained. But it basically says Crown land exists for the benefit of the people at large, and they can do what they want unless that activity is prescribed by you know, by legislation, by regulations made under the Public Lands Act. And there are not very many such regulations. So there are some things that that give the power for the Minister of Natural Resources to say, okay, you can't camp or you can't do this particular activity on this piece of Crown land or whatever. But it's a very cumbersome process for them to do that, and they don't like to do it. And you know, but this is a way of there would be ways that we could perhaps strengthen our ability to do that. And I think that's something, I mean, this is no different from the answer that Paul gave us earlier, but we need to do some more work probably before we start. Before we can successfully prosecute people for doing things that we don't want them to do on Crown land that we happen to be, that's part of our municipality that we just have a land use permit for. So that's that is everything that I know about the matter now. It's as I say, I think there's more work to do for us to do if we want to really nail this stuff down.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So what you're saying is our parking bylaw does not mention anything about handicap parking. Is that what you're saying? You said this
Well,
issue.
Sorry, Councillor Lamb, to interrupt.
Yeah, no,
Our
it's fine.
parking bylaw does indicate that. Yes.
Well, I heard, maybe I misunderstood. I thought I heard the mayor say we can enforce it. You know, but
pertains-
it's not, it doesn't address this issue. Is it in our, what the mayor is saying, we can enforce our municipal bylaws. And you're saying handicap parking is in the bylaw.
There's
So
a
why
section-
can't we?
There is a
ticket them?
section in there,
Yeah.
but it doesn't pertain to Crown land. And that's the question, of course, that.
So what we have to
address.
do is amend the parking bylaw, a minor amendment to it.
Well,
of
we
some
have to
sort.
get some legal opinions, and like the mayor said, we should have some discussions down the road to resolve it, or introduce it.
Well, I would like it to be resolved, so maybe the clerk can please note that. Because I don't think people should be parking in anywhere in the municipality in handicap parking unless they have a permit. And it's near and dear to my heart, so maybe it isn't to others, but I think it is. And I know when it came up to council, it was a concern of everyone. So anyway, that's all I have to say on it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Paul, I'm interested in the rental cottages, the short-term rentals and complaints for those kinds of issues. Did we have many complaints over the year that you know of around, and I'm sure they're all variety of things. It could be noise, it could be a variety of things, but around that have to do with rental cottages.
There are some specific locations in the municipality that, let's just say, create some issues, and mostly noise issues.
Okay.
In the past, over the years, a number of charges have been laid at these locations. Initially, when we did have a rental unit committee, members of council were on board, and some of these addresses were, let's just say, pinpointed. And as a result of that, because of the enforcement, most of them diminished. And some of them continue to, let's just say, violate our bylaws. There's one in particular, and we're still dealing with it. Charges have been laid on that location. And because of COVID, it came to a sudden close. And because of the courts.
Okay, yeah. So people are calling you so that, you know, there are complaints coming in about rentals.
Yes.
And that's interesting to know that, you know, I always wondered whether it was widespread or whether there were specific areas or specific locations. So it's good to have an idea of what the concerns are. Because you know, we hear from individuals, but, you know, I don't know, I want to make sure that they're calling you and making sure that you're aware, because that way then we have a record of it. Yeah, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome, Council.
Okay, thanks. Are there any other questions you have for our bylaw enforcement officer?
Mr. Mayor, I got one quick one.
Go ahead, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Getting back to the accessible parking. So we don't have a definitive answer or way for you to go post a ticket on someone's windshield parked, say up at Indian Narrows, parked in one of the handicap parking spots because it's Crown land use permit. What about on something that we actually own as the municipality, a handicap parking spot, say at the community center or in front of the office or the nursing station? If somebody parked in one of those spots that were posted, could you actually stick a ticket on it, Paul? Or do you have to call OPP to do that? Or what would the process be for that?
Well, it's our property, so it's not Crown land, so I can issue a ticket or summons to the owner.
Okay, perfect. That's all I wanted to know. Thanks a lot, Paul. Appreciate you.
Okay. Well, Councillor, it's
I think since Paul is here, I might just ask ask him one more question, or if he could comment on this. It's been my observation that the provincial offenses courts are pretty choked up. It was really bad during the pandemic, but it's still seems to be really bad. I attended a virtual meeting of the Parry Sound Court, probably a year ago now. And the prosecutor that we used to use was there, Paul Dre, some of you might remember him. It was there, and he had, I believe, approximately 100 cases of various offenses that he was prosecuting on behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources. And the whole bunch of them were literally tossed because they had been too long coming to trial. So that's what I mean by choked up. So anyway, I wondered if you would comment on the usefulness of or the problem, maybe not the usefulness, but the problems that you find with laying charges under Part 3, right, of the Provincial Offences Act.
Well, there is a problem, and that's why I try to resolve things within the municipality. And I would have to say that over 90% of the people in this community, visitors too, comply with our bylaws. And as mentioned before, I have not laid any charges for the year 2023. Prior to that, yes, I did lay charges. But saying that, the cost of laying charges is beginning to climb tremendously because of the court systems and the, let's just say, allocations of dates for trials and set dates, and it can be prolonged and prolonged. And I would have to, let's say, I may be jumping ahead, but as we speak, there's a case before the court today. And I'm hoping to hear what sort of a court date we receive for this individual. Again, like I compliment this community for the compliance that's handed out. But again, there's a few that do not comply. And again, the cost climbs. I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. Mayor, but for now, that's the best answer I could give you.
So,
Okay, well, thank you very much.
so
Paul.
through you, Mr. Mayor, so what's the answer for that? And I know over the years, you know, I'm throwing numbers out, you spend $5,000 or $10,000 to chase a $500 fine or something, right? And I guess if you don't chase the bad offenders, you might as well give up, right? If it becomes known that we're not likely to take you to court, right? People just say, thanks, but see you later, kind of, right? So what should we be increasing the number of fines to offset the bad behavior? Is that, or I guess once it gets to the provincial level, it's up to them, right? It's up to a justice of the peace or a judge or whatever to say, here's your fine, right? Is that correct? And are fines reflecting the new costs, I guess, that communities are experiencing because of this?
Well, the cost is, of course, is, let's just say, presented to the courts. And we try to recover as much as we possibly can through the fines, but we have to get a conviction to get a fine.
But do we ever get our costs back when we
Yes.
do get the fine?
Over the years, yes.
Okay.
I mean, the charges that have laid over the years, and mostly through Part 3 of the Provincial Offences Act, which is by way of summons, is recovered.
But of course, something like the building code, right? If they lay charges, those, it appears to me that those fines are substantially more.
Yes.
If
they
you go
are.
to court with a building compliance issue or through you, you're likely to get more money, a lot more money in a fine for the bill. Is that true? Yeah?
That's correct, Counselor, because the zoning bylaw and the building code have higher penalties. Whereas bylaws, the maximum fine on bylaws is only $5,000.
Can I just ask one really quick follow-up? I think I understood what Counselor Lamb was saying. I'm just gonna put it into the handicap, accessible parking. Let's say I have a permit too, but we'll pretend I don't. I pulled up and I parked in the handicap parking spot right outside here. And
Sorry, Counselor
Oh.
Nash.
can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, if I'm just using theoretical, but if I pulled up and parked outside in the handicap parking spot and we as a municipality could ticket myself because I'm there illegally and there's a fine for $500. And I go, I'm not gonna pay it. I take it to court and you have to show up and the prosecutor shows up and I fight it and fight it and fight it. And there's $8,000 of legal fees that the municipality has racked up and my fine's $500. Does that ratepayer end up paying $8,500 or just the 5,000?
Well, I'm not exactly, I can't hear you that well, but if it's a, let's just say a ticket was issued to that individual under Part 1, which is a notice of violation. A notice of violation is basically a ticket.
Mhm.
And the amount is on there. So that individual, I don't know if when I answer your question properly, Councilor Nash, but that individual has three options. He can pay that ticket, which of course identifies itself as $500 or $200. If it's a dog at large, $125. He can take that ticket, go to the provincial or justice of the peace and pay that ticket or pay it at the provincial offences office. Or he can choose to have a trial. Or he can choose to go in front of a justice of the peace and plead guilty with an explanation. So pleading guilty with an explanation sometimes lowers the fine. But once we lay that charge under Part 1, we can't get any more than $125, whatever is on that ticket. Under Part 3, if it's a summons, we can get fines up to $5,000. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. Thank you.
Okay, just to further complicate this subject. There is, some of you may be aware of this, there is a new mechanism in Ontario for that municipalities can use to prosecute and get penalties for bylaw offenses. It's called the Administrative Monetary Payment System, or AMPS. And it, it is just kind of rolling out in the last few years. I attended a presentation on it, I think, not this past summer, but the summer before in Ottawa at AMO. And some municipalities have started to implement it. Now, it is a parallel system to the Provincial Offences Act. So so our bylaws, instead of saying this is a provincial offense and here's the fine under Part 1 and here's maximum fines under Part 3 and whatever, we would actually define instead of that an administrative penalty, and then there's a separate sort of parallel system that people can follow through to if they want to dispute the payment. So I don't want to get into all the details of this, but my suggestion is going to be that at some point in time, we do know a lawyer who's an expert on this, who has been helping some municipalities to set it up. Takes time. It might be something that we would want to do in conjunction with other municipalities, but it sort of takes it out of the provincial court system and puts it into a separate tribunal system that is operated by one or more municipalities. And that the difference there is that the fines are not getting, chunks of the fine are not getting siphoned off for the Ministry of the Attorney General, and the municipality has a little more control over trying to get the cases done in an expeditious manner. But anyway, I don't want to get into that this morning. I just thought you should be aware of it, and perhaps we could arrange to have a presentation at some point from somebody so that we could consider whether we wanted to do something like that. Again, it's really a function of how many charges or how many offenses you expect to have under all of the bylaws that we have, that we would have to modify to accommodate it.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware of that new program. It's been in place for a number of years, mostly Southern Ontario.
The bigger municipalities that want to do it because they have lots of charges, right, compared to the number that we have. But I don't know, it might be worth for West Parry Sound to do it as a whole, or something like that, maybe.
I guess we're looking at population growth,
Yeah.
because with a population of, well, let's just say 1,000 people in the municipality of Whitestone, and in summertime it climbs. The cost that it's gonna, let's just say, the cost that will be incurred on the municipality will be tremendous. So it's something, yes, I agree, something that we have to sit down and discuss and find out whether or not it's the right avenue to take.
Okay, well, thank you. Are there any more questions for our bylaw enforcement officer? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, just a comment. Paul, I want to thank you for, and over the years, I know you've taken the approach of let's solve the problem versus let's go to court. And obviously, if we had a different person in your job, they could take the opposite approach, and instead of having one case, we might have 5 or 6 or 7, and that would cost us in the end. So I take it, although we're in court on one issue, that all other issues are solved? Is that,
Yes.
or do you have issues still on your plate today that are percolating, that are going to end up perhaps in the court system? Or are we clear of every other complaint that's coming? Because you said what, you got 212 calls or something, right?
I have to say that the amount of, let's just, issues that are on my plate now are minimal.
Okay. Good.
And 2 charges presently before the courts, as I mentioned.
2 charges. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Paul, I think that concludes this portion of the session, but thanks again for coming out and
Thank you, Mr. Mayor,
enlightening
members
us.
of council for having me. Hopefully I'll be available for the next little while. Anytime, call me and I'll be there to help out.
You're good at the pony. I mean, you should take it up as a living now, you know. now that
I'm
you're
gonna go back
in
to
it.
the weddings. Have a good day.
Okay.
Bye.
And thanks. So does anyone want a quick break? We're probably gonna have, well, I'm guessing we're gonna break for lunch, maybe around 12:30 or something like that, but before we get into the budget. I see a head nodding, so let's take a very short break just for bio break and get some coffee or whatever, and we'll pick it up in 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see we do have two members of the public on Zoom, so welcome, folks. We are now back from our quick recess, and we're ready to go into item 5.2 of the agenda, which is the main item for today, which is the draft operating and budget and the capital and special projects budget. And we have to start with a memorandum from our treasurer, Manish, and so I would ask Manish if he would like to introduce his report before we get into the looking at it line by line.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you. The second draft of budget, a tax increase rate is around approximately 4.22% for discussion purpose. And operating expense budget to budget for 2023 is a decrease of 0.10%. And I would like to inform council member, we applied for emergency preparedness grant fund. It has been declined for 36,647 for the discussion purpose. And asset management closing balance for the year 2023 for our study is 158,000. But as per the draft, we have around 657,000. It's comparatively 5,000 more than as per our study. And yesterday, Councillor Nash has been requested me over the 5 years, what is the increase in the residential tax percentages? For the year 2023, we increased 6.5%. In the year 2022, we increased 3.5%. In the year 2021, we increased residential tax 0.99%. In the year 2020, we increased tax rate 2.29%. In the year 2019, we increased tax rate 2.51%. And in the year 2018, the tax rate increase was 5.59%. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I think I'm turned on here. Sorry. I did have a question when you're talking about those, the percentages that you just read and the 4.22% that's in the first bullet point in your report. Are those net all in? So with the education tax factored in, or is that simply the municipal portion of the?
It's only the municipal portion,
Yeah.
residential tax.
It would have been lower with the education tax.
So the interest, I guess what's intriguing me is that we've gone from we were at the last budget meeting we had, a
Eight
month
point,
ago or so, we were up at a much higher number. How did we get down so, so low so quickly?
that's couple of number we moved around with, couple of thing we went for the loan. And there is a one operating expense which we transferred to Parkland Reserve. That is a 66,000 from operating expense. It's going to capital
okay.
expenditure.
All right, so I guess if there are any sort of general questions, we can do what we've done in past meetings. If there are any, general questions about what Manish has said already or his report, we could take those now. And then we'll start to get into the items that we want to focus on for the detailed items that we want to focus on for discussion, so. Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, I just have a comment and I guess a concern. I read the budget and I'll get into items as we go along, but it's suddenly kind of hit me in looking at some stuff that we're in a position of either short-term gain politically versus long-term pain in terms of what we're doing for the municipality. And that's specifically with respect to reserves. We're greatly underfunded compared to other communities in terms of our reserves. We've always been, over the years, I think it shows from like 800,000 to 1.5 million, and the 1.5 million would have been because we didn't do projects one year and push them to the next year. But anyway, generally speaking, we've been around the $1 million mark, and that's, I think, generally speaking, where we are now. That's not good enough. In those years when we were doing the reserves, we were doing it sort of based on not asset management figures, right? So if we're going to go out, we're going to ask experts, I guess, to do asset management, tell us what everything is and what we should be putting in. And then we put in half of what they're saying we put in. That's not good enough in my mind. That's where the rubber hits the road. And we can look really great now and put the tax rate down to 4 or 5% and say, hey, look at us. But somewhere down the line, whether it's 4 years, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, someone's going to be in big trouble and they're going to have to put massive tax increases through. So that bus is still coming at us really fast. And I'll give you an example. McKellar has their reserves are 2.4 million last year. Okay. They didn't spend a whole lot. Carling, again, our size, their reserves are 5.3 million. I think they're overboard on what they do. But those are two examples of communities that are very similar in size to ours. We have more roads than Carling to maintain. They have 88 kilometers. We have 103 or something like that. So anyway, I'm really, really concerned. And I think, when we look at the operating side and other things, it's okay to say, oh, look, it's only a 1.1% increase. But every dollar, every $1,000 you can save, I'm not suggesting for one moment that we, reduce the tax rate. I'm suggesting that can be kiddied over into a reserve. And that's important, right? And how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time, right? And I just, if they say we should be putting 500,000 away and we're only going to put 250, if it were my house or anybody's house, I don't think that you would do that and say, oh, the hell with the roof or putting away for the roof. So I know Councillor Nash has been sort of at this, so I guess I'm becoming a believer more and more. He was at it last year and I think he's on to what I believe is a very important factor. And so I'll be looking today in that prism, in that, what can we save and therefore keep tally of what we can then put into reserves. And I'd also like to see us create what I would call a general reserve, as opposed to saying put a here, there, whatever. We can put some into those things, but we can also create a general reserve that I think we could use, I'll say, for whatever. So that's my message today, and I'm really concerned about it. And I know that we've said, oh, we gotta, tamp it down. I think all council said 8%. I still like to see it in that area when at the end of the day, somewhere in that 8% area, because I think anything lower than that is doing a disservice in the long term to our taxpayers. So that's, I guess, my opening remarks, I guess, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Nash?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this will probably, I have something written out here. It'll probably take about 5 minutes, maybe just a hair over that. First off, Manish, thank you very much for getting me that information I asked for yesterday at the 11th hour. I wasn't expecting it today, so thank you very much. So I guess in our first draft budget of 20, pardon?
Sorry, I'm
Oh,
just
sorry.
trying to get the volume up just a little bit because
I'll try and talk.
sometimes.
In our first draft budget of January 30th, it was proposed that we have an 8.2% increase for the municipal portion. In the new draft, this has been reduced to only 4.22%. This reduces our total income by $136,000. Yet, when I turn over to page 34 of our agenda, there's still $131,000 of to be funded initiatives. And that 131,000 equates the 4% that we've just saved. All we've done is we've put it to non-allocated. So it's still an 8.2% increase. The asset management plan calls for a 2024 contribution of 410,000. This was in the report of January 30th as well. In last year, we put in 498,000 into reserves. So we're putting less in, or it's suggesting we put less in this year than we did last year. In the Treasury report, the last bullet on the Treasury report, it notes that the asset management plan had only assumed for 2% inflation, not the 6.8% in 2022 or the 3.3% in 2023. Based on this, we should be allocating 5% more than in 2023. So to me, I'd say instead of 410,000, we should really be putting in 522,000 this year just to keep up with inflation. Yet for reasons in the draft budget, we're only proposing to put in 256,000 into reserves. That's 265,000 short of what our asset management calls for, over 50% short. This is not good for future ratepayers and not good for Whitestone overall if we can't contribute to our reserves. The asset management plan also called for a withdrawal of 748,000 based on the report from January 30th. In the current draft budget, we are calling for a transfer out of reserves of 688,000. That's close to the 748. But we also must remember that we are also calling for a loan of 545,000 and also to be determined funding of 131,000. When you add those two numbers up to our withdrawal from the reserves, that's $1.365 million. And we're only putting 250,000 into reserves. If we did that for 2 more years, pulling out of reserves, there would be no reserves left. If we did the same withdrawal from reserves as we're doing this year and last year, we'd have nothing left in our reserve funds. We have loans at this time of 2.9 million with the highest interest rate of 5.9% with 13 years left. This is not sustainable if we keep doing this over and over and over with the interest rates the way they are. I don't like to say this word, but this is what leads to amalgamation. what leads to it is not being able to have any wiggle room, not being able to pay for things. Wages, benefits, and salaries, you know, are a very major issue that we as council and the municipality have to look at. From 2018, our salaries, not including the fire department or council, was 836,000. In 2024, we're 1.6 million. That's an increase of 750,000 over the 6 years. $34,000 is a 1% tax hike. That means that 22% of our tax increases over the last 6 years have been just to pay for salary increases. And the numbers that Manish just gave me for total tax increases over those years was 25%. So basically, every penny of tax increase we're doing isn't going to pay for more gravel, isn't going to pay for more roads, just to pay for salary staff. That 745,000 would equate to a new fire truck being purchased and paid for every single year. Year after year after year after year, not just for 1 year. The wages and staff increase need to, in my eyes, need to get under control. And we need to see how to better manage the salary burden, benefit burden, and review staffing needs and salaries. Maybe it's a hiring freeze. We've created a lot of new jobs over the last number of years. 7 years ago, and I think I'm correct in this, there wasn't a deputy clerk, there wasn't a deputy treasurer, there wasn't a communication officer, and the roads manager is a working roads manager. In order to curb a few of these things, I'm just proposing, this is what I would do, and I got about a minute left here, that we might leave the road grant increase at the same as last year. I would really like to see more money be put aside for the boat launches, which we can take from our parkland dedication fee. I don't think we should be contributing the $250,000 this year to the pool, but know that we'd have to support it next year, but have that money go towards paying off debt. What I might recommend, and there's about 5 items here, keep the proposed tax rate at 8.2%. That would give us another 136,000. Remove the pool funding for this year. That would free up another 250,000. Remove the AMP consulting fee of 50,000 and do it in 2025 with government approval. We have to include the parkland interest rate, which is not included on our income statement, which would be about 14,000. And remove all items that are to be determined in funding at this time. If we did that, we would save $545,000 in our budget. From that, we could take out a loan for $295,000 to pay for the fire truck, do it over 8 years instead of 15, and that would still leave us $165,000 to put into other reserves or landfill reserves. This would increase our reserve contribution in 2024 to $428,000, which would be over the 410 called for in the report. This would also lower our borrowing from 676,000 to 295,000. As I said last year, we must be very careful taking money out of reserves year after year. We only will have about 1.2 million left, and over 2 years, we will have nothing left. I know that it's hard for me to read that in the sense that it's asking a lot, but I really do think we have to look at this from a holistic, different approach. There's just not money there. We're super top heavy. We have so much money being spent on stuff that just has to be spent on, that we have to look at it and see how we can afford it. Anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to go over my 5 minutes a bit. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Other comments or questions on this sort of high level view here? Councillor Bray.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I also feel that we need to be thinking ahead in terms of what's coming up capital wise, so that we are putting enough money away. I get a feeling that we're sort of sometimes robbing Peter to pay Paul, so we're just juggling money around instead of being able to have that money available. And as Councillor Lamb said, to have that ability to be able to respond to things that are coming up, because that's how I feel. I feel we don't have any wiggle room, so that if a really good grant did come up and we had to pay a certain amount of money, we really have to work on trying to figure out how we're going to pay for that, how we're going to pay our part. And yet this is what's happening now. There are lots of grants out there, and the Federation of Municipalities of Canada, they have a lot of things on the go that we might be able to able to partake in if we had the ability to our share, our part. And some of those things are the things that are going to be coming up that will be required of us probably to do in the future. So I think, again, we do need to think of the future of the municipality. We need to make sure that we have the municipality in a really good position to be able to respond to the grants coming up, to issues coming up, to climate change, to resiliency, to all of these things that are so important and are affecting communities across Canada. I mean, if you just read the paper and you know that the fires are still burning in Alberta from last year, they haven't gone out. They're not going out. And the problem is that people keep thinking that, oh, those things can't happen here. And maybe not that exact thing can happen here, but there are lots of things that can happen right here in Whitestone. So I appreciate that both Councillor Lamb and Councillor Nash are thinking too of the importance of the reserves and the need to make sure that we have enough money in it for the future. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woods, did you have any questions or comments you wanted to make?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. Thanks through you. I'd just like to say I'm glad that I'm hearing everyone so far at the table talking about we need to build up our reserves. It's kind of scary when you sit back and think about it. We could be in a position where we're running out of money. We're not doing anybody favors. I know everybody wants to see a low tax rate. I'm definitely one of them. But we definitely do need to build up our reserves so that we're not put in a situation where we're scrambling to try and afford things. I'd like to thank Councillor Nash for his little intro there, 5 minutes or whatever. It's pretty eye-opening. I think we all need to do what we can to, we've heard it over the years about wants and needs. We all have wants, but we need to make sure that no matter what, the municipality's needs are taken care of first, and the wants should take a back seat. We got to do what we can to try and build up those reserves. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just leave it at that. Thanks, Manish, for your report.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. I'm not going to repeat the things that other people have already said, but I concur with the concern about reserves. I think that's certainly something that that we have to look at responsibly, and I would echo the concern, especially echo the concerns that Councillor Bray raised. I mean, there are the things that we know about, the things that we've been told with respect to our asset management plan, and the fact that we're just kind of sort of now getting all of our assets under the asset management plan, and going forward, we've got more items that have been added in the last few years, probably without thinking about the recurring cost of them. And so we've got to do that, but we also have to take into consideration things that we don't know about, which are potential opportunities to save money in the long run, but through capital investments up front, and also to do a better job of things like resiliency and energy efficiency and climate change mitigation and so on. So all of those things are, I would say are important to me, and I share those concerns. I do just want to make one other comment, and this was relative to Councillor Nash's raising the issue of staffing. I think we have to be realistic here. The municipality of Whitestone has operated as I would describe it as lean and mean for a number of years. You know, we've tried to keep our fixed operating costs low, and you know, I'm a taxpayer and I respect that. I hate to see money wasted, but we are still short today with, we're pretty close to, I would say, the full staff complement that we have defined, but we are still short of staff to do a lot of things that would normally be done in a municipality. And I simply want to point out to you something that people kind of forget, I think. The cost of government keeps going, of municipal government in particular. And if you go to AMO or Roma or FCM or any of these other conferences, you hear this all the time. Cost of government is going up because there is more and more work to do. And yes, we're a very small municipality. We have a low population. We don't have a lot of ratepayers compared to some others, even some others around us in West Parry Sound. But we still have to do all the things that the big guys have to do. We still have to do, you know, our fire and rescue. We still have to do our planning. We still have to do all of these functions, and some of them are you know, we have the same scope of government. And not only that, but the province and the feds keep downloading, in effect, on municipalities tasks and responsibilities. If you just look at things like reporting, for example, I mean, we have, and most people don't see these things. I mean, most people in this room don't see them, but there are constant reports that are required by the government on various things, such as asset management, such as AODA, such as all these other things. And somebody has to sit there and work and to put this stuff together. And our CAO clerk still often ends up being the person who is doing it in evenings on the weekends, right? Because we don't have a lot of extra people to share these responsibilities with. So the idea that somehow or other we can get staff efficiency, I'm suggesting to you, is simply not by, and you know, it's not realistic. We have in the past tried to combine responsibilities, staff responsibilities together. And the result of that ended up simply that things that needed to be done didn't get done. I can't be any more blunt about it than that. So that's not, there's no panacea here, folks, in my opinion. So other than that, I think we can go and look at the budget and start to look at the items that are still sort of you know, have been identified as ones for further discussion, and we'll go through and try and figure out what there is always a compromise, going to be a compromise. We can't there's some number out there, and I don't know exactly what it is, but hopefully we're going to decide today that is a percentage increase that ratepayers can live with, that will still position us, enable us to do the programs that we want to do, and will also position us solidly for the future, so that we don't have bad we don't have a day of reckoning down the road. And I know some of you have watched in the press where there have been some municipalities that have taken the approach that others who spoke before me alluded to, where they said, well, we're just going to keep taxes low, and you keep them low and you keep them low, and eventually there is a day of reckoning. And some municipalities in Ontario were faced last year when or at the last election, a new council came in, and all of a sudden they discovered that what they really needed to get themselves whole and meet all the requirements, the statutory requirements, was something like a 40% tax increase, which is really unpalatable. And those of us at the table might not be around when if that were to happen, but we would it would be an embarrassing legacy, I think, if we left that for future councils to deal with. So I agree that we need to get a balance here and make sure that we're positioning ourselves responsibly for the future. So anyway, that's my 5 cents worth. And Councilor Mann.
Yeah, I just want to comment, and I thank Councillor Nash for his talk. Again, I'm referring to the same thing where I was referring to the reserves. So this is information that's been supplied to me that I haven't necessarily vetted. So I want to put that caveat on. But in terms of staff compensation, we're about 100,000 between us and McKellar in that area. And Carling is significantly more, like a lot more. So, and when it comes to average compensation within the municipality, Whitestone is last in terms of compensation. McKellar's in the middle, and again, Carling's off the charts, right? And it's significant. 90,000, 73,000, and about 60,000. So it's not that we're, there's lots of factors in there. I think, for instance, we probably have more part-time employees than the others in this study or analysis. So I really don't feel that in the every penny we can put towards the future, I think, is important, but I really don't feel that we're understaffed. In fact, I feel that we have been understaffed for some time, and I think the positions that we've added have been, properly vetted by council and agreed to. I think do I think we need a lot more employees now? I don't think we need any right now. I think we're up to complement, and I wouldn't want to send any message to staff that would be other than that. But I hear what he's saying about money, and unfortunately, there's very few avenues you can go. You can increase the tax rate. You can borrow. That's the other thing, right? I guess you can borrow and put it into your reserves and make you feel real comfortable, right? But that's, again, like we're caught between a rock and a hard place, right? And so anyway, I really concur 120% with the reserve portion. I'm not sure that I agree with the staffing portion, but anyway, I guess my question is, I have comments on Manish's, like there's a whole bunch of stuff he has in his memo, right? Are we going to go through those one by one, particularly as they relate on the second page, page 21, or 2 of 3 of his report? There's a whole bunch of information that I don't know whether people want to comment on or not.
Well, that is what we're doing right now. So if you have comments about those, then.
Oh, I always go first. Let others go.
Yeah. Manish wanted to respond, I think, to some of the things that people have said already. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. As per asset management study for the year 2024, the closing balance stays around 158,000. But our budget, we have around 657,000. Around 500,000 more we have as per the study. And as Dave says, we are most of the project, we are within align with the EMP. Right, right, Dave? Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Manish, we are generally in line, but we've loaded up the next few years with a lot of big jobs. So unless we find funding sources for those jobs, the rubber's gonna hit the pavement, so to speak.
Yep.
I think that's what everybody's kind of on the same page, but
And also, one more thing, Mr. Nash mentioned that 131,000. That is a part of operating expenses that is covered within the budget. We are not taking anything out of the reserve for that. 131,000.
So Manish, if I might through you, Mr. Mayor, where's the money coming from for the 131,000 is yet to be determined, right?
That is the operating expenses, what we covered. It's already within a budget. The capital project is been covered from operating expenses.
So, okay, so on page, I think it's the same thing, make sure I'm not. So,
If you reduce that amount, all the project, we have excess surplus budget of 131,000.
so there's a surplus this year?
No, the budget is 0%. If you're thinking of removing that all the project, that amount we have excess. If you are not, that is a part of our budget.
Right, yeah, it's a part of our budget, but we don't have the financing for it right now. That's why it's to be determined, right?
The financing is from tax amount, tax portion, what we pay for the operating expense and everything. That's a portion of that.
Okay, sorry, I don't follow that. Is that better?
Yeah, that sort of aligns.
All right.
Maybe we want to give them this one.
No, I think
No.
we'll just turn it that way.
There. No, I'm
We only
sorry, I
have
was just
two.
saying,
We only
Manish,
have two of those.
I just didn't, for myself, I just don't follow. If we have to be determined and a shortfall of 131,000 on page 34, it might be included in our budget, but we don't have the funding for it until we decide where that funding's coming from, be it a loan or be it a withdrawal from reserves or something, unless I'm missing something here.
Through you, Mayor.
Yes,
All the expense we covered with our revenue, total revenue, if you see on the bottom, that is equaling to expenses portion. And that is a part within including capital project too. The capital project is 1,624. That's a part of our operating budget, total budget. And if you deduct 131, all the funding sources within a reserve or it's some grants. But 131 is from operating expenses. That has been part of our budget. Like
Yeah.
it is a part of our revenue, what we are getting as a whole. We are spending on that particular amount.
Oh, no, yes, I totally get that, but it's not, right here, it's showing it's not coming from reserves. It's not coming from grants. It's not coming from debt financing. It's not coming from donations. So where's that 131,000 coming from?
That is from the total revenue, what we getting from as a municipality. It's a part, it will be absorbed in the year end with all the revenue towards that particular projects. It's not an extra money we are getting. We are not getting any loan, not borrowing anything. We are not doing donation on that, and there is no grant for that particular project.
Okay, is it from a surplus from 2023?
No, it is within our budget, what we budgeted for this particular year.
Mr. Mayor, may I just jump in and because I'm trying to explain this as well. Sorry, Councillor Nash. If you go to page 34, at the top of the column, Manish, it says TBD, to be determined. And within that column, there are two items with a total value of $10,000. at the bottom of that column, it says $131,000. I think that's where, am I correct? That's where the misunderstanding is? Yes. So if you could explain, is it the 6,000 and 4,000 to be determined?
The full column of 131,000 is the total of that amount. Is it going from operating?
Or from the other pieces?
Yeah, it is going to be getting the revenue, what we getting for the 2024 year, what we forecasted is.
But you're adding, it isn't just those two.
Yeah,
numbers
that's
you're
right.
adding
Okay,
up.
so
It's-
that-
That column is on the previous.
32,
page.
33, and 34. It all adds up to 131,000.
Correct.
So the top of the column says to be determined, but you have determined where is that
Correct.
correct?
Correct.
So is it to be determined, is that labeled incorrectly?
Yeah, that may be corrected, yeah. That is a part of operating. I understand now, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I think we've got. No, I understand. No, I understand what the issue is. Okay. Are there other questions on, and I'm going back to pages 20 and 20 to 22, the report itself. Are there other things in there that you don't understand or want to get clarification on?
Well, for instance, the road grant, which is the only one I have on here, Councillor Nash mentioned it, but are we gonna deal with it when we get to it in the numbers? Is that's how we're gonna deal with it? Or we're gonna discuss it
Well,
and decide now?
yeah, I mean, I guess it's flagged for discussion by virtue of Councillor Nash's comment about it. I mean, I suppose we can talk about it, and it doesn't matter, we can talk about it now or later, but what? But when we want to do it now, when I saw it, what's written here, the last bullet point on page 20, I thought what we said at the last meeting was we were going to increase X and Y by each by 3%, which if you do that, it seems to me like, well, sorry, let me finish. We were going to increase those, but for some reason or other, we did not see the need to increase what I'd describe as the envelope, which is the total amount in the budget that is allocated potentially for road grant applications. And I just point out that if you increase X by 3% and Y by 3%, since everyone who applies for an application has an X and a Y, so what you are doing is you are increasing in order to accommodate that, if you had exactly the same number of applications come in 2024 that came in 2023, you would need to increase the envelope by 6%, right? Because each of those factors is gone. Everybody has an X, everybody has a Y, they're both going up, right? So
So they're only going up by 3%, not 6%.
why? Because
You're putting each factor, which stands alone, right, for a total, you're putting them up 3%. When we say put it up 3% or whatever the percentage is, it doesn't equate to 6% in your example.
Well, I guess I would say it does, because X, let's say for the sake of argument, X is the length in kilometers of the road, I think it is. Right? And Y is it's how much you pay per kilometer in the length of the road, and Y is how much you pay per user of the road, for property serviced by the road, if you will. Well, it says household in the policy, the CAO is correct. So anyway, those, if you increase each of those by 3%,
The total's 3% extra, not 6%.
Well, anyway,
If,
Um,
no, but seriously, if one's worth $50 and you increase it 3%, and then the other's worth $50 and you increase it 3%, it's gonna be $103. It's not gonna be $106.
but you add those two factors together, the factor multiplied by the.
Well, ask Manish, he knows more about it. Yeah. When we say a 3% increase, it's not a 6% increase.
It's kind of a 3%. If it's the through you, Mayor, the councillor Joe mentioned, that is the way it is, like if it is a $50 kilometer, and if you consider $50 per resident, if it's a 3% increase, it's $103, correct?
Yeah, so it's not 6%.
Okay, well, anyway, I guess, I don't anyway, what is the suggestion? I guess I thought we
Well,
had resolved this at the
Yeah,
previous
I
meeting.
thought we
so-
had two, because what line item is it in here? Can you,
440,
It's on page 27.
page 27, let me get to it.
All
Because
right.
I thought we had two, because we didn't have
Or-
to change the total amount because it wasn't used. Let me
Sorry.
find it here.
Through you, Mayor.
Four what?
It's at the top of the
440.
page, 440-4, 60.
Oh, it's right at the top.
Yeah.
You're right.
Through you, Mayor.
Yes,
Sorry, I just want to correct myself. It is, if it is a $50 per household and $350 per kilometer, the increase will be, first we have to add 3% on $50, it will be 53, and $3% on 350. Then we have to add that together. That is the way we do the calculation.
Well, I thought when we
All right.
discussed this last time, that we only spent 88,000. We had 94 in the budget, and said we don't have to budget any more than last year. Because we had, there's $6,000 there, right? Now, the Councilor Nash is saying, don't increase it. I feel it's an important program. Certainly, does it, I don't think we need a 3% increase for necessarily new roads coming on. I think most roads are on by now. It's been in there for years. I would like to see an increase to it. There's a lot of people in our municipality who rely on that, and gravel and whatever else they're doing to the roads are the costs are certainly going up. I would suggest, in trying to compromise, that maybe we put a 2% increase through in total versus a 6% increase, which is what we're looking at now, right? 3 and 3, that's 6%. I would suggest maybe we just go 2%, right? For in the X and Y factor, and nothing in the extra roads, because you've already got, and then keep the number at 94, so there's no impact versus last year. So 2% of 88,000 is how much? Not very much. 1,600. You got $4 grand for new roads. So what I would do is just put 2% on the road grant, nothing for the new users, and we've found 4% the budget right there, right?
And
4% of 90,000 or whatever, right?
And
So-
based on my comment from my discussions, yeah, if we changed it, if it went up only 2% from 88,000, I'd be happy with that. Just as my thought as a member of council, I think that would be a good compromise in my eyes.
So just make sure people understand, 2% would go to the Y and the X factor. Nothing would go into the extra roads coming on, because I think there's still monies left over.
Almost like a 1 and a 1.
Yeah.
Thinking of it.
Well, no, I'm not thinking 1-1. I'm thinking 2 on the
Two.
road grant and nothing on the other side. Because once you apply 2% to 88, which was last year's, it's only 90. You still got $4 grand for extra roads, right?
Yeah, so 90
Well,
total-ish, which I'm.
It's actually
Yeah,
not
if-
gonna impact the budget.
if you say, sorry, but if you look at at that line at the top of page 27, the 16440-4 roads grant, the budget for 2023, it shows 94,063. The budget for 2024 shows 93,400. So in fact, the budget is, well, it went down very slightly. It's almost exactly the same. So the envelope, what I call the envelope, which is the budget item out of which this is money being paid, hasn't changed. And it's materially. So
Well, how did we get to 93.4 if we're applying? If you apply the
Mhm.
3% increase, how did it go down?
that's,
If that's what you're asking. I think.
well, the increase was based on the actual for
Actual.
On the
2023.
88,000.
Yes,
On the
that's correct.
88,000, that's why it
Ah,
went
okay,
down. So
okay.
And
Well, I would suggest, I would, oh dear, okay. I still think there's enough in there at 93.
yeah, I do too, yeah.
You know, like you add 2% to 88, that's 16.
90.
That's 90 roughly, and you got 93 for extra roads, so just apply a 2% increase.
leave it at 90 is what you're saying, Counselor Lamb. Sorry,
Well, no, I'd leave it at 93
okay.
because maybe you are gonna have new roads or we won't spend it, right?
And that's where I was coming from, just, and it doesn't matter to me, whatever the rest of council wants, but I would have just increased it from 88,200 to 90,000 and leave it at that number. That saves us $3,500 in our budget for something else, but we're giving a slight increase to members, to ratepayers on it.
Okay, we'll put it up 2%, and if new roads come in, sometimes old roads don't apply, that's the other part, right?
Mhm.
You get some new one, you get a new one coming in, and then they start quibbling on other roads, private roads or whatever, because the owner won't agree to it or
Mhm.
whatever, and so, yeah, I'm okay with that to make it whatever 2% above the actual last year was. So the X and Y would change by 2%, is all I'm saying.
If I may.
Yep.
If I may, Mr. Mayor. So this is one of the items in the budget that council actually has to vote on. And that would typically happen at the next meeting. You've
Sure.
seen that happen where we pass a resolution based on that council bylaw that this is the intended increase for the year. So that's why we probably need some clarity. So if I'm hearing correctly and Manish is wanting to get it right, you're asking for 2% on the X and 2% on the Y, and whatever that calculates out to, with no indication that there's going to be any accommodation for new roads that may apply. And sometimes that happens if you're slightly over budget. That's part of having an operating budget, but there has been some consistency in terms of expenditures over the last few years. So are we hearing that correctly? I guess we're looking for a nod because it'll actually be voted on at the next meeting.
think
So I'm hearing 2% on X and 2% on Y, full stop.
I mean, I think we should, to be honest, we should do a straw vote on this. I don't want to redo this again, next budget meeting.
Right, there'll be an
This
actual
discussion.
official
Yeah,
vote at the next.
But I
meeting.
don't want us to go through the.
I agree. We
Argument.
just want to be sure and be
So-
prepared.
So the two aspects of it is there's a suggestion that 3%, the 3% increments to X and Y be 2%. Is that, can I just get a show of hands from people? Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Councillor Lamb, you're
Yeah, I'm
in
okay.
agreement with
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Councillor Woods has his thumb up. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna, the next time we see this, it'll be 2%. Now, the next question is, are we gonna leave the envelope at 93,400 where it is now, or are we gonna reduce it to whatever it reduces, whatever it comes to if we add the 2% to the 86,073 that was our expenditure in the 88,207 that was our expenditure in 2023. Whatever that comes to, is that what we're gonna do?
Yeah, that would come out to 89,971.
90,000.
89,009, so how about
90,000. 90,000.
$90,000, okay, is that,
Through you, Mayor. The number may be little bit slight because the factor is household and kilometer. I may do the correct calculation between 2% X and Y factor, what is actual going to be. And I can present to the next council meeting.
okay.
It may be $1,000, little bit
All right.
more here.
Okay, so, and then, so we're going, just to, again, clarity, we're, whatever Manish comes out with as that calculation, that's the number we're gonna use. And so we don't get into a big discussion next time. Who's in agreement with that? That's gonna be the budget. All right. Thank you very
Go
much.
ahead and-
I think we've dealt with that one. Are there any other comments about, there's things here, there were some,
All kinds of them.
there were insurance costs, employee benefits,
I'd like to
Contingents.
speak to that.
sorry?
I'd like to speak to that if I may.
All right, go ahead. Let's, our CAO is going to comment on those.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Manish and I have been working on this. When we start the budget process in Whitestone, it's typically in November. We start looking at costs, we do some work behind the scenes, and obviously council doesn't see anything till January, but one of the things we do is reach out to our insurers. One is the, property and other insurance, and one is the benefit package, which is, health insurance. And it's fairly typical, and certainly the 63% was surprising. We did question it. They held their ground up until January, and it was very close to around the time that we had the other meeting that we pressed them. And what they don't know is they look at the industry. We do our renewals around April and May for both of these insurance. And then they become a little bit more accurate. So you can see that the 63% really didn't come to fruition. They look at what the municipality has paid out in health benefits. They look at our staffing complement. They look at a number of things in the industry, and then they become a little bit more realistic. So it didn't take much. It really didn't take any pressure. We just simply said this, the 63% is not acceptable, and they refined their estimate. And same with our other insurance costs. And if, for those of you that purchased their car and house insurance already this year, we know those costs are going up, and sometimes unreasonably, for no particular reason, but that's, we're subject to industry increases. So I wanted to explain how those two insurance costs came down significantly, simply because we pressed our insurers and got a little bit more accurate. You can see we're still not quite there yet, but we're close enough, and they have said, they give us a range, and they say, well, you can look at the lower end of the range, but we want to be careful. So we start looking at these things, and we'll be having meetings with our insurers in the next month or so, and those will be refined. So that gives you an explanation of why it looked high and unreasonably high at the beginning, and why it's come down to provide some savings in the budget. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so is there any questions on what our CAO just explained? Councilor Nash?
No, it was just on one other thing, nothing on what the insurance.
Okay,
costs.
so I just want to make sure we're good with that before we move to another one. All right, so you had another one?
Yeah, if I could, I know I had a long speech, which I appreciate everybody allowing me to do. The only item that I'd prefer to talk about here as part of the treasurer's report, instead of going through and we go line by line, would just be the one line item on page 21, which is the general boat launch improvements. I know it's been increased to 7,500. It was only 2,500, but to me, I guess I think that line item deserves a little bit more than just a one line discussion. So I guess if we could flag it here now, and all I'd ask for is, I think a lot of property owners use water access as their means to access properties. It'd be in the hundreds of residents or ratepayers. And I think I've written them out here, but I think there's Beach Road, Clear Lake Road, Gooseneck, Indian Narrows, Mason Lake Boat Launch, Maple Island Boat Launch, Bennett's Landing, Bolger Lake Boat Launch, Farley's Road, Shirley Boat Launch. There's one on LaBrache, which doesn't see much action. There's Shawanigan, which people talked about, and there's Snakeskin. And
The one at the top, they sent.
and I don't think the 2,500 or what the amount we had last year was enough. I know it got increased because of swimming. I still don't think the 7,500 is enough. And I know staff is working with a very tight budget on what they can do. But I'd really like to see that increase. And the number I said in my little opening remark, I think was 32,500. All that is $2,000 for each boat launch a year. That would be equivalent to a couple loads of gravel at each boat launch. And where I would suggest taking that money would simply be from the money we collect as part of development charges to come out of the 60% that every year we need to take out of the parkland dedication fee. So it's not going to be a loan. It just comes out of money that's collected from ratepayers for development. That would be considered, when I've looked into it, water access points would be considered an expense that parkland dedication could fall under as a recreational spot. So I would think that that's where we could get the money. We're not going to have to borrow it or anything. We're just going to allocate some money from that reserve, which we have to spend 60% of every year. One of the things I get the most comments on since I've been a counselor is funding for boat launches and work on boat launches, and people feeling their tax dollars aren't at work, or what do we get, or why did they have something and we didn't? So I'd really like to see that. That's the number I'd like to see. I don't know where it is, but certainly I'd like to see it at more than 7,500, knowing that we can take the money from parkland dedication fee to do that.
Okay,
So-
thanks. I wonder if our manager of Public Works would like to respond to that.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I can comment on the funding, where it would come from, but certainly that would be an increase in the budget, and the service levels would follow, certainly. There's a few of those that were mentioned there that currently don't get much of anything. Mason Lake being one of them. I don't know if it's been used in years. It's according to our previous counselor, McEwen, he stated that it was used for access by hydro at one point. It's the end of a concession line. It goes into a swamp, kind of wet area for a long way out. I don't know how we'd have to get a permit to do some work there. Snakeskin is definitely in the works. And it could use a bit of work. I don't know how much. There's definitely some ones that get more use and higher demand, and I think that they should maybe get more attention as well. We've got, I think we've done a lot of work, and I've seen a lot of good feedback from the ratepayers when we do the work. Maybe not during the work; they're not too happy with us, but afterwards they're generally quite pleased, and I think it's good value for the money. And I'm certainly in favor of if having a larger budget and a little more to work with on their boat launches. I don't think that all of our boat launches are the same level of service. Mason Lake is certainly one that's maybe identified as a boat launch, but I don't know if we're gonna get any more work out of it.
I guess my comment would be that we really haven't had a discussion from a sort of policy point of view about how do we prioritize these, and what do we do with requests? And councilors will be aware that we just received correspondence. It's not in this meeting, but it'll come in the next meeting, I guess, from someone who said that, you know, so basically said, hey, it's time for you to put a dock at the end of the
Shawana.
landing at Beach Road, right, which is Shawanaga. And my question is, well, it's not, the question that prompts for me is, well, okay, so what's our, you know, what is our policy with respect to these things? We did it we put a dock at Gooseneck, so I guess they're looking around and saying, well, you put one there, why don't you put one at my landing, right? And but if we ask, I mean, a dock in itself could end up being a $10,000 or $15,000 expenditure or something. So the question is, you know, we really should have, or the suggestion is we should really should have a discussion at some point in time about how we want to do this. I don't know. I don't know what to do with the budget for 2024, other than, and the reason I was suggesting that our Public Works Manager would comment was I thought, well, there's probably some limit to how much we can do with the resources that we have and the other demands that we have on our, it's not just a question of, well, we could allocate some more gravel, but somebody has to be able to spread it and probably do some graining out or some rubbing out or doing some other things that might be done in order to spread it in the first place. And maybe we don't have enough capacity to do that. So I think what we're trying to do today is we're trying to come up with what's a realistic number to put there. If 7,500 is better than what we had before, but maybe 35,000 or whatever is we wouldn't be able to use it, in fact.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would agree with the direct, I'm looking for more direction, I guess I'd say. A lot of the times refer to the official plan to do some work. I know Farley's was a good example. It did state that we were to look for something on the Whitestone on the north end, which I guess satisfied that. And when we started looking at service levels for our boat launches, existing and proposed, I know Lorimer might be another example of one that was proposed for quite a large amount of money. So I think it'd be a good idea to have some direction on where, if we start spending more money beyond if we're gonna step well away from the amount that we've been spending, I think the expectation would be that the service levels would increase and there would be a few passionate people in the community, maybe more than a few, that would have like their voices heard. So maybe if I had some better direction of how to spend it. I know I've got a memo for an update on the boat launches coming forward or an update on information. And maybe that would be a good time to continue to discuss it. So at this time, a large increase in funding away from what we've done, I certainly would like some clear direction on where it goes. I know I've got my ideas, but I'd like some better direction. I think a lot of our boat launches have been served well recently, the last few years, and I'd like that to continue. And a modest increase would help, but a large increase would create some challenges, I believe, at this point without clear direction. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Bray, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Around the boat launches, I really think that we need to have a plan, like a 10-year plan, looking at the boat launches, what boat launches have, and then what is needed, and then plan over the next 10 years how we're going to develop the boat launches and maintain them. And that, I think, would give us a better idea of what our costs will be. I think just trying to do it without a plan is not foolish, but it just means that we're sort of making stabs in the dark. If we have a plan, yeah, and it doesn't have to be 10 years, it could be 5 years. I don't really have an idea of what it should be. Probably Mr. Creaser would have a better idea. But once we have an idea of where all the boat launches are, where we want them to go, then a plan, and then an idea of how much money in each budget and each one, and where we'll be spending the money to upgrade and be able to provide the service to people. I think it's if we have a plan, I think it'll be a lot better. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. I don't think this would come as a surprise to anybody. I'm always in favor of doing upgrades at our boat launches and our ramps. I've said that since I moved up here. Reason being is everybody gets to use them, right? All of our ratepayers use them, whether or not you're on the lake or not. And, you know, our motto is perfect place to live, work, and play. Part of that play is access to the lakes, right? I don't know exactly how much we should throw at them, but I would definitely be in favor of putting more money in that improvements account, if you will. I know it's a lot of work for our public works, and I know they have done a lot of work at our launches, and I appreciate it. I really like how Dave looks at the launches. The one on Mason that was discussed a little bit earlier, I had talked to former Councillor McEwen in great depth about that launch, and he did tell me about how Hydro used to use it, but there are still people that go and use it. It's hard to get a big boat in. A lot of, I would say, the younger generation will drag a tinny or a canoe down and go fishing because there's some good fishing on that lake. It was just something that a few people in the community didn't want us to forget, that it was actually our launch point. And Dave's right, it does get spongy and soft the closer you get to the shoreline there. It is a discussion that I think we all need to have, because that's a very good asset as far as I'm concerned for our municipality. The number of launches that we have, and improving access to any of our lakes I think is a good thing. Shawanaga, I've had quite a few people actually. I know we all received an email, but I've had quite a few other people on the lake that had asked me about it over the past couple of years, and I did talk to a few of the members of council about it. I had one ratepayer approach me and say, Brian, how do I start a petition about this? And I said, well, before you jump to a petition, you should get a letter together and send it to all members. So I can reach out and talk to that person. But we know how much a dock costs. So if we were willing to look at putting a dock at a location like that, we know, we'd need more than 7,500 in boat launch improvements, right? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I'm always in favor of improving our access points.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. We'll get a few more comments. We got to try and wrap this one up.
I was just gonna try to move on with it through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just simply gonna say, that was just a number I thought might work with us as council. I think 7,500 isn't quite or nearly enough. Just if we're gonna go even at the launch points, that there's already gravel put down, just to keep up maintenance on them and making sure there's a little bit of gravel each year put down on all these launches. It probably close to 750 or $1,000 a load. 10 loads of gravel over all those launches doesn't go very far. So maybe in the point of moving on, I'd suggested a number, but maybe, I don't know what other members of council might suggest, but maybe 20 grand instead of 32, something. I just was wondering what others might think. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I guess, overall, in light of my comments at the very beginning about we're in a tough spot, this goes in the wrong direction, okay? And I sense, and I'm all for improving boat launches, don't get me wrong, but in a sense, I don't think our public works manager, if you gave him 20 grand, knows what to do with it. And I think that's what he's saying. I need direction. What am I going to do, right? Other than just throw some gravel into all these spots. I think we have to have a debate at some point about the boat launches. And again, I don't want anyone to think that I don't care about the boat launches. I do, but it just seems to me helter-skelter to just say, well, let's put it to 20 grand. And now we have to find, by the way, that's, again, if we're really concerned about reserves in our future, don't up it. It's going to make the problem worse. So I think it should be increased. Without a plan this year, I increase it to 10 or 12 grand or something, right? That's a 5 grand increase over what it is. I think 20 is too much, because I don't think David would know what to do with 20. And I don't want to speak for him, but just throwing gravel, I guess, I don't know. Those are my thoughts.
If I may respond through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll respond quickly. The plans we've had in the past at $2,500 have been modest. So that's basically been my lens over time. How can we stretch our money? And the council's been gracious enough to give increases here and there. And I believe we've done some wonderful things and I've done my best to make council look good with every penny they give us. So that is exactly right. My plans have been modest and limited. And I would like a discussion if it does grow, and some direction. Should it increase exponentially? Thank you.
Could you put loads of gravel on most of them with 10 or 12 grand? You know, and grade them and do, you know, there may be some that you come back and say, no, we're not gonna do it for this reason or that reason, but on the majority of them, could you go put gravel down? I mean, we did Farley's last year, didn't we?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, last budget meeting we had, a question was put forward by, I believe, Councillor Nash, which was a very good question, which will require some attention, is how close are we to being accessible on our boat launches? And giving more money would certainly give attention to both gravel and maybe that, to that point. Absolutely, it needs more money. There's for accessibility. And I think that would be one of the, maybe the first things I would tackle, at this stage. That's definitely on my radar. After that, going forward, we certainly, in the future, when a memo comes forward, we talk about plans and what direction we want to go. I think that's fair. If council would be agreeable to that, I think it wouldn't be too hard to spend a
But how
little bit of
much,
money.
the question is, how much money would you need to address some of the accessibility?
Start at it, I think
And to load, to put some gravel at the spots, right?
15 to 20 would certainly go a long way.
Yeah.
I need some,
Yeah.
some of those spots would need, like concrete trucks and whatnot to improve some of the pads and we need some repairs to some of the docks and different things, but it certainly would, set you up for a future then you have a starting point to talk about these 5-10 year plans.
Split it in the middle, 17.5.
Jesus, we
Mis-
just added 10 grand to the budget.
Well,
We're,
you mentioned, David, that you were going to produce a report, an updated report on, would that tell us what the opportunities are to do various things at landings and give us some basis to prioritize it, and when would we get that report?
So if I could certainly, with the weather being the way it is, would certainly be in a better position to go and look at them. Maybe not some of the docks, let's say at Bennett's Landing or Indian Narrows, but certainly the concrete portions of the landings I could look at. And certainly worth, I think I can give you some meaningful information to start the conversation. I think a lot of council is aware of these launches. So a lot of it won't be new information, but they will include some talking points and maybe some dollar values with them. You could do that wouldn't be this meeting coming, I wouldn't meet the deadline, but the next one, what's the one after that?
April.
well, if we put
Mr.
it at 15,000, you've got more accounts in here and you know what to do with it. You'll be short of funding. So if it was 17,000, it's not the end of the world, right?
Mr. Mayor?
From a, yep.
So, okay, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just one comment, question. We're all aware, through the discussions with the Wawash Cash Association about the dock and the accessibility to that dock there. My question to Dave would be, what kind of monies do you think we'd have to spend there to make the approach onto that dock accessible, Dave? Like there's definitely a little bit of work that needs done there. That's gonna be, I know, a few $1,000s, I would think, and at least, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, it'd be more than a few thousand. I believe you're
Yeah.
1 to 12 for recreational on that with a lip on the side. Including on the docks as well, and then your transition, your connections and transitions. I think you can go 3 inches transverse. So it would take a fair bit. I know some of those docks that they have out there, they're kind of mismatched. Some are older and in rough shape, and definitely worth a look at adding to an asset management for replacement. They're there now and they're doing the function, but there's lots of them that have loose boards, not quite right spacing, and just not quite, there's a whole lot of not quite right there. So
Yeah.
I think if we do increase it and we do increase it over time, it certainly would allow us to meet the demands that are coming in the future. That dollar amount, each landing, probably $7,000 each one would get you the concrete where it needs to be. And that's with the staff pouring it,
Well,
preparing the base and pouring it. And
Mr. Mayor, might I suggest, because we'll be here till 3 in
Yeah.
the morning, that we up it to 15,000 and move on? And then, but Dave, I would like over the next month or two, before sort of May and June and July, to sort of a brief, very brief memo of what you're gonna do with that 15,000, right? Like where you're gonna do what, right? I think council would feel more comfortable with that, right? And then maybe that sets the standard for next year or a discussion, and then we go from there. So that's what I would suggest.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd appreciate that very much, that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Is everyone okay with that?
Okay, so let's do a straw poll and we can get
We're
off
good.
this, Hmm? Yeah, okay.
Okay,
15, the suggestion is increase it to 15K. Everybody okay with that?
yeah,
All
Good,
right.
Mr. Mayor.
so far we're up
Hmm?
7,500.
Okay, I was hoping that we would get through all this before lunch, because there might be a few more bullet points that you want to talk about. And some of them, it seems to me, are quite self-explanatory.
the-
We
the
don't
oth-
need to debate them, but
The other, are we going to, the Shawanaga Lake boat launch that we all got an email on? Are we dealing with that at the next council meeting? Or, because, obviously in that 15,000 is not a new dock for Shawanaga, or that would be the whole 15, right? But what is our approach with respect to that? Do they have an association an official association on Shawana? No, I
No.
didn't think so. But I don't know, I would like, Council Wood said he talked to a bunch of people that want a dock. It's a fairly isolated area there, and I don't know whether there's room for a dock or whatever. And secondly, how do we gauge the interest on the lake for it? How many lake or water access places are there on Shawanaga Lake? I don't know.
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
to help,
ahead.
help us move on from this. I would suggest that as part of Dave's report and 5-year plan, and I agree it should be a 5-year plan, that he address Shawanaga Lake. And I know that this extra money is going to go a long way, not only to safety, but to AODA. Not every boat launch needs gravel every year. It's like a private road that isn't plowed in the winter. And so you may do a little bit more one year than the other. So I think this inspired Dave, because he's always wanted to deal with boat launches from the day he started with the municipality. And so that 15,000 is going to go a long way towards safety and AODA. And then the next level is, what is the next step? Where do the new docks have to come in, and what docks need to be replaced in the next 5 years? And I think Shawanaga Lake should be addressed in that report.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the only way we can deal with this right now, because, we don't even know where you would put it, whether there's room, what do you do about the approach to it? There's 20 other things that have to be sorted out first.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Lunchtime.
I'm gonna suggest that it's coming up 1:45, so we're a little past our normal break. Let's break for lunch. Let's take about half an hour and we'll come back and we'll try to, address the remaining items that we have that are specific that have been raised, and see if we can get through to the end. So I'll declare a recess, as I say, about half an hour, hopefully, and not more than that. We can come back. Are you with us once again, Councillor Woods?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. So our recess is over, and our recording is back on, and we're going to carry on. I guess what I was hoping would happen is that we would identify with the help of I'm sorry, Dave, is it possible to just close that door so that, because I don't know if that's going to make it hard to hear or not. Thanks, I appreciate that. What I was hoping, I guess, is that we would not end up going line by line through all the forms. I think what we want to do is we want to identify items that need to be discussed. And hopefully we can, we can get through those in a decent time. I do have another, it's a virtual meeting, a Zoom call at 6:30, so I will be able, and I have to get back to back home to do that. So I hope we will be finished before then. If not, I guess I'll have to turn things over to Councillor Lamb. But in any case, we should be able to complete it before then, I would think. Probably well before 5 o'clock. So I wonder if we could just continue looking at the bullet points that are on Manish's memo and see if there are any other things. They don't all have to be talked about, but if there are any other ones that some of them are just explanations for changes or answers to questions that were raised in the last budget meeting. But are there any more in that list that you want to zero in on? And if not, then once we finish that, then we'll go and just see if there are any others. Go quickly at the big sheets and see if there's any more that weren't mentioned here. But let's just take them one at a time and we'll try to work through them. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I'm gonna start with the Recreation Committee. I think
Go
is
ahead.
that the top of page 2 there? I
Yeah.
think. So, people heard what I said last time. I appreciate the committee went back and looked at it, came back at 31,000. I still think it's too high. I asked for the term, actually it was yesterday, I asked for the terms of reference for the Recreation Committee. And I'll just read the purpose. The Recreation Committee shall provide and establish, conduct and maintain recreation programming and recommended improvements and maintenance for equipment, both real and personal, for parks, playgrounds, and other recreational and facilities. So when I look at their budget of 31,000, and I appreciate them bringing it down from 51,000, it's still a 100 and some odd % increase. I don't believe in some of the things that are in here. You know, I don't believe in the dinners. I don't think that it's under the purview of the Recreation Committee to take programs that people think are free dinners in the community, put them under recreation, put $1,000 to partly pay for the food and call it recreation. I don't see that. And I won't support that. The summer student, I don't know how you can take your programming down from 51,000 to 31,000 and justify a student for the summer. That's $5,000. There's other things in here like just of interest, Santa Claus parade. I didn't know we had a Santa Claus parade, do we? Or am I missing something? Do you know, Mr. Mayor? or-
Yeah, we have not
Oh,
had
we
a
do.
parade per se. One of the suggestions was that they would, there has been, as you know, Breakfast of Santa and the Santa's secret shopper or whatever you call it. Those activities have happened and would continue to happen in this proposal. But the thought was that they would actually try to do a small parade with some of the community groups who.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll just finish. There are other things in here, but I'm really concerned about the student. I don't think it's needed. If we have to give them a hand from other students in other areas or whatever for I guess we can do that. Student is $5,000, has to report not to the Recreation Committee, has to report to someone in staff. And all the benefits go along with it and OMERS and all the rest of it. So you just don't hire a student. And I just really at this point don't see it. So I also am concerned about the revenue. Everyone in Whitestone isn't poor. We treat everything like everything has to be free because poor old Whitestone, and I don't believe it. I think there are some people that obviously are in straits, but you know, to have all this programming and have $600 or $700 worth of revenue is in my mind absolutely ridiculous. It needs to be improved and people will give more, I'm sure. And I don't know any other community where you go and get programming and get it for free. So anyway, what I'm suggesting or will suggest is that I'll compromise from my standpoint between 20 and 31 and make it 25,000, but I don't want to see a student in there. I don't think it's proper expenditure at this time in our community. So, and I could go on about other things. There's something in here about craft. There's another program. I guess the food pantry's out. Okay, I forget where it is in here. Christmas craft sale. You know, that's right. I thought that was run in the community. Jessica Dwyer did it a couple times, right? But these things that are, you know, start as individual renting the hall where everybody, you know, pays a fee and it breaks even and they sell their goods, suddenly becomes a recreation program. That's sort of weird to me, but anyway, that's what I'm suggesting. I could go on and that's it. I think we have to keep recreation as recreation. It's not recreation and social services. And that's what we're getting into. And so those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, I guess, I mean, I can respond to some of those things, but I guess we should see if there are other comments from councilors first. Councilor Nash?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. What line item was it on the budget again? I know I have it here. I'm just trying to find it.
Well,
Oh, sorry, I got it.
you're talking, I think Councilor Lamb is reading off the detailed budget, which I don't even know if it's,
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
that's
found
the
it.
detail.
It's attachment B.
I'm sorry?
Or sorry, yeah, no, I was looking at, I was trying to find it in the overall
And where is it?
budget. It's 16-790,
What page?
page 29. So I got it. Thank you.
Oh, page
What?
9.
Just look.
16-790.
7-9.
So I guess, again, I appreciate Deborah coming and doing the presentation. I think it was a lot more informative, Mr. Mayor, than what was presented before. And
14.2 last year.
just looking back at it, I think if I'm correct, what Councillor Lamb has suggested is bring it up from where it was last year by quite a bit. But the only thing kind of coming off it would be the summer student. So I'm rounding and saying, I guess that would bring the number down to about 27,500 if I'm rounding big numbers.
5,000.
Or 26,500.
Plus the social.
Which I don't really have any problems with. I do agree that maybe not having the summer student there, I'm not sure why it's there, but besides that. So I guess that brings that budget down to what had you said?
25.
25. If it's 25 or 26 or 27, whatever it is in there, I'm perfectly fine with that. I think it's more than we had last year. I think they've done a good job in coming down. I think they did a good job with the presentation. I'm just not too sure on the summer student. That's the only comment I'd have besides that. So if that's 25,000 or whatever number is, that's fine with me.
Okay, are there other comments or before Councilor Ray?
Mr. Mayor, I was just going to ask you whether you have any comment about how we should have asked this while she was here, how they were planning on using the summer student and who the summer student would be working with or through. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, I see that Deborah is actually online, so I think there are sort of two questions, one going in that regard. Well, there's three questions. The first question is, what did that student do? Where did that idea come from? the question is who they would report to. They would normally report to staff, and they do not get benefits or OMERS or any of those kinds of things, but they do.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, they can have OMERS if they choose to. That's the new protocol with OMERS. So any part-time, temporary, permanent employee can ask to be signed up to OMERS, but they will get CPP and EI deductions, and those are shared. They get paid 4% vacation on top of their actual hourly
They're
rate.
allowed to be on the benefit program?
No,
No.
no, not part of the benefit program, but you don't always see young people want to sign up to OMERS, but they can if they choose to. They should actually, yes. If it was my child, I'd advise them to, but they don't always want to lose that cash in the pocket. So that's, I'll let Deborah speak, but she explained to me, and the calculation I helped her with, which was just under 5,000, was a part-time student. And I think it was 5 hours a day. So I'll have to let Deborah jump in and talk about that. The food pantry and the dinners were the other
And the revenue.
questions and the revenue. So if you can hear us, Deborah.
Wasn't the food
Yes.
pantry, it was the food dinners,
Okay.
the social dinners.
Okay, well, let's to start with, let's stay with the summer student for the.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so you were asking about the summer student. We tend to run programming usually 4 or 5 days a week in the community during the summer months. And so this was to hopefully alleviate some of the volunteer burnout that we've been experiencing in the summer, having our volunteers run programming so frequently. And so what we were hoping for was a summer student that we could use part-time to run some of this programming. Michelle and I looked at the numbers, and we did all of the calculations. And so I believe this would be just for the months of July and August, about 5 hours a day. And I think it was 4 days a week. I can't remember off the top of my head. And I apologize. I'm not the wrong laptop, so I don't have the calculations in front of me, but I believe that's what we calculated for as a summer student.
The crux of that argument is that members of the committee themselves, because this is a working committee, they are actually here. Like for archery, for example, there would be potentially 3 or 4 members of the committee here every Friday evening, every Saturday morning, and then they do things. They have programs that they do over at the library that go on to into Saturday afternoon, and then there's another activity on Wednesday evening that's here. That so it ends up the same small group of people were really tied up a lot of their time ended up being being tied up away from home, doing and in the actual activities. And it's not so bad in the rest of the year, but in the summertime, it's particularly heavy. So that's where the idea came from. No, I guess the other question that I said there were 3 questions. The third question is, would we actually get one if we wanted one? Back in the day, we used to be able to get student grants to hire them. I can remember when I first came on council, we would have a couple of students every summer, and at one point in time, we were getting money from the government. Provincial government had hire a student programs of one kind or another, but those seem to have dried up, and I think the CAO would know more about why that is, but
We did actually apply for a grant for a summer student. On behalf of recreation, we applied for one, but we were not successful for that. So
Was that for this year, you mean, or for 2024 or 2023?
no, that was for 2024.
Okay.
That was back in the fall in September, I think we applied for that.
Okay, well, if there's nothing further on that one, what about the dinners?
Well, Mr. Mayor, through you, if I might ask, because I was bringing it up. Deborah, thank you for coming back. Yeah, I don't know whether you're on when I read the terms of reference for the Recreation Committee. My concern is that we're turning it a bit into recreation and social services. And the dinners are being held in the community as it is. I don't see why we need to get involved with them. And I think that is not recreation in my mind. A food pantry is another thing that I call social services. I don't call it recreation. I don't know where the food pantry would be, but there's things in here that go beyond your terms of reference. And I'm not saying they're not maybe needed or wanted by some people in the community, but I just don't see it as recreation. And so those types of programs, I see as social services versus recreation. The only other question I would have is like the movie nights. There's $200 each.
Sorry, Joe. Sorry to interrupt. Was there a question in there?
Yeah, I mean.
Sorry, what I didn't. I don't know if I missed that.
I made my point to the rest of the council.
Oh, sorry, you were just making a point. No, I just didn't know if there was. You had said that you had a question about the social dinner.
Well, I was
so
commenting
I wasn't sure
on the social services types of programs that are in there that go way beyond your terms of reference in the recreation.
Right. So actually, if I can respond to that, I would say that so in the terms of reference, it actually says that the committee may create a list of goals to be approved by council, to be sent to council to be approved, and that has happened, and that has our strategic planning documentation was sent to council, and those our strategic priorities were all when this was all sent by the Recreation Committee, some of those priorities, yes, absolutely, are social in nature and are what you call social services. However, those have been standing for as strategic priorities for the Recreation Committee for the last kind of year and a half. And this is sort of the first the first time that we're getting any objection from council in relation to our strategic priorities.
Well, again, I don't have your strategic priorities in here. I do have the purpose of the committee.
You actually do. They're in the PowerPoint presentation that I gave you this morning.
No, but I'm looking at your terms of reference. Anyway, we got a lot of things to deal with. I could ask you about revenue. I could ask you about a lot of things, but we'll be here till midnight. I've made my point to council. I don't need any. Why do we need $200 for every movie night? Like
we actually
give them some popcorn. You got a popcorn machine. You throw some popcorn in and give them a bag of popcorn. They're usually a bunch of kids.
Yes, thank you, Joe. We actually that's actually a point that one was a mistake, and that has been corrected. So that line in particular, and I apologize, you were probably not standing there when I pointed it out, but I did point it out to the mayor and to Councillor Bray that there was an error.
1,200, and it says 1,200 for food and 200 for supplies for a total of 1,400. That's what I have in my budget package.
Yes, and that was pointed out that is an error. So that's not supposed to be, now it's only a matter of, maybe $600, but it does,
Well,
it isn't supposed to
It's
be 1,200.
$1,200 in here, so we can
Yes,
reduce
it's suppo-
31,600 to 30,000 something, right? Is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's-
Anyway, I have no more questions. We've gone for an hour on this.
Okay, were you going to say something, Councillor Bray? Hmm? Okay, our CAO has a quick question.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to ask this question. Deborah, the food pantry, I have no personal comment either way on whether it's needed or not. What I am looking at is you are looking for a storage, for a refrigerator. From a public works facilities management perspective, where would all of this exist and how does it affect other staff in the organization who may have to assist you with this? This is one thing that we just don't understand. And if you could explain what your thinking is, I'm not sure where we would put a refrigerator to assist and who
Right.
would stock the food and who would manage the space. And our staff expected to participate. So if you could explain that, that would be helpful.
Sure thing, Michelle. I know that you and I did have a conversation about this. So I approached Magnetawan as they have a similar program that is run by their recreation department, and their recommendation was that in the summer months, it be kept outside. And outside of what they do is they keep it outside of their pavilion area, the same as we have. And then during the winter months, they keep it in their heated storage, in their, heated change room at the back of the change room so that people can go in and it doesn't damage the fridge. So once a year, twice a year, I guess, it would need to be moved from the inside to the outside. Now, in the past, when we've had to move large equipment like that, we have, our volunteers have come and worked with facility staff to move things such as like the barbecue when it needed to be moved at the end of the season. Those kinds of things we have always worked with facilities, but that is the only thing that I could see facilities being a necessity for. The rest of it would be managed by recreation volunteers.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, well, there is, I guess there's one other subject that came up that hasn't been responded to, and there is some. I mean, I guess this is a question that council will have to decide. The committee is sensitive, and this hasn't come up in previous years. I would say it's only the last year that it really came up. Was sensitive to issues around food insecurity, and I guess and we do have some in this municipality. I don't think that's any secret. But that is what led the committee to want to try to minimize the cost to people, or to make it not sort of something that you can, where there's a fee to participate in activities like the dinners, and in any case, the last discussion that I was a part of at the committee, I think there was a general consensus that there should be some mechanism for people who can afford to pay, but to do it, to pay something or to contribute something. And we've done that for a long time. Like if you come to the Easter breakfast that's here, or the breakfast of Santa, or any of those activities, there is a jar with a slot in it, or a can with a slot in it, and there's a suggested contribution. So people who have the money to pay can pay it, but people who don't have the money to pay, what we don't want to do is we don't want to have them and their children decide, well, sorry, I guess we can't participate in this because it's the money isn't there. And so Um, I believe that there was an agreement with the dinners that any dinners that were held there would be an opportunity for people to pay. And there's no revenue factored into that budget from those things, but I believe there will be resident because there are lots of, I mean, I went to one of them and just kind of see what was going on, and I would say more than half the people there were certainly in a position to pay. There may be one or two people who weren't, but and I don't necessarily know who they are, right? And I don't want to know who they are, but I don't want somebody to say, we're going to do it, to say, well, I can't afford, so I won't participate. So that was the idea. The question as to whether it's in the terms of reference of the committee, I think the committee is trying to build community and trying to do activities that build community, and those activities, I'm satisfied that they build community, and therefore I would say they're a legitimate thing to do. The only other comment I would make is with respect to the food pantry thing, I think there is some more detail that has to be worked out in connection with that, and we have had other things that are Whitestone has done to assist with things like Harvest Share and so on. And there are programs like Harvest Share that we can direct people to, and that may solve, and maybe it's better if we try to figure out some way to work with them. So, I mean, I can kind of understand that there's logistic issues around that, but I think I can tell you, it would be very, very disheartening to the committee to say to them, okay, forget community dinners. I mean, obviously, we're not going to do one every month or anything, but I think there should be a couple, and I think they can be, and I don't think that the individuals who are doing all the work to put them together, and they are a lot of work, should have to go out and buy the materials, buy the food stuff. I mean, they do get some things donated, but I don't think they should have to go and pay it out of their personal pockets, which is, then it's no, it's not really a community activity. So
Yeah.
that's my position on that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Woods.
can I say something? Thanks,
Yes,
thanks,
you may.
Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely.
So the food pantry one, I just want to talk about that real quick. I agree with you. Over the years, I've heard more and more in Whitestone about food insecurities, right? So that's definitely, it's a reality. But I'm looking at the attachment for the rec committee's revised budget. And the storage and the fridge one, if they needed a fridge and we do this part of the programming, do we not have fridges in the twist that we could give them? And then even if we approve the whole budget, which I don't agree with the student, so I'm leaning towards what Councillor Lamb and Councillor Nash was saying. If we get, they have $1,000 in here for storage or a fridge. If we gave them the fridge, they could spend the rest of that money towards more programming, is all I'm saying, right? Not that I'm trying to knock down their budget. And Deb, thanks for signing back on, because the one about the popcorn and the movie nights, you're saying it could be reduced, but did I hear you say about 600 it could be reduced by? Or that
That's correct. Yeah,
Okay, so that-
600.
So that would have brought us down to say 31,000 if you knock that 600 off. The summer student, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like, because we don't always get them, even, you had said that. If you took the 5,000 off for that, we're at 26,000 for their budget. And I heard Councillor Lamb say, 25, you'd be fine with that. Okay, so let's leave it at 26,000 and move on. I think the rec committee does some fantastic work. We should encourage them. I do agree with Councillor Lamb that some of this is social programming. I don't agree with anybody getting a free dinner unless you're absolutely not able to pay, because I don't feel like we should exclude anybody if we're going to have these dinners. But I know when I go into like the breakfast with the Easter Bunny, and I try to go to every single one of them, the kids love them. I love seeing all the kids and everyone in the community there. And same as with breakfast with Santa Claus, they're fantastic events. But you're supposed to put $5 in. I usually walk in, I'll hand to 20 and I don't want my change, put it in the box and give it to somebody that might need it. And I think that we're gonna get a lot of people in our community that would do the same thing. So as much as I agree, yes, it's a social program, I don't think that the two dinners or something like the breakfast with Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny, if people are supposed to put 5 and you're putting in a 10 or a 20, I don't think it's gonna break us. But I do think they're good programs. But 26,000, let's put it at that, and let's go to the next one, because if not, we'll be here tomorrow. And
I
thank you very
agree.
much for signing back on, Deb.
I'm okay with 26,000 with no student. Move on.
With what?
No student.
All right, how is the rest of council? I guess we should do a straw. I don't want to go through this.
Well, I
discussion.
thought I heard Counselor Nash and Counselor Woods at least say, I don't know, I don't think
Hmm.
Counselor Bray has weighed in, but.
Councillor Bray, are you, if we settle at 26,000, are you?
Yeah, I can settle with that if we really think that we wouldn't be able to get a student. I do know how helpful students are in the summertime, but I also realized I didn't hear exactly who this person would report to and what kind of a issue it would be for the summer, and who would be monitoring and supervising the student. So again, that it is hard for a committee to have a student. It'd be more that it's a student within some other type program. So I gather, yeah, I'm okay with that. We need to work on figuring things out a little bit more.
Okay, can we move on?
Okay, so I think we've dealt with that one. It's 20, I'm hearing 26K at this moment. Okay. Are there other ones on this? What else on Manish's memo?
Yeah,
Counselor
pretty
Nash.
much.
Yeah, sorry, we keep coming back to Manisha's report. Sorry, Manish. But I guess at the end of the day, a lot of my comments I had as we're gonna be flipping through will have been taken care of. So on the treasurer's report, page 21, Parkland Reserve, see attachment H. And H is page, had it up here before. Page 45. So, when I'd spoken earlier, sorry about that. When I'd spoken earlier, I'd said about possibly using some of the parkland dedication fee could go towards what I called the boat launches. Right now, I know that we have 66,000 put to a land purchase. But just a couple other comments I had for it. I gotta get my notebook back out here. And some of them might seem a little out there, but maybe not. So I put, doing the mulch would be a great idea, contributing more to the boat launches. I was surprised, I actually saw them flooding the rink one day this winter, and I saw it was a little 3/4 inch hose, like just a regular garden hose. And I really think we can do better for our community with the rink. I think we hand clear it, if I'm correct, like hand shovel it. And I did some Googling and stuff like that. Maybe.
A Zamboni.
Yes, exactly. You get where I was going, but not like $100,000 car Zamboni. You can get a Zamboni that just goes on the back of like a little lawn tractor. That's it. You just attach it. They're like $5 or $6 grand. Maybe it's a little bit more, but the ones I have seen were something like that. And I think it would do a better flooding job. I think it would save staff probably amples of time. So I'm just thinking maybe that's something that we could look into. Maybe it comes back to another meeting, but maybe there's something there, but it can come out of that parkland dedication fee. And then for the parkland dedication fee, I know we have right here 2125 Highway 124, which I believe is the Twist property. Am I correct? I just wanted to make sure I had the properties correct, or if it was the Franklin. And right now, and I'm not trying to put a wrench in it, but we already have a loan out for that. There's already a loan that's been taken out last year. There's already a loan in place. There's payments being made. Instead of paying down our debt by 66,000 and using our parkland dedication fee. Let's use it for something that's tangible now, not for something we took a loan out for a couple years ago. But the biggest issue I have with it is we don't even know what that property is going to be. Is it going to be, I'm throwing some weird things out there. Is it going to be affordable housing? Is it going to be a swimming pool? Is it going to be a park? Is it going to be an extension to our office? We don't even know what it's going to be. So we can't put money towards it saying, well, it's going to be for future recreational development when we don't even know. We'd have to pass a whole bylaw to say that's what it's going to be for, to pull that money aside for it. So I think that has to get relooked at and brought back to another meeting. What money can be spent there that's tangible, and we already know it's going to be for recreation. And the other thing I just want to make sure, because I spoke about it last year, I noticed, and Manish, thanks for pulling all this stuff out in the report. It says that we must have a special account for that. And if I remember correct, last year we said that all our reserves and all our accounts are combined. So unless I'm missing something, I think this clearly states in here that we have to have a separate bank account for the parkland dedication fee. So maybe we do, and I misunderstood last year. But if we don't, it clearly states in here that we do need a special bank account. That's on page 45, right under special account. So hopefully if we don't have one, we can get one set up. And if I'm misreading it, maybe I can just, maybe somebody can explain where I'm wrong on that. And then as for giving it towards the pool, I did a bit of research on that, and I don't think you can give it to a pool that's outside of our jurisdiction that we don't have an agreement in, that we aren't ownership of, unless I'm wrong on that one. But that'd be just, we're giving a donation and it's not within our municipal boundaries.
Mr. Mayor, I can answer a few of your questions. Manish and I looked at options for use of the Parkland Reserve. One of them, if council wanted to suggest that the Twist property was going to be recreational in the future, I think we don't know it. It's an option, and that payment would be approved by our auditors, and it's our auditors that decides and that determines how the legislation is responded to. Our auditors have also indicated they look closely at the Pool and Wellness Center, and they've indicated that yes, that money could be used for that. So that question has already been answered. The $66,000 is not additional money that's being paid down. That is the principal and interest for 2024 that used to be in the operating budget, that was moved out of the operating budget, which allowed the operating budget to go down about 2%, as you can appreciate. So we can appreciate that we don't know what the Twist is going to be utilized for. That was simply an option of a way of utilizing the money. So if the Parkland Reserve is used for other things that aren't in the budget right now, then you still have to find $66,000 to pay the principal and interest. That payment doesn't go away. So it's not extra money.
Perfect. So I guess, are we as council willing to say today that that's going to be a future resident or a future recreation property and put that on paper for everybody to know? That's the only way you could do that, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what I do know is that there's waterfront that we own too on that property, right? So that would be recreational, right? If you put a dock out there, you did, whatever, the part of that property is recreational, right? So I don't know that I see it as black and white as you might, Councillor Nash, but again, I guess my comment on the 66,000 is, I don't care where we use it, as long as we don't be going up the scale and spending more money, right? And taking it out of, the interest from there and saying, well, we want a this and a that and whatever, because again, we're just going upwards, right? So, but as far as where we use it, I don't know what the Twist will be, and I don't think anyone really does. We don't know whether it's there for the short term or long term or whatever. And it could be anything, right? So, but certainly one thing it will be, I'm sure, eventually is parking. For the rest of the park and the fall fair and all that kind of stuff, because pretty soon we won't be able to park on the road, right? Like McKellar. So anyway, those are my comments.
And the last thing, do we know about the bank account, Manish or Michelle, or?
To you, Mayor, we have a separate Parkland dedicated bank account. It's not for this year since it's been almost long time.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
If I make
Okay.
comment on the pool.
I was just,
I'll talk at the next council meeting. Michelle and I did have a meeting with Mayor Robinson from McDougal, Clayton Harris from Perry Sound, the CAO, and Donald Sanderson from the hospital, and I'll report at the next meeting. I don't mind pushing the 250 into 2025. I don't think they'll put shovel in the ground in the physical building. And we're already in March. They're letting out some contracts. They kind of say, well, in the spring, we'll start digging a hole. They don't even know what they're building yet. Like a viewing area, is there going to be one? Is there not? There's all kinds of factors in there I don't want to go into today. But I share Councillor Nash's opinion that we can take the 250 and put it into next year's budget and save whatever. How much interest did you have in the budget for this year? 33,000 or something?
Approximately 5%. I can,
And were you using that as part of parkland dedication? No. Yes or no? Sorry.
we can use it once loan has been approved because it's a part of recreation activity, but we are using either this way or that way. We have only 42,000 left with Parkland dedication fee amount.
And using the twist.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
We already utilized 72,000 this year on the budget. If something changes, we can use that money towards that too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know that the
Yeah.
contract that we signed with the Joint Services Board said we'll pay them 30 days after they start the physical building. So I guess that would probably be, pouring cement for the basement or something. I don't see that occurring till well into the summer, maybe the fall, and they build us and we take 30 days. There's certainly not, there's no penalties in there if we're 60 days or 90 days late in that payment. So I agree that we can push that off a little bit into next year. So that's just commenting on the things that Councillor Nash said. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I say one thing quick?
Go ahead, please.
When it comes to the parkland dedication fee going towards the pool, I'm not in favor of that at all. Not in the least. If it's parkland dedication fee, as far as I'm concerned, it should be spent here in this community for everybody in this community to be able to use, and not spent on the swimming pool project at all. If we're gonna put off borrowing for the pool, I'm okay with that. But I definitely don't feel we should be spending parkland dedication fee on anything to do with the swimming pool.
Okay, I guess we're trying to deal with parkland dedication fee and reserve, but are there any other comments about that? Councillor Bray, did you have any comments?
I'll jump in if I think what I'm hearing is council, some members of council don't want the parkland dedication fee going towards the pool and wellness center and perhaps not to the twist. What that means is there's $72,373 that have to be spent or allocated for 2024. So that means you'll need to find a way to spend that in 2024.
And that will also put the tax rate up by $74,000, which is over 2%.
Right.
It's that decision.
Yeah, that's right. Soon as you take the $66,000 out. But there are some limitations on how you can spend
But
that.
are there not, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through you, are there not other areas where you can say, okay, instead of spending the 66,000 or whatever it is on the twist, we're going to use it on that over here? Are there not areas that won't increase the budget?
Yes, and we need to find those. So
Well, I think
we
that's,
talked about $15,000. We don't have $72,000 worth of recreation / parkland related items. in the budget right now, although I'm wondering about some of the.
What about the recreation budget itself of 31,000 or 26,000?
I don't think it's for services, but the TV screen might fall under it.
I'm about to think.
We're, yeah. But we can go back and look at this, but just so you know,
Yeah.
somehow that 72,000 has to be spent. We can try to find
Wow.
a slot for projects that are eligible for the use, but.
But I don't want to, in effect, use 2% of our tax increase because we don't want to use the twist when it's there.
Right.
Like,
Okay, but I'm sorry, but I think one member of council suggested that maybe we shouldn't do it for the twist. I don't think we have a problem doing it for the twist. I agree with Councillor Woods. I don't think we should be using it towards the pool and wellness center in Parry Sound. That's not, I don't think that's an appropriate thing to do. But I think we can use it to offset the borrowing costs of the twist. I don't have a problem with that. And I think that should be our starting point, and that would get us. We can use almost, if I'm not mistaking this, I think we can, that would cover a good chunk of this. What is it, 66,000 we have to use?
$72,373.
So we're going to use 66 of that's going to go. So that leaves a relatively small amount to find for the rest of it, right?
Right, and that has been allocated to the Church Street Park. We have to put some special mulch in there for AODA reasons, and there may be some improvements to the swing sets that are required this year. So that will take up the remainder. That was,
I think
plan.
Councillor Nash's concern, not to speak for him, was also if we, delegate or say that property is going to be for recreation only, kind of, right? And I don't know all the rules with respect to that. I say we've got waterfront and put a dock, so part of it is recreational, right? We're gonna have parking, I suspect at some point over there, but we don't know whether thrift shops going there, the fire department's going there, eventual office, I don't know what's gonna happen to it, right? But are we safe that if we did allocate the 66,000, that someone isn't gonna come back and say, you can't put a whatever over there?
I think, yeah, because I just know a little bit of this part of it, but you have to be really careful if you allocate money on parkland dedication fee to purchase property. From what I understand, it is parkland. You can't change it. That's part of this whole new rule of creating parkland. So once that decision's made, you can't go back in a few years and say, oh, we're going to sell the property for something else. That's your parkland. So maybe staff can look into that a little bit more. Maybe we can ask the auditors on that, but you can't flip flop
Sure.
it from parkland one year to something else another year. But maybe there's also other ways that, we talked about the boat launches, the mulching, maybe there's some other areas that'll end up adding up to 66, and it's just a money transfer of something and nothing more than that. So maybe staff just look at it. That's all. I just didn't want to get pigeonholed into saying that's parkland and it turns out we want to use it for something else down the road and we can't because of something we did this year and the years to come. That was all.
if I may, Mr. Mayor, you're not incorrect, Councillor Nash, in that our auditors did indicate that at some point in the near future, council would need to make that commitment if you wanted to use that. And it doesn't have to be parkland. It has to be something recreational. It could be the parking lot. For instance, we use parkland monies to purchase what I call the Franklin lot over here. And that's intended to be an extension of the community center for all the right reasons. What's going to happen with the twist in that building is certainly unknown. These are just options that have come forward. So I guess we're waiting for council direction, but we can take this back and see if we can find other ways where we've already allocated money and exchange it for the parkland and make sure it adds up to $66,000. We know at least $15,000 is related to boat launches. There's some other boat launch related work that Dave's going to do. I think we might be hard pressed to find $66,000, but we can see what we can do for the next meeting,
But
if that
you find
helps.
most of it, and you need to only apply 10,000 from the twist, then I think my concern, and I should think others, is we don't want to be up in the tax rate just because
By
we
2%.
decided not to
Yeah,
use the
yeah,
twist, right?
exactly.
So I think I see people nodding their head there. So.
Okay,
I
so
think
are
we understand council
so
direction.
this one's going away for further investigation, I guess. I would just point out to you before we leave Parkland or before we leave that Parkland and the Twist, that there have been various suggestions made informally about what we could do with the Twist property in the interim. And the ones that I've heard do involve recreation, things that would legitimately fall under recreation, and even parking would legitimately, because, Fall Fair, that's recreation, and at Fall Fair, people need to park there and at other activities, but there's even been a suggestion that we might start doing some recreation activities over on that property. The committees has talked about this, and I guess this is not in any way to prejudice what ultimately would happen to what we would ultimately do with the property, but we would at least perhaps be able to use it for some things in the interim, because right now we're not using it for anything other than potentially parking. And I don't think it prevents us from, if down the road we did make a decision that, let's say it's going to be affordable housing or something, and I'm not suggesting that, I'm just an example, then perhaps we would have to find some additional property to use for parkland in place of it. But, you can, as long as we're, as long as net over time, we are contributing to the amount of parkland / recreational space in the municipality, I don't think anybody's going to come after us and say, well, you didn't spend your money properly, right? It's a.
Well, and okay, yeah, we can move on. No, I was just gonna say, I think that's what the CAO just said, that our auditor had said we would need to classify it as a recreational property in the near future. I think that's the trip up, I think, right?
So
That's
if I'm
correct.
going down this list.
It's an acquisition for the future property for the recreation. We need to do something in writing, like, yeah.
Anyway, okay, they're gonna go away, look at it, so
Yeah.
we won't drag it on. Can we move to another one? What's your next one?
Yeah, thanks, Manish. You put all these points in here, so some of the things we're talking about now, we don't have to deal with when we get to the budget. So it's not that we're just at page 21 here. So benthic monitoring, I'm in agreement from my standpoint that Lorimer would be the only lake this year, and then we'll reassess all 3 lakes and their results next year and see what we do from there. So I'm in agreement with that. Boat launches we've talked about. The community center improvements remains in capital with a reduced budget of 25,000 from 35. Are we taking a loan out for that, or are we just paying for that out of capital? Or is that to be determined?
We determined, I think was already said, is in our capital.
From asset management reserve,
Pardon?
that is. Through you, Mayor. That is from asset management reserve, the 25,000.
Reserves.
Oh, it's the asset management reserve. Okay.
Just before you leave that, there is a possibility that
I'm
we
not
may be
leaving.
able to get a grant to cover this.
Okay. Well,
There is
I'd
a
like to-
possibility. That's all it
Okay.
is, but.
I guess, again, under reserves and future, I guess what goes through my mind is this a want or a need? There's very few people that come out to our council meetings. Anyone that does is able to get an audio review of it within 3 or 4 days. Do we need to spend 25,000, or is that better to go into reserves? And, if we do, I don't know on this thing. I don't think we need cameras zooming in on each person as they're talking, and any system that looks like McKellar's, although it's a nice thing. I just don't think it's in our best interest at this point. So again, I just asked the question. We want to keep it in. Yeah, that's fine. If we don't, then there's 25,000 that can go to reserves. So, and I'll defer to the majority of council if they want to do this year or not. Doesn't mean it goes away forever, but at some point, I guess we'll have to do something. We do have a television. I don't think we use it enough right now, but anyway, that's my comment there.
If I might.
Okay, so I'm gonna argue to leave it in until we find out more about
Well, if it's a
Awesome.
grant, I don't.
possible source of funding. If it's a grant, then we're gonna take it out, right? But
No, if there's a grant against this, then I'm all for getting the grant
yeah,
and doing
so
it.
I'd
right?
like to leave it until we find out.
When will we find out?
I don't
you
know, right?
Well, the grant application is due tomorrow,
Oh, okay, well,
so I'll be burning the midnight oil on that one. And
oh, to put it in, you mean?
to actually put it in, and it's a Trillium grant. They're not particularly quick about advising. I think we could be 3 or 4 months out before we know whether we're going to be successful.
But if we take it out of the budget, does that mean we're ineligible for the loan
No,
or for
no,
the,
it does not.
so you could take this out and only do the video part element of it if we get the grant.
That's correct. So what could be done, and it's a relatively small amount of money, but if we're successful with the grant, I would come back to council and let you know we're successful with the grant. And then you could do a budget amendment so that we could actually spend that money that's given to us. That's a possibility.
I'm
But
going
if
over
there's
here.
nothing in the grant, then you won't do anything for another year, which.
Right. So if
You're-
you're basing it on just getting a grant, then you can take it
You're
out.
saving yourself some more money on recreation because we won't be doing any movie nights if we don't have a proper projector and screen to do it with, right? So the TV does not work for that. Sorry. It's not an option.
If,
It works for if you got half a dozen kids sitting in front of it on the floor, but if you want to do a real movie night like they do anywhere else, then you gotta have something better than that to do it with.
That costs a lot of money for licenses for new movies. You realize that, eh?
Well, for new ones, yeah, but we don't
If you're gonna
get
show,
new ones, that is in the budget and it's already, it's a
money.
doable amount.
a lot of money that library got grants for, but anyway.
how much was in the budget last year? Does anybody recall? Because I know there was a number for the audio video last year. I
It
just
was
don't
35 or
remember.
40 something, wasn't it, Michelle?
I thought it was 40, but I'm not.
Yeah. I
It
think it was
wasn't.
Actually,
You're at 10.
Dave's correct. It was 10. And the reason that money was in the budget was to be able to hire a consultant who would come in and tell us what we need. And as you know, that didn't work out in our favor because it was kind of an unusual request for the folks that usually provide this type of
I
equipment.
knew there
So
was something and I
Well,
guess,
we didn't spend the money either.
yeah, but I guess
no.
I'm kind of caught because I think there is a need for a better TV than that. I don't think there's a need for $150,000 one, so it's where do you cut it off? If there's a grant, fantastic. We get the grant and it's a $25,000 grant, I'd say go spend every dollar of it. But in order to save a little bit of money, well, it was 35. I think,
25 now.
now it's 25. And maybe I'm way off, but I'm thinking of it differently, I'll say, is, you can have, a hand one that you pull down, you can have all these different types. If we don't want the Cadillac of Cadillac, and we said there's 15 grand, and there is no, say you don't get the grant, and we give a 15 grand maximum, I'm sure somebody could still come in here and do a great thing by putting a monitor up on the top, have a screen that you pull down, and you tie it into the audio. I can go buy, one of my friends actually got it. You can go buy something for a Samsung. And it's about the size of a phone. You can put it on a desk here and I can watch a TV in high definition on the wall for $800 now. I'm not saying that's as good as what we need, but I think 25,000 is still pushing it for a simple high definition projector. I fully support what Councillor Lamb said about the cameras. We can just have one camera in the back. If the CAO or deputy clerk is running a meeting, their computer's running, nobody else has to have a close-up of everybody or whoever's talking. Can just be a screen that's from a distance, just like you'd see in many other municipalities. You need a little, we've gone, I think this keeps coming up and up and up, and I don't want to keep getting into debates about it. I just think 15 grand, see what we can do. I'm sure we can do something which is better than what's here now. And if we get a grant that's 25, great, go spend another 10 grand. Get something a little better than what's here now, and I'm sure 15 grand is more than enough, or
I don't know.
completely wait until next year when there's more money, but we're gonna keep pushing it off, and technology is gonna be changing every year. It's gonna be coming down in price, so. At one time, the TV was great, right? And that was probably only a handful of years ago.
10, I would say,
Yeah.
close to 10 now.
Yeah. I
I
don't think
really
it was
recall.
great. It was what we could afford at the time. Anyway, never mind. What do you want to do with this? I mean, people are arguing for 0, people are arguing for 15 or whatever. The reason that there was a number put there at all was to so that there could be some, if we didn't get a grant to do any better, there was some minimum amount of money. I'm not sure that
Well,
15, discovered 15 goes very quickly. Keep in mind, there's a bunch of installation involved, electrical wiring and stuff like that has to be done.
if it were up to me through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd put $25,000, but I'd put it into a general reserve. And depending if the grant comes through, we go spend the 25,000 and it's sitting in reserve, and God bless us, we've got that in reserve. If we don't get the grant, then we push this off until next year. But we still have money in the general reserve. That's the way I would approach it, but that's only me.
And I'd be fine with that as a.
From a budget purpose, is that something we can do? I don't know. I mean, putting money in a general reserve, I guess, I don't know what the mechanism is for taking money out of a general reserve.
Through you, Mayor, we don't have any such general reserve as of now. So we have to create another reserve. We have to put the money aside.
Yeah,
And we
well, that's-
can,
How hard is that? We just open an account called general reserve and put it in.
yeah, but we have to transfer that fund, how much your contribution this year that is going from the operating budget.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Couldn't it? So
But it's in capital already, right? It's a capital, so it,
That is, we used asset management reserve for this particular project. So if you want to create
So
a
it's not
general,
saving any money.
no.
you have to transfer
Huh.
another 25,000 for the reserve in the operating, then you have to transfer that fund to capital project.
Okay, forget what I said then.
All right, so what,
I think we need this at some point. All I was trying to do was, again, go back to my initial things of trying to find ways to up the reserves, right? And I guess if we can't do this, I guess we get the report. And I don't know, I don't know whether it's 25 or 30 or 15, quite frankly. It depends what we want, but it's obvious, I think I hear, Councilor, we don't want a Cadillac, right? And so when do we expect the report to come to us? Do we know? Or is there a report coming to us?
So what I can tell you that Dave and myself in the background have been working with Dan Hildebrand. He had what he thought was a simple solution. So a screen or a larger TV, similar to the one you and I saw, Councillor Lamb, at the town of Perry Sound. It's on wheels.
Oh, yeah,
it
all
can-
that, wheels out, yeah.
Yeah,
the big-
wheels
yeah.
out. So there's some connectivity issues, and we're just at this point waiting for some pricing because we asked Dan Hildebrand to look at that for us.
Yeah, that can't be very expensive. It's just the screen, you hook it on the top like any.
Sorry, Dave knows a little bit more than I was. I wasn't here the day they looked at the building.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when Dan was talking, it was discussed that the screen might be in that direction. A lot of our wiring and everything is over there to keep costs down. He also suggested that if we were interested in simple, which he was pushing, we could hang something from the ceiling and pull it down, or something that's out of the way for pickleball, and you could still, everybody could see it from both the people in the audience and the council, the members of council as well. So something simple over there. So he had some ideas that I believe he's coming forward with, he's working on, that are simple but effective, which is kind of what we're looking for, I understand.
Yes, if I may, so a screen and a projector so that you could take what some of us see on our screen, which is presentations and people that present that you actually can't see if you don't have a screen, and they would be up on that screen. So that's correct. It's not the Cadillac. It's a simple solution. And I think when I was talking to Mr. Hildebrand, he said somewhere between 20 and 25,000, which is why we put 25,000 in the budget. And he actually he does owe us that report. Dave will have to remind him that he was working on that.
Will we have it before we finish the budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say yes. I'll push him on
Well,
that.
can't we make that decision once we see what he presents? Or is that too late?
What I'm seeing tonight through you, Mr. Mayor, is that there's going to be probably 2 more budget meetings. So there's been a lot already talked about today that needs Manish and I to go back and rejig some numbers and realign certain things to make sure that we're not finished yet. So for the next budget meeting, yes, whenever that is, we will have a report from Mr. Hildebrand.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so what are we doing? We're putting this in abeyance then, is that correct?
Yep.
I'm just gonna say deferred to next meeting.
Next one's the fire pumper, and I got a question on that. Is there any way, right now, the interest rate is what, 5% on this, or what will it be?
Correct.
5%.
Yes.
Everybody and their brother knows that a year from now, that 5% is going to be 3%. Or whatever, right? The interest rates are going down. Is there any way you can take interim financing for a year and then go back and refinance it a year from now? Because that's what I would do if it was my house, right? I wouldn't take a big loan for 5 years and pay all the interest. I won't say take a loan for a year, but is there any way we can beat the system?
We have, through you, Mayor, we have 1 million on our line of credit. We can use it. And if you have any other urgency, we don't have any other fund.
And how much do we have to borrow for the pumper? 250,000?
Correct.
So we could take part of our line of credit
Correct.
and next year at this time, finance it at a lower rate.
Yeah, we can use our cash flow, and plus if we need, we can use a line of credit for this year, and we can get a loan on next
I
year.
think that would be in our best interest as a guess, right? It's not going to be higher. The interest rates are not going to be higher a year from now.
One question on that through you. Do you know what rate our line of credit is?
I will double check on, I don't know head up right now. Yeah.
Because I think it's a good idea. The only thing I might think of is we can get a loan for 5, but our line of credit's 9. And if it goes down to 4, it's gonna cost us money because our line of credit's probably a lot more than the 5%. So
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea if the math equation works in it. It's a great idea. I think maybe Manish can go back and have a look at that and come back to us.
Okay.
And yeah, I think by the time we get through this list, sorry, through you, I don't think I'm gonna have too many other comments, to be honest. So, 2 quick, here's my famous line, 2 quick things, but one of the bullets was communication line item. I know
Yeah,
we're all sitting here kind of talking the same thing. Where are we gonna find big savings? And the CEO said, well, there's probably a couple more meetings here. And I'm guessing was saved or spent combined 20 or 30 grand here, and we need to find hundreds of thousands of dollars somehow. But so to make it really quick, I'm all for reducing the newsletter and saving $2,600. I don't think we need it. And I'm gonna skip down to another line
You,
item. So
you mean every newsletter?
no, where it says there'd be a savings of about 2,600.
Oh, to
The-
cut one out.
Yeah, so I'm all for that. And then.
Okay, sorry, before we move on, we need to have,
Okay,
we need to do straw votes on these things,
problem.
okay? Because
Yeah.
we don't want to,
yeah, makes sense, sorry.
you know,
I was trying to speed. through it.
are there other comments about newsletters before we move on?
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah,
Everyone's
me-
in agreement with the pumper analysis that we're gonna
Sorry.
do?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Through you, Mayor. I just want to give up, I just want to, the fire pumper, whatever the portion, we are not getting a loan. That may be kind of a deficit budget for this year. We don't have any other source of revenue for that. So we have to run a deficit budget this year, then we have to take the loan next year. That's the way we have to work on this year budget. That amount we have to put as a deficit for this year because we don't have any source of funding for that because we are not taking in a loan.
What's that mean? I don't know. what
And
that-
we run a deficit budget, Manish?
We can run a deficit budget. But I'll get an opinion on that.
I think we need to look into this,
Yeah.
if you wouldn't
I
mind.
didn't
Yeah.
think we could.
But what you're saying is that using the line of credit constitutes deficit financing, is that what you're saying?
No, I mean to say every source of funding for capital project, either it will be a loan or either it will be a reserve or either from operating or either from donation. For this source, we are getting a loan. It's a kind of a line of credit, but it's not an approved loan for this particular calendar year. So that is a kind of a deficit for that particular amount. We have to run a deficit budget for that amount. But I'll
So
get an opinion on
so
that.
The line of credit's really only for operating is what you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's, I wondered about that. So, okay, so
Well, I'm for the analysis, if we can, you have to run if interest rates go down by 1%, versus, the type of analysis. How many years are we taking on the fire truck? 10, 15?
It will be most possibly 15 years as a
Is that
deposit.
what you're suggesting? Is it in here at 15?
The loan is, it's only interest we calculate for this year. Once we go for the debenture, that will be 15 years.
15.
Correct.
I'd suggest 8. That's just my personal opinion.
8 months.
8 years instead of 15.
Well, I think we can make that decision once we get the analysis, right?
all right, so there's that, so that's, everybody agreed, that's what we're doing with the pumper. We're gonna
Okay,
do some more
so
analysis.
the next one right below fire truck before we get, I guess we can do communications first and then come back to the asset management plan, which is right in front of it.
Yeah, we're kind of jumping around, but anyway, never mind. Let's, communications was raised. The suggestion is go to 2 paper newsletters a year. Those would be the ones that go out with the tax bills, I guess, I'm assuming. Any comments, Madam CAO?
Yes, thank you. You're correct. The 2 of their newsletters go out with the tax bill. One just went out. The next newsletter is scheduled for May. Our May newsletter typically includes the free brush ticket. So if we didn't have a May newsletter, we would have to find another way to get the free brush ticket to people. There may be some options where people come in and we stroke their name. We have a list of names because we did cancel newsletters during COVID, and we had a list of names of people who own property, and they went to the dump and their name was stroked off. I think it was quite complicated and maybe didn't work very well. People like to see their little ticket in their newsletter. So just so you know, if we cancel the May newsletter, we'd have to think long and hard how to get the free brush ticket to folks. If we had been able to make the decision sooner, it could have gone out with the with the February newsletter, but you know, it wasn't possible. The last newsletter of the year is without a tax bill is in November, so that can easily be canceled. And we have been strongly encouraging people to sign up for our e-newsletter. And it's a lot more current. You get news every week in terms of the activities that happen around the municipality. And of course, Eva keeps our Facebook fairly active.
So if you were to count, if you said, which one should we cut out? I mean, I think it's an important thing. I really do. We don't get to communicate that often with people. And again, 80% of our people are seasonal, so they're not here. A lot of them through the winter, and they do read the newsletter. And which one, if, you know, I don't suggest we go from 4 to 2. If we were going to cut which one would you cut if you had to go from 4 to 3? And I'm not really suggesting you do that, but you know, it seems to me.
That's a tough question. Typically, if you're asking me, I would cut May, simply because it's nice to send out a New Year's and Christmas greeting or a holiday greeting in November. I'm sure it's well received, and you know, people have.
When's the
left their-
budget one due? In June or July?
that-
When's the one where we report on the budget?
That's
important.
typically in May.
If we can't tell people what our budget is, and
Yeah.
you know, that's an important item, right?
Now, we did it late last year because I don't think we even confirmed our budget till June last year. And we're going to have to look at those dates. So it ended up being with the July newsletter and the tax
Okay,
bill.
we can still tell them in July about our budget, right?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
we can.
Okay, Councillor Bray.
Yeah,
comment?
I'd say that maybe this year we go down to 3, and maybe we, you know, somewhere along the line, we figure out which one we're going to drop. But maybe 4, going down to 2 is just too many.
Thank you. The challenge is I don't think somewhere along the line is good for us, because we've already set our schedule for the May newsletter. That means at the beginning of April, we start looking at input, and it takes time to put it all together and for people to get back to us. And it's not something that happens overnight. So we would probably need some direction sooner than later as to in regard to which newsletter you want to eliminate.
So if we eliminated the, you said there's a July one, the summer one?
That's the
Gosh,
August.
sorry.
August?
Sorry, it's August, not
It's
July.
August, and it's.
But that's the one that goes out with the final tax bill.
So we have to send it anyway.
Okay, never
Right.
mind.
So when you're talking about savings on postage, that's where you
So
benefit.
cut the MA one out,
You cut the
Yep.
May one out
the one
and,
that's coming up.
okay.
We're not likely to be finished the budget by that time anyway, and then report on the budget in August.
So then we'd have to think about how do we get people their free brush tickets?
Ask
that-
them to come to the office and get it.
We can do that. It's not unusual. I've seen it in other municipalities where there's
Do we enforce free brush
I was-
tickets at the landfill sites?
hope we do.
Mr. Mayor, can I say something quick about the free brush ticket at the office?
Yeah, you saved our manager of public works who was who didn't want to answer by the look of it. And sorry,
I'd just like to say it's gonna be kind of hard for a lot of the seasonals that aren't here during the week to try and get that brush ticket. Right? Because the office isn't open when most people are coming up or when they're leaving. In order for them to be able to pick it up, right? And I know a lot of the seasonal residents, when they come up, they want to clear all the brush and limb trees and trim branches back and get the yard ready for the summer. And if they don't get a free brush ticket, it's going to be an issue, I would think.
Maybe I'm just thinking out loud here through you, Mr. Mayor. We just take the old honest try and assume that 90% of the people that come with a brush are probably only going to come once and not come 15 times. And I think if we do that, we aren't going to see that big of a problem, and maybe 1 or 2 people will come twice. But I think if most people come, they aren't going to reappear time after time after time. And if they do, staff can always say something instead of just giving a little cutout piece of paper. I think maybe we just trust that people will do for the most part the right thing when they're bringing the brush and leave it at that. And that could be a very simple way of dealing with it.
Keep a log up the. I don't-
We did keep through you, Mr. Mayor, we did keep a log during COVID. Our landfill attendants had a list of property owners and addresses. And so if you have 4 properties, you're entitled to 4 brush tickets. So your name got stroked off.
It only goes to
4 calls.
all, right?
Yeah,
Someone comes in, you go, oh, tick that name and it's
You're
done,
yeah.
right?
And they have to prove who they are, or often we know who they are. So it's doable if you want to eliminate May, and then you can talk next year about whether we go down from 4 to 2 or just to 3.
Good, I put 2,600 in the plus columns. Let's move on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just reiterate what Michelle said. Absolutely right. When we stroke off, when we have the binder there and we stroke off the name, it's done. But people get rather passionate because, oh, I left the house without it. And all is not a short jaunt, you know, it's a,
Yeah.
Once you're there, you're there. It's like, can't just go back and grab it on the counter. So people do get passionate, let's say, when they talk to our staff, and it may be the easiest way to just stroke off a name, because then whether they forget it or
Yeah,
not, it's
okay.
there. They get it.
Good.
All right, so before we close this, am I hearing that we want to eliminate May then? Is that the plan?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Is there anybody who does not want to eliminate May?
I'm okay.
Okay, sounds like we've eliminated. All right, now, there was something else,
Okay,
Councillor
so-
Nash, that you were starting to
Oh,
go to.
no, I-
What was that?
It was just trying to cut down to, I was trying to read this Harris Lake item I, and I understood it, but not, thank you for the report and writing it all up, but for the Harris Lake, I know it talked about $1,000 that we paid, but then I think it wasn't paid for little. I'm just trying to get my train of thought on it. And then we pay some money, $40 per household times 14 households. And I guess it only saves a little bit of money, but I would look at it and say, if somebody has a road that's in the municipality of Whitestone and people use it, they're more than happy to apply for the municipal road grant, just like everybody else does. And if it's $900 they get, if it's $1,200 they get, so be it. If it's outside our municipality, we shouldn't be giving $1,000 to that Harris Lake Road. And as for the garbage, if somebody wants to, yes, it might be out of their way, but they can come along and dump it off at one of our landfills. They can come and drop it off at one of our landfills on a Saturday or a Sunday, be it Ald's Landing, be it one in town here. And I don't think we need to be writing a check for $40 for 14 households. I'm sure you have lots of people in, I'll use Bolger as a perfect example, that don't really want to drive down the road and go to Ald's Landfill and would say, we'll go write a check to Ardbeg Station or Logger Station to have a garbage bin put there too. So for this, I'd say none of it should be done. We can save several $1,000s from it, and the service is still there for people, and everybody should be treated the same. They can come to the landfill just like I would have to, or you would have to, Mr. Mayor. Doesn't matter where you live, the landfill's open to residents and not a private dump at a marina that we pay for. That would just be my quick little take on it. It's not saving lots, but I think it just puts it back into the strategy of me saying, let's try and treat everybody the same with as many policies as we can.
Well, yeah. Can we get clarity around, when I read this thing, I thought, okay, we're not paying anything anymore. Is that not the case?
Not paying the.
This is quite interesting. These are legacy issues that have been around clearly for a long time. I think I'll start from the back at the end of the report and move backwards. So since 2004, and there was a resolution there wasn't a resolution of council. There was council received a request to pay this amount. And I think it was in 2009. And the next thing we know, it was in the budget. They received the request in 2008. It was in
I
the
was
budget.
around then.
Yeah. You were around?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The interesting piece is Manish sent a check in 2002. It got returned. And there's been no request for 2003. So we didn't even budget it in 2004. So I think the payment to the road that's in Walbridge Township, it's not even in Whitestone. I think that's over. I think that legacy issue has come and gone. The lady that we used to deal with, and I talked to her once, was quite elderly. So it's possible that she's no longer involved in this and they've just moved on. So I think that's the easiest one. In terms of, $40 per household for the garbage, that has expanded significantly over the years. And they send us an invoice and when we talk to them, they say, well, insurance costs have gone up and this, that, and has gone up. So was never really an agreement. There was just a written agreement. There was just the resolution of council and then it seemed to increase over the years. So it's one of those legacy issues that maybe it's time gets dealt with. These folks who used Harris Lake Marina to access their cottage I would say frankly, be nowhere near Alt Road or York Street,
No.
but they may do what I admittedly do. My garbage from my cottage in Magnetawan goes back to Seguin. Maybe I shouldn't say that out loud, but it does because I leave it an odd time of the day and
But
there's
what,
not much
are they
garbage.
in Archipelago or somewhere? Is that how they?
No, it's just they're off Highway 69 going on the road on the direction of Sudbury. So for them to come to us,
But
they'd have
what
to come all the way
community
down
are
to
they?
Perry Sound. and
No,
back
no,
up
I
here.
realize that, but
So
what
they're in-
community are they?
Yeah, so if you look at the map, Councillor Lamb, these are all cottages or properties that are in Whitestone,
Yeah.
but they have to access their cottages.
Oh, they're in Whites.
So
yes,
this
they're-
is the South Magnetawan
Oh.
There are
area.
ratepayers.
And the only way they can get to their cottage is through the Harris Lake Marina and they sort of wind their way through the Magnetawan system.
So
And
is there a road there that are they eligible for a road grant?
No, they come in the Harris Lake Road to the marina.
Oh,
And that
okay.
road is in Carling. It's or
it's in Leverage. It's in an unorganized township.
unorganized.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. All right.
So it was the kindness
North
of
of
council a
Carling.
number of years ago.
Sorry, Councillor Bray, you're gonna,
Yeah, these people are well away. That's like an hour away if they were
Yeah.
trying to, or even more than an hour, because they've got the road
Yeah.
in and then down to Perry Sound and then in to come into the York Street. I mean, that's just, that's not even possible. None of us would expect to do that. I mean, it's $540 for 40, is it, what'd you say,
Three.
14 households?
3,000.
3,000,
Or
28,
is it
49.
3,000? Okay, so
How do we know they're the only people?
Yeah.
Throw the garbage in there.
I did ask through you, Mr. Mayor, I did ask that question and I think we don't know. I'm
Yeah,
afraid
so the whole lake
Yeah.
using our garbage. Is there one bin a year?
And maybe similar to what the CAO had said earlier, but I
So-
think many people probably take their garbage maybe home to the city on a weekend because the dump's closed. I'm sure many people in remote areas, I hate to think it, but I'm sure lots of people up at, be it any remote lake, it might never find its way to a landfill and it gets burnt. Right?
Yep.
So, I think anyways, I just don't think we should be paying for. it.
Again, do we know enough about this thing? That's my question, right? Before we just say, well, get rid of it. There's 40 taxpayers up there, probably 60 with spouses at least. And they get little or no service from us, right? But they, 14.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
there's
sorry.
20 properties.
But they get no services from Whitestone, right? Nothing.
True.
Nothing at all, right? This is all they get, right? I mean, I don't know. It should be for the 14 of them. If I thought that the 2,800 was for 4 bins and the entire north end of that lake is dumping their garbage in there and saying, thank you for Whitestone, because are all the cottages on that lake or system in Whitestone?
If I may, Mr. Mayor,
No.
the third unusual garbage related item is the bin. So for a number of years, and this happened the first year I was here, the public works manager at the time said, oh, we're getting the bin up to Harris Lake. And it was a bin apparently for bulky goods. And Adam's brother would take the bin up there, and apparently the folks in Whitestone would know that it's there and they could put bulky goods in there. But we never knew if it was actually just used for them or for others. And eventually the bin would come back empty. So we just on our own stopped it, waited to see if there was any complaints the next year, a request, and there wasn't. So the whole bin service has been eliminated by a couple of years, but the actual management of household garbage is still done by Harris Lake. And I don't know if it's in a bin or if they just say there's this many residents that drop off garbage at the end of their weekend or their time at their cottage, and this is what we're charging. And frankly, the folks that own the marina now are not the people that originally started this with the municipality. So their guidance from the people they purchased from was, well, you just bill the municipality every year and assess your insurance
If I
costs.
were one of these 14 people and suddenly in May or June, I go to my cottage and I go to put my garbage there and they say, nope, you can't put your garbage here, take her home. Like, I think I'd be pretty upset, right? So be careful of what you do here, I guess, is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is one of these kind of exceptions perhaps to the rule, right? But I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, it's not as if we are actually, that one bin is our bin. We're just paying them for so much per person, per household to be able to use whatever they have there. And if anybody else uses it, then that's just fine. That's up to other people to police. This is just for the people who are in Whitestone that live on Harris Lake that use that spot to get in and out. And I don't think that it's that much in terms of what we need to do for people who have no other, use no other services in our municipality.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Woods.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. Might I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
We have contact information, I'm assuming, for the property owners up there. Couldn't we just call and ask one of them, how does the garbage work for you personally? Don't talk to the marina, talk to the people that actually paid the taxes to us. You know, because they might be sending us this bill for management of the garbage, and then they might be telling these people, you got to pay $2 or $5 for a bag of garbage on top, right? We don't know. But I agree with what Councillor Lamb says. If I came out of my spot and all of a sudden they said, nope, you're not allowed to use this anymore, I'd be a little ticked off.
So is there any sense to take the 2 landfill sites and divide the costs of the 2 landfill sites by the number of households other than those 14 and come up with a number that relates to what it costs each ratepayer or household in Whitestone, and apply that to them, whatever it is, I don't know. Then they're getting exactly what everyone else is getting on average, but I don't think this is a hill to die on, I guess I'm not putting 2,800 in my plus column yet. So.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, one of the things that I think we could do as staff is, and I don't disagree with Councillor Woods, that's intriguing. It would be intriguing to find out how many people actually use Harris Lake Marina or what they do with their garbage. They probably put their organics in the ground and bring out, if you're boating to your cottage, you're not going to put large bags of garbage there. It's going to be very limited. But I think I need to press the marina on establishing a per property cost that isn't reflective of what they think the costs need to be, because they have climbed over the years, and see what is reasonable. And maybe this is going to happen because the marina is hard to get hold of this time of year. Maybe this happens over the course of a couple of months. We find out from property owners who are out there on a regular basis, and it's a long ways to go. I don't know if everybody goes every weekend. It may be occasional. Some properties are vacant. So I'm wondering truly if it does cost the marina, almost $3,000 to manage garbage for these folks. So why don't you, if council's agreeable, maybe it stays in the budget, but there may be a way of reducing this or quantifying this a little bit better for the discussions next year.
So.
simply because I'm not sure by the time we pass the budget, I'll have all the answers.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. So I believe that the outcome of this is that we're going to leave it in the budget, but staff will research the matter. That agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, I hear no objection. Fine. Are there any more of these bullet items that we need to,
I think we're into that, unless someone has something on the helipad, I'm okay with the outsourced payroll pricing. I'm okay with that. Asset management plan, here we go. So, to you, Mr. Mayor, how much are we putting in this year for the asset management plan? How much is in this budget? And the second question is, what does the asset management plan say we should be putting? Probably in here somewhere.
Through you, Mayor.
Yeah.
We put this year in budget, this second revised budget, 120,854,
So 121,000, okay?
and we withdraw $170,312.
Okay, so we're minus 10,000, and then how much did we put in as new contribution?
For AMP contribution, contribution should be 500,000,
500,000, yeah, and how much are we putting in?
and withdrawal should be 610,000.
Withdrawing should be 610?
Correct.
Okay, I don't care about what we're withdrawing. What are we supposed to be putting into this year's AMP? Well, you can answer that if you want. Withdrawing how much? 610, did you say?
That is per AMP report, but for budget purpose, we put 120,000, 21,000 this year, and we withdrawed 170,300.
But the plan said we should put 500 in.
500, and also we are withdrawing 610,000. It depends on the project.
610, okay.
Correct.
But we're short this year by 370,000 to what we're supposed to be putting in. Is that correct?
The project which we taken, some of the project is moved forward for the next year, some of the bridge. That's the reason we are doing reduced amount inputting and also withdrawing the money from the asset management plan for this year.
Okay. So I guess our question is, other than saying, okay, you're at 4%, move it to 8, and that'll save us 33 grand times whatever it is, 4%. So there's 120 or 30,000 extra we could put into the asset management plan, which would make up a third of that gap. What else can we do?
And
Right.
also, through you, Mayor. The closing balance for this year asset management is 158,000, but we have around 657,000, like around 500,000 more than what is AMP requirement for this particular year, 2024.
We have 600,000 more than we should have in there?
Yeah, the closing balance for AMP for this year is 158,000.
Right.
But we have around $657,627. That is almost 500,000 more than what is the closing balance on the AMP recommended.
Okay, now you completely confused me. Okay, I'll pass it over to someone else. How did that happen?
Councilor Brady, you have an answer for this question?
No,
or-
I don't have an answer, but I have a question about the asset management reserve. I see that it's at 657, 627 will be the closing balance at the end of 2024. Is that, so that's accumulated money over the last few years, and that asset management money can be used for any asset?
That is the council decision. We can transfer the fund from to any other reserves. That is our pool of money we put aside as AMP, but the council have a direction, they can move that fund to any other reserves,
Okay,
excluding Parkland Reserve.
So we have 650, we will have 600. Right now, we have 707 without the, and then you're saying, we'll transfer in 120,000 approximately, almost 121. And then we're going to transfer out 170, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and that leaves us with 657. That's part of our million reserves.
Correct.
So
So-
that, sorry, go ahead.
Go on.
Well, I was just gonna say, so that part of that money, I mean, knowing that, we're, well, I'm sorry, Councillor Lamb, you said we are 300,000 short?
I don't know, I've confused myself over
Okay.
here. Go back.
I can't remember, but
300,
from the 500,000.
500,000, he said we were, I said we were 370 short
Okay, yeah,
for this year of what we're supposed to put in.
Yeah.
Right? But yet, what I just heard, and I just understood for the first time, is we're 500 grand to the good. So you're taking away all my arguments.
and
Through you, Mayor, just want to give an example. We are not doing all the project what AMP recommended in 2024. We are doing whatever the project is being recommended
So it's
by.
a false economy is what
Right.
you're saying.
If you are doing 100% of
okay.
that particular AMP, then it works as a one-to-one.
So that should be pushed to the side because they're just projects that we haven't done.
Correct. Some of the
Okay.
project has been carried
Okay.
forward for
So we're
next year.
still back to our 370 short, right? Okay. Now I understand. Okay, thank you.
Well,
So the question is, we can easily get to whatever, 34,000 times 3 or 4, right? Like whatever that is, 130 grand, 100, whatever, that area. By just upping the tax increase from whatever, 4.2 to 8.2 or whatever, right? And then putting all that money into reserve. So what else can we do to increase that amount even more? Because we're still short. Even if we took 120 off, we're still short 250. So that's why I guess we keep having to burrow along here and make decisions as to what we can do, or maybe I've got it wrong.
So here's the, I mean, here's the problem or confusion or whatever that I have about this. Okay, so the way asset management plans work, the asset management plan says that you have a certain base of assets and you have certain expenditures that are going to occur over time with respect to those assets. So it comes up with a number that says at the end of each fiscal year, you should have a certain amount of money in reserves, right? We good so far? So here's the asset management plan over here. You could have a little column and it would say at the end of 2024, you're going to do this work. You're going to have this much money in the plan for next year, for going forward from 2024. Right? That's so now we have the Whitestone reality, which is all right. So we can defer some projects to another year, but that's going to affect how much money there should be at the end of the year if we do that. And what counselors, I think, are trying to come up with, what I'm trying to come up with, and what others, I'm sure, are trying to come up with is, all right, so how much money do we have to, given a particular, set of projects that we're planning to do, and maybe we can't, in fact, do them, even if we wanted to do them in 2024, we might not be ready to do that for various reasons. But given that we're going to follow a particular plan, how much money do we need to have at the end of 2024 in the reserves? Because that's going to tell us how much we have to take out of tax revenue to get to build up the reserve appropriately. So that's where we're trying to get to, I guess. And I don't know. I don't know if you can give us that number, Mr. Treasurer, but that would be helpful because you know, that sounds like what council wants to do, is to make sure that we don't we don't simply shortchange ourselves down the road by deferring some work to another year.
And
Yeah.
I think going off what you're saying there, Mr. Mayor, I think one of the hard parts of it is, when we talk about the asset management plan and reserves, you know, when I look at the sheet that we have, for example, the fire truck that's 426,000, somehow that's not included as an asset management reserve. So when I look at this number, I look at the entire, I'll pull it out, but I look at this entire one sheet and go, this is our asset management reserves. It's not just the one line item that says asset management reserve that we're budgeting in 120,000 this year. We're also putting 125,000 into a pumper truck. We're also putting 10,000 into a forest fire. We're also putting 10,000 into a landfill reserve. And if you look at that entire sheet, we're putting 265,000 into reserves. We're taking 688,000 out. But if we only look at the asset management and we're told we have 657,000 in budget left in that, and we're told we have 500,000 too much, I'm guessing that no accountant would say we should only have 500,000 reserves in our municipality. And I think that's leading to the same question you have. What's the overall big picture? We might not do a bridge this year, but do it next year. Looking at all these things we might have pushed off or proposed from previous years, is looking at that overall and saying, what number do we need? When the first reiteration of our budget came through, the January 30th report, somewhere in there, it said that we had to put 410,000 into reserves this year. But now we're only having to put 200 in. So the number keeps changing, but I think everybody at the table in council is saying, we know we need to do a better job putting in money into reserves because we're taking so much money out. Each year we're depleting that reserves. So we need to find an overall number for that reserve that would include, for example, the reserves that's part of the fire truck, the reserves that's part of the, like a few years ago, if I'm correct, buildings facility reserves, facility reserves, thrift shop reserve, roads equipment reserve. These were all different reserves, and we pushed them all into one, being the asset management reserve, but we still left a few out of it. But they still all have to be included as an asset management reserve. We can't just use the word asset management and not take into consideration that we're taking 425,000 out for a fire truck this year and say, don't worry, it's not part of our asset reserves. So I think there's a bigger report that needs to come from that, if that makes any sense. And I think that's why we're all finding it hard to follow. Does that make any sense?
Okay, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, if you look at attachment A, which is the proposed 2024 capital budget and special projects 5-year forecast, it's one of these sheets.
Yeah, big one.
What is attachment A?
It's page 32 is the start, and it goes to page 34. 34 has the totals. And so we're looking at, and if you look at the budget 2024, these are some of the things I gather were part of the what will be funded through asset management or through some, I'm not sure what, but anyways, the 2024 budget, if you follow through the 3 pages and go down to the end, to the last page on page 34, you can see what the total is. And these kinds of things usually work is that if that's how much you're going to spend, that's how much money you should have available. Not that you're going to finance, that you have it available so that you can do the projects without having to incur more debt. And so every time we push things off, we're just adding to the next year and to the next year. So it is important that we really think about these things and about how we're going to manage, because every year there are things that need to be done. there are projects that, and there's equipment that needs to be bought, whether it's for, public works or for the library or for thrift or for the fire department. There's always things that are going to have to be part of this. And so understanding that we've got 5 years here, and you can see how much it should be budgeted for each year. And that's a lot of money. So that's why you have to build up your reserves so that so that you have a reserve, so that when you are putting in that 500,000, it's bringing it up, and you have a cushion to be able to take things out of it for the work that needs to be done. So we needed to have started 5 years ago, putting 500,000 in order to have that cushion. So now we wouldn't be in this position.
But in fairness, Councillor Bray, we didn't have the asset management plan. You know,
I agree.
We didn't have anything telling us, here's what you should put in, right?
Yeah, I
So,
agree. That is,
So
and so.
I don't want the public to think
Oh, no,
past councils have been not responsible, right? If we had
Well-
put in front of us, here's what you should be putting away, we probably would have started this 5 years ago, right? That's all I'm saying. Only because I was on council 5 years ago, so.
well, there are groups that did start a lot longer, a lot earlier, but that's beside the point. The fact is that, we've got a 5-year plan here right now that we should be looking at, and it's got, information for all of the departments. So I think that each year we should be making sure that what is in there are things that need to be done or can be moved or whatever. But we also need to make sure that we're budgeting somewhere for this. And I don't know, I think it's gonna be very hard to catch up because we're,
Gonna be very hard.
Well, and I agree with you full-heartedly, Councillor Bray, and I think a hard part to that is the asset management plan, I think, came in 2021, was it, or 2021? But we know we were all here last year, and we were hundreds of thousands of dollars short in what we should have put in. I'm sure that happened the year before, and here we are again, hundreds of thousands short. Well, if you add up those 3 years, there's like $750,000 that all of a sudden we need to find where it came from because we didn't put the money in and follow the plan. We might be able to push a bridge off.
Didn't have a plan.
No, but I'm just saying the last couple of years, we
Yeah.
might be able to push a bridge off, or we're pushing it off to say to David Creaser, hey, we're pushing it off because we're gonna find you the money for next year. So we're leaving it for next year, not push it off for next year to say, hey, Dave, it's gonna be next year. And we're gonna push something. Right now, that's what we're doing, and I think that's where Councillor Bray's coming from. It's so hard to catch up. And that's why I've been really pushing, and I think all of us are now saying, here's this bit of a brick wall. What do we do to get that money there? But at the same time, we can't take the money out for the next 3 years because there's nothing left to take out. So we can't take money out of our reserves because there's not going to be anything left. We need to put more in it. But how do we put more in it if we don't have the money to? And this is that $1 million question of why. we've
Buy a
been here so
lottery
long.
ticket.
And we're sitting here, we're adding up little bits of money, but we're talking about the hundreds of thousands we need to find,
Yeah,
which is a
that's
really
true.
hard question. And how do we do it? Do we borrow money, which is gonna cost more? And it's gonna be the generations that pay for it down the road. Do we have a really big tax increase? Do we push off some jobs that we know maybe should be done and say, the grader, I think, is a perfect example. Well, the asset management plan said that we should do the grader, but David Creaser has said, I think we can get a few more years out of that. That doesn't mean that we don't need to put the money away for it. It's just saying, hey, we should start putting that money away, but maybe there's another job that we can do this year and move it forward, right? So it's really, really tricky and hard, and I still have no idea where we're gonna find all the money, and that's what I'm really nervous about and afraid of.
But what are we doing?
so through you, Mr. Mayor, I think actually, Councillor Lamb, your suggestion of, at least that it's a good start is to say, okay, we're at this percentage. We'll go to this percentage and whatever.
Yeah,
is-
and whatever else we can find in here that we don't reduce the tax rate, we put it over into what I call the general reserve, right? I don't care, as long as we can get at it but if we put it in one reserve account, we need something that we don't have, can we rob that reserve and use it anyway? I don't know. I think the answer was yes last year from
Yes.
Barb Cribbis. And Manish. So I don't know. Maybe what we have to do is go through attachment A and look at what's on the docket this year and see if there's any questions that people have. And, maybe that'll start us on the way. We have,
And I think the one thing that can help us a lot would be if we do find any additional grants, if a grant pops up for paving a road or for the sound system, there's pure money that's found, right? So
Yeah.
getting a grant for a bridge or a road or the AV, those are great things. I think we're really gonna be caught in hoping that we can get a bigger grant for something that's out there for a works department project, a road, a bridge, the AV stuff, something like that. And that will help us out a great deal. And I'm sure those take months and months and months to hear back on, right? And maybe we don't have them for this year, but maybe they come for next year, right?
well, what do you want to do? Go through attachment A?
Well, I guess I guess I would like to, and I'm pretty sure staff would like us to get to just get some direction in terms of what do we want to do.
Well, it's-
I don't think, we can focus in on a particular number and say, well, we want to find X dollars to put into the asset management reserve, but maybe what we can do is suggest that we go back to we did get the tax increase down to this is the municipal portion of the tax increase down to 4.2%. It was, somebody said around 8% or something, so we could push it back up to some number and say, let's at least put that. If we went back to if we put 3 or 4 percentage points of tax increase towards adding to reserves, that would contribute what, for 120,
Around
140K or something, right?
around 34,000 each, but 1% it will be around 102 approximately.
But what would it be?
102,000,
You're talking 3%, are you?
correct?
My quick thought would be, we started at 8.2. This is just me, just put it right back to 8.2. We've already, I think, all talked about the pool. We know the pool's off till next year. How does that change if we have the pool money going back to the 8.2, and then you go through that Schedule A and say, what jobs on here do we as council and staff think we can cancel, not do or postpone? And maybe out of that Schedule A, we're going to find some more savings. I think
Which would
that's,
go into reserve.
some of it might, but it might not, just depending on where they come from. But yes, and theoretically, more of it would go into reserves, or you'd have less of a loan, right?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, last time we polled council. And the consensus was 8%, right? And I think you did a good job bringing it down to 4. I never expected to come down
No.
that far, but still, I think we're all saying it's got to be in the 8% area to be responsible, and we have to maximize the amount going into reserve. So that's our goal, right? And I guess we go through A, I guess.
I think that's the best.
Well, sorry, did you want to respond to that?
I just want to talk about A and B a little bit further on through you, Mayor. I was going through the AMP study report. On that, our fire truck condition was good, and it was not a replacement on this particular calendar year. It was maybe after few years, but we are doing a replacement this year that is also added on AMP. It is not planned for AMP, but is coming to AMP reserve and other reserve and also the debt financing. This AMP given a study for us to guidance. Some of the project comes in this year, some of the project we will postpone the next year. For instance, the grader for Dave, it may be postponed for 2 more years, but for the fire department, the truck is supposed to come after 2 years. That is coming this particular year because of some mandatory things. So, thank you.
Yeah, and I think maybe what Councillor Bray said, it might help. Instead of taking it year by year, kind of what you just said, Manish. If we look at the asset management plan and said, okay, in the next 10 years, whatever's written in that asset management plan that takes 10 years, we know we're gonna have to have spent $20 million. 20 million or 10 years divided by 20 million is 2 million a year. And at the end of the 10 years, we hope we're gonna be there. Instead of picking one thing and changing it, I think we just have to look at a little bit more holistically and say, this is the asset management plan for the whole course of the 10 years. This is how much money we need. So if you just divide that by a year, I'm doing very simple. That's how much we need to put away every single year for the next 10 years. And then you get that number. And if we're short 1 year, we know we need to put more in the following year. If we put a little bit too much in, maybe we can shave it the next year. But I was looking at the bigger picture, not looking at the very precise numbers. And I think that's what's got us caught up maybe a little bit.
So just a couple of quick things that came up, and then I am going to suggest that we take a quick break. And by the way, I'm not going to suggest that we go line by line through attachment A. I'm going to suggest that we've covered most of the significant things here. So unless something is really important, really significant, we should not, grind it through. But in any case, the two things I wanted to mention, first of all, it's clear that Manish's last comment was that we were, we've moved the acquisition of the fire truck ahead this year. However, my understanding is that we would not start contributing to the reserve for the next fire truck until the year after we took delivery of it. So I don't know why we would necessarily put anything into
Reduce
a reserve for the fire truck in 2024. We would start doing that in 2025, it seems to me, because we're not going to, we got a 20-year horizon on which to, before we have to buy the next one, right?
Mr. Mayor, I think it was to reduce the debt was the purpose of what.
Is that all you were doing? You were trying to take out the carrying, you were trying to cover the carrying charges off the reserve? Is that what you were trying to do?
No. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I couldn't get you, Mayor. What is the question?
My suggestion was, I keep hearing that we're putting money into a reserve for the fire truck, which is a separate thing, by the way. It's just to me, it's just another asset, okay? But nevertheless, it comes on as an asset in 2024. We didn't think it was going to, so we weren't worrying about it until we found out now it's going to be delivered in shortly, right? But why do we need to put money into the reserve for the next one in 2024? We wouldn't start normally for any other asset. We wouldn't start doing that till 2025, right?
It was to reduce the borrowing.
Yeah, it was just to reduce the borrowing cost on it.
All it's doing is, so we're not borrowing here, we're borrowing there.
So
We took the.
Okay, but we're just we're kidding ourselves. That's a cost associated with the acquisition of the current one, right? Anyway,
Mr. Mayor, I mean, it's part of the amount of money that's going to be transferred out to pay for the truck. If you look on the,
all right,
on the
okay.
draft reserve budget, you can see that the 125 is added to the 301 to make 426, which is what I presume is being transferred out to help pay for the truck, to bring the cost down.
So at the end of 24, assuming
There's zero.
assuming that there is a fire truck reserve, is it zero?
Correct.
Okay, sorry. I
Yeah.
apologize for
Yeah, that's what
I
happened.
didn't have to, oh yeah, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't have that sheet in front of me. I was just
Nice.
listening to the discussion. I should have looked at it again.
Through you, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, so the second question that I just want to get clarity around is that I keep hearing discussions about the $250,000 for the Pool and Wellness Center. I just want to know, is everybody in agreement that we are going to try to move that contribution into 2025? And I would suggest to you that that means that we are going to move it into, that we are going to do it in 2025 and not keep trying to find excuses not to pay it, right? So is that the will of council? I mean, I think we can do that, but I'm not opposing it, but I want to make sure that that's because right now it is in the budget for
No, we realize,
no?
we realize that thing.
Okay, so I want to make sure everybody's in agreement. We're taking it out and moving it to 2025. Is that?
I'm good with that, hoping that that allows us to put some money into reserves for other things this year.
Yeah, and I'm okay with moving into 2025 if that works. As long as we make sure that we understand that that's what's going to happen next year. We like Mr. Creaser's projects, we can't keep putting them off and off and off and expecting that it's going to be okay. I think we need to, if we're going to put that money back into our reserves now, whether it goes in this year or next year, it gets paid this year or next year. I don't know that it makes that much difference, but anyways, I can live with that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think
Okay,
good.
this,
But I want to make, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be obstinate here. What I'm trying to do is make sure that staff have direction for what they do, what they bring back to us again, so that we're
Well,
so-
we're not, don't say, well, that, we didn't get consensus on that. That's all I'm trying to do.
I think this is one, pardon me, Councillor, I think this is one item that's important enough. Once we do bring it back to council, that there's a specific council resolution that is on the books that indicates that it is to be paid and it's to be redirected to 2025. So
you can do it on the next agenda.
yeah, absolutely. So we've got a number of things and, we move things around and change budget numbers, but this is big enough that it's important enough so we'll have a resolution for the next council meeting. And, along with the roads grant and some of the
Yeah,
other things.
this
So
is
thank you.
obviously a controversial subject that there's a split on council on. And I think you have to listen to, my comments on the meeting that we've had and why, and listen to that. And we're not finding excuses to not pay it. You'll find that my presentation that I made was just the opposite. But what it is protecting the taxpayer and Whitestone, that the condition is fulfilled. That was part of the agreement. That's what it's about. So, and anyway, so I'll report on it at the next meeting. So, but I am in support of not having it in the budget this year. So I think you have some consensus to go forward and get on to another subject, I guess.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we take 5 minutes if that's maybe
What
before
time
we
is
get into the last stretch here, I guess. And then we'll go down this list and pick out a few things.
Yeah. Well,
Okay?
Good to me.
I'll declare a recess for just for 5 minutes, please. So, I guess what I'd like to do is make a relatively quick pass through and identify any items that are remaining. A number of these have changed. But we're starting on essentially at attachment A, which is on page 23 of your package, first of the large sheets. And we'll just kind of go kind of quickly through this and highlight significant things. And I'm actually gonna start with one which appears this is in general government, and I noticed that and this is the allowance for conferences, so the item, I'm trying to figure out what. Yeah, I do. I need the ruler for sure, yeah, so,
Where are we on this big one here?
this is page 23, 5.2, attachment A, the first big page. Okay.
Oh, we're in operating. Oh,
Oh, sorry, I
I
sorry,
thought
I
we
was
were
on the
going to
wrong one, too.
attachment A.
What-
Back
what-
in the, I thought we were going to this one,
23, page 23, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, page 23.
23. Yep,
This is operating, right?
okay.
So 16-102 is admin travel expenses. And then you'll also see that it appears, well, this is training expenses. And I guess the difference between 16-102 and 16-104 is 16-104 is staff, correct? Although there's staff conferences in, the same things are in both of them. And I just, here's what my issue is. It says Roma, OGRA. The Roma is the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, not as a subgroup of AMO. OGRA is the Ontario Good Roads Association. They used to meet together, those two, but they don't anymore. MFOA is the Municipal Finance Officers Association. And you'll see AMCTO on it doesn't appear on the first one, it appears in the second one, and that's the for administrators and clerks and so on. But we have, in addition to those, I believe we should, and you'll recall I sent quite an elaborate briefing note on this some time ago. We should be going to AMO, we should be going to PHNOM, we should be going to the DPSMA, and DPSMA, oddly enough, is down at 16-134, farther down the page, but it's got 0 there. And we maybe even should be starting to send somebody to FMC, because there's an opportunity for us to get some funding from them.
What's
We
FM
have in the
what's
past always
FMC?
gone to them.
What's
That's
FMC?
Federation of Municipalities of Canada. That's the
Whoa,
Canadian
Vancouver.
association, but and we've never gone to that. I will admit, I don't think I mentioned that in my memo, but all the other ones we have gone to, and we do go to them. And I'm just wondering if they just got left off the list, or do we really have enough money if we're going to send people to the things that we usually send people to?
I'll provide a little bit of an explanation of what you see here and not comment on if there's others. So 16-102, that's admin travel expenses. So that would be mileage and meals. And that's for Roma, OGRA. Roma has come and gone. OGRA, Dave is registered for, and MFOA is the Treasurers Association conference that Manish wasn't able to attend last year and should attend this year. So that's, and there's nothing in there for AMCTO training for our deputy clerk, because that's all online. In fact, her first day is tomorrow. So there's no mileage or meals. She'll be eating at home. The 16-104 is training conferences and training courses. So that's the actual cost of registering for those courses. So that's that staff, and those are typical ones that you council has seen or approved in the past. It doesn't include AMO, it doesn't include FMC, and the District Municipal Association. You're right, we didn't budget for it, but it's typically $30 or $35 per person and your mileage. And it's mostly counselors that attend. So, we can add $200 in there if you want, but it's somewhat insignificant in the whole terms of the budget. And that would typically actually simply get added to either counselor miscellaneous, or the admin, travel expenses. So we didn't think we need, the reason it's a line item is because we sponsored the meeting last year, and that was costly. So it needed a line item. Hopefully that,
Okay,
that
well, I
explains
don't,
where,
I don't want to
where we
get
are.
carried
Yeah.
away, but I do want to say that of all of the ones that I have been to, the AMO is the most important one, in fact, more important than the other ones that are listed there. So I think we should make sure that we have money to send at least one person to AMO. That's where you get the biggest bang for your buck in terms of information exchange and so on. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just, did you want to comment on this, Councillor Ray?
Yeah, I had sort of marked that Phenom, because Phenom's in Sudbury this year. And I do think that, that is also an excellent thing to go to because it's, northern municipalities. But I agree with you on AMO because, and I noticed that even at Roma, and I'm sure that, you who attended Roma this year, how many of our municipalities in our area who did delegations and we're right there to meeting with the ministers and trying to promote what's going on in their community. And so I think that I always knew that in that sense, it's a squeaky wheel who gets the grease and that's what's people get to know you through those kinds of events, and that's how you get to know the people that you need to connect with in order to make things happen. So I do know that it's a cost, but again, it's one of those things that we should be looking towards, and if we can't this year, then I think we need to think about it for another year.
Okay, just another one that I would see here, which is 16106.
If I could comment on 104.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I think Phenom's a possibility. It's in Sudbury. I think that's the one that was in Parry Sound last year.
It was, yes.
Yeah.
That's relevant, very relevant to us, right? Again, the AMO has been rejected at least last year. And put it in if you want to. But as long as any of these conferences that there's a motion that comes to council and approval has been our normal process. Right? Like it comes to
Yeah.
council, they say Councilor Bray wants to go to Phenom and we approve it or we don't approve it. As long as that, we're not cutting that process. And saying, well, whoever's just going, right? So,
No, absolutely. I simply didn't want somebody to say, well, wait a minute, we've already burnt the budget for this, because I don't know what the right budget should be, or I got to rely on our staff to say, well, this is what we usually spend. Anyway, and again, I'm trying not to delay it. I'm just trying to highlight things. The other thing I would notice is that 16106, which is postage, there's an item, that item was increased with respect to letters, and there's still some discussion to come about that.
Yeah.
And so we're not going to resolve it today, but just so you know, that number, I'm certainly hoping that number will come back down again when we figure out what we should properly do about that, which we will be talking about, I think, in March.
yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. So is there anything else on, anybody else got anything on this page?
I have two items, if I might. I think one of them is a real quick question for Manish, and I think it was already answered, so I think your response would be really quick, Manish. Under, it says right near the top of the page, it says XXX counselor insurance, and it's 5,335. Is that for like the travel and out of province medical? Because I thought that only added up to about $2 or $3 grand. So I'm guessing there's something else in here, or is this for like officers insurance?
Through you, Mayor. That is
Yes.
a part of travel and critical insurance for the council member.
So it's critical illness.
That was being part of before, it was in a part of other on roadside. So I just put for clarity, I just segregated as in a separate amount on the budget, this
Okay.
particular, yeah.
Perfect. And just going on that, for the, or you know what, I'll send you an email after, it'll be easier. I'll send you an email tomorrow. And then the only other item I have on page 1, and I already know what others will say to me, but line 16-126,
Well, we're
admin,
on one,
communications, 13,000. And I'm just wondering, instead of, I'm wondering if we can just use some of the staff we might already have instead of spending 13 grand on this, or if this is something that can be reduced and do it a little bit more internally with salaried staff is all. Like, I know we're trying to find big money savings. So admin, communications, that's all. I think I know I'm gonna hear that no, but I'm just raising it as a question because I think the number needs to get reduced somehow. Anyways, that's just my comment. I'll leave it with staff. Nobody else needs to comment, see where it comes back to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what I can do is that's not just our communications person. It's folks that help us with the newsletter, and there's other items in there. So I think the best thing to do is identify what gets charged to that account, and then you'll understand a bit better. But what I can tell you is that I used to do the Facebook, and I'm not going to do it again. And so that's why Eva does it. She does it very well. So I think that there may be some savings there, especially with the newsletter. So you'll see that number come down.
well, I guess my comment is back up on the postage that the mayor brought up. Also, don't forget we cut out a newsletter.
Yeah.
So that'll help
Yeah.
it come down.
That's right. That-
So I think that's gonna look more towards the area of 11 than the 17, you know, if we can save some money. So, excuse me, maybe I'm out of turn. Is anyone?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. 16-131 HR contingency. I know we've added 25,000 up to 35,000. I know we don't have contract negotiations this year, that we had labor negotiations. Is this a line that would include like succession planning and that sort of thing? Is that the correct line?
If that's what council wanted, yes, I think there
Okay.
was
If that's what it is, I still think it might be light, but I just put that in for a comment. So, AMP, that's the big one, is asset management reserve. We talked about that. Just want to remind you on 16-201 fire, I'd asked for a report on that.
yes, thank you for reminding me, Councillor Lamb. I think you can expect that in our April council meeting. If
Okay.
that's
yeah,
your
thank you.
agreeable.
Thank you. That's all I have, sorry, on page 1. We'll go to
Anything
page
else
2.
on page 1? On page 23, actually, we're talking about.
Isn't it 50?
Okay, page 24.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have
Yeah,
two questions, two questions. I know we are looking into it, so I'm just not sure if it is here yet. Do we have a number if we were to increase our forest fire insurance from 2 million to 5 million? Did we ever hear back from that yet? And is it in here or not in here?
Through you, Mayor, I just followed up our insurance. I don't have an answer yet. So possibly by next week, I'll try one more time. Thank you.
Okay. That was it. And then, the second one was 16-260 helipad maintenance. And, I see that we have 7,500 here. I don't want to get into a big debate about this one today. I just want to know if that's a number that, the fire chief or roads, manager feels is appropriate if we're going to get quotes for it. And, I guess just speaking as a counselor and a ratepayer, you know, I'd really like to see if there's a way that, staff and departments can work together. And there's a way that we find that, the works department, maintains the helipad next year, just like they would the library or the community center here. So I know we're done the winter this year, but hopefully that one can just move on. But if we're gonna sub it out, to me, I don't think 7,500 would even cover an increase for insurance to do helipads from what I know from my days of snow plowing.
think and we won't dwell on it, but our fire chief did a very nice memo. And I think it's item H. So if you want to have a look at that, it explains who's going to do what and how that's going to be accomplished. So I think that's the plan going forward for at least 2004, and we'll continue to look at that.
Yeah, no, and yeah, I had read it, and I think, I guess, in there, I guess, the fire department, I guess you guys are gonna be doing the hand shoveling and snow blowing and everything.
No.
Thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. If you accept that letter, then that contractor will be the one doing the plowing for 2024, 2025.
We'll get the insurance self-contract.
I would just comment, a lot of effort went into coming up with this solution, and I think it's the right solution. It's a good solution, and that's the way forward. And that gets us back to a situation that we had previously where we had a good local solution to plowing the helipad. And I believe it is council's desire to keep the helipad open as much to the extent that we possibly can, and I think this is the way to keep it open. So
Yeah, I had read it, sorry. Is it our insurance then, the municipality's insurance, and we'll just hire somebody? Or unless I'm misreading this? Or is it private contract?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, the contractor has his insurance.
Okay,
We're
good.
offsetting the insurance for the $3,000. Because that was the big hiccup on getting somebody to plow the helipad.
Perfect. Excellent.
And just to add to what our fire chief said, their estimate for aviation insurance is $3,000, but the municipality will subsidize that based on actual costs. So if it's 2,500 or whatever it is, that's the estimate. But we cannot have a contractor run under our insurance. It's not what our insurance company would want.
okay, anything else on page 24?
Just a clarification, 16,224, fire pump reserve at 125, that's where we're reducing the loan. That's the amount we're reducing the loan. Okay.
Not adding extra.
No, I was 99.9% sure, but I wanted to make sure someone wasn't sneaking in 125. Okay, thank you.
So sorry, I'm gonna go back. I'm not trying to dwell on it, but I just want to make sure. So this quote, I had read this now that it comes back to me. This quote, it's a formal quote that was received and we can award it to them now, right? You've received all the quotes and paperwork and all of that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I contacted at least 12 different contractors. Most of them got back to me saying they couldn't get insurance or it was too expensive. At our meeting that we had, we discussed am I allowed to discuss that? Yeah.
Well,
wanna make sure-
I think all you need to say is that a due process was followed, and we did the fire chief eventually, after approaching a number of people, found someone who was willing to do it. So we did conduct a procurement, perhaps not, I mean, it was sent out, the request was sent to a whole bunch of people, but we only got one respondent. So it's not like there's multiple bids to choose from. We got one respondent who said, if we'll do it for this, right?
No,
So,
which is great. I just wanted to,
yeah,
when I mean formal quote, that this is the number,
Yeah.
it's not gonna change to 165.
no,
or
very,
552 or whatever. This is, the price is the price, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, next page.
Yeah, anything on page 25?
Oh, yeah, I have one thing. I get a little confused through you, Mr. Mayor. Like 16,280 salaries in the building department, it says 126,705. As I look through some of these things, some of the departments have salary plus benefits. And there's a line, and then some others just say salary and is this mean salary and benefits? This line?
Through you, Mayor, yes, for the building department, it's includes salary and
Okay, I
benefits.
think we should make sure that we're consistent throughout the budget where it's salary and benefits, right? Because sometimes I see it's separate, sometimes it's big. Like, I think we should have one line that says salary and benefits, or one line that says salary and one that says benefits, right? That's probably even
I
better,
think,
right? But be consistent, because as soon as I looked at it, I thought, I don't want, the public to get the impression that that's just salary, for instance, right?
through you, Mr. Mayor, I think I was the one last year that said it'd be great if we could separate salary and benefits, and I think it happened for most of them. I think maybe the building is one of the only ones that it didn't have. to be
Okay,
in.
that's the
I
only
think
one.
for you, through you, Mr. Mayor, Manish was somewhat sensitive to the fact that it's one person. So you,
So if you
the,
separate them, then you print it.
Okay, well,
that
then in
person's
that
salary.
line, it should say salary and benefits.
yeah, I think we can.
Yeah,
do
in that case, yeah, that's what it should say.
Uh,
I just wasn't sure. It
Yeah.
hit me as, no, that isn't the salary, right?
Through you, Mayor, facility also, there is one person that's the reason it is salary and benefit is together. Yeah, facility.
Okay. Anything else on that page? Okay, 26. We're keeping going. We're now into the Works Department, to Transportation, I guess.
I have a couple questions on this one, through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. We've already addressed the boat launches, so that one's off. Right below boat launches, it says 16-XXXX for wash cash docks and log booms. I know this is in regards to the removal of the docks and the removal and installation of the log booms on a yearly basis, but I think we spoke to that at the last meeting. And I think I had mentioned, I think it was either $1,000 or $2,000 total, and if that memory serves me, Mr. Mayor, I think you might have reiterated what I said, so I think that number should be looked at. I think it might be doubled up there. I think it's either 1,000 or 2,000 total, not 4,000.
I think I should give our manager of Public Works an opportunity to weigh in here, because there are some repairs to the docks, which I think are covered in that. It isn't just taking them in and out, there's repairs, right? Am I right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely. There's probably on the light side for sure, but we did take over and we did say we would do the maintenance on these docks, and there is some maintenance that come up, and there's maintenance that come up when they move the docks in and move them out, and the contractor that's looking after it, they just, if they're minor repairs, a board or something here and there, they'll do it and they'll give us a bill,
So
but we'll do.
if we need to put a new dock in at Bolger, it wouldn't be a new line item, it would just be under boat launches, right? So it should all be coming out of the boat launch expenses, so it shouldn't be a separate line item here for wash cash dock maintenance. I thought this was for removal and installation of the log boom, just what I'm saying, like, if not, you need different line items for, well, we might as well have a line item here for Gooseneck Lake docks for maintenance. Boat launches are boat launches, right? I totally get the removal of the log booms.
Yep.
Right?
There is, I mean, the log boom is maybe a little different than other places, but the log boom itself is quite expensive to replace, and it's anchored into the rock, and it does from time to time need repairs. They split it and they swing, part of it swings out, and then the other part they try and wrap it around and anchor it up on the shore. But I mean, that allowing a little bit for that was my idea, as well as the docks, but I'm sure it could be, as you said, it could be reallocated, so it just has the contractor fee and no other maintenance.
Yeah, that's what thank
Sure.
you.
we can
That's
do
what
that.
I thought it was. It was simply the cost that the contractor up on the lake there charged us to install and remove the log booms and install and remove the docks. And any other maintenance would fall under boat launch. It's just like every other boat launch. So I think that can be relooked at, or I don't know what other council members think, or Councillor Woods, if he has any comment on the phone.
Yeah.
Councillor Woods, did you have a comment?
I agree wholeheartedly with what Councillor Nash just had to say. I don't remember what the exact number was to move the log booms, but anything else to do with docks, repairs, boat launch should all come out of the one fund. I don't know if this should say, 2,000 and then the other 2,000 would go in our boat launch fund. And of course, Wawash Kesh would be on the list to have upgrades and maintenance done like all the other launches, right?
I don't know, perhaps, I mean, we can argue all day about how the chart of accounts is divided. I guess the reality of it is the log boom is a municipal asset. It's part of the dam. The normal thing that happens every year is what Councillor Nash described, which is that the boom is separated in the center and the two ends are tied back to anchored to the shore, so that the whole thing doesn't end up going down the Magnetawan River like the predecessor did some years ago now. The boom consists of 15 sections of tough boom, which is a product out of Ohio, and the landed cost for one section is about $2,000 Canadians, or $2,000 US, sorry. So we don't want to lose those. But they are joined together with pieces of chain and shackles. And every so often, those will have to be replaced. And maybe the anchors where they're anchored into the concrete at the end might have to be replaced. The hardware in it is a couple of $1,000s worth of just hardware, okay? I remember when we put it together how much there was. So at some point in time, it's an asset under our asset management plan, and at some point in time, like when it's inspected, at one point they're going to say to us, hey, you know what, we have to replace all this hardware, and so there will be an additional cost in that year. So that might be an argument for making it a separate item, but however, for now, I think at least we know what the $4,000 is supposed to cover, and we can argue about what headings that should be under maybe some other time. What about anything else on 26?
I have one.
Yes,
Line 16402, the 215 tandem Freightliner. And the question is, are we not under budgeted there in terms of maintenance? We spent 30,000 last year. We spent 31,000 the year before. Now we're budgeting at 24,000. Like why is maintenance going to go down on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not suggesting they are going down. I think it's going rather the opposite way, going up. But this year, last year over this year, there was a set of tires. And that truck has 10 tires. Thereabouts.
What was the year before? It was the same amount. There weren't 20 tires.
It's got, that truck's an older truck and it needs maintenance. So some years are heavier in maintenance, some years are lighter. Last year, we knew that,
Okay, if you want to keep it at 24, I'm not necessarily saying up it, but is it too low? It's a 215. We're now into 2024. It's 9 years old. Is maintenance, okay.
it is a lot of money and the maintenance is a lot of money, but from my experience, I've been in the game a little while now, is the snow plows, the first few years of snow plows usually got 2, maybe 3 years and things are good. Maintenance is low. After that, you get in the 3rd, 4th year and past that, they eat money. And that's Curly and can attest to that, but they do eat money, but the cost of replacement is quite high. Over 300 now, 300 to 400. A lot of them are going into only automatics for the new trucks, which is not good for us. We need the standards to downshift going down the hill good to go up there too. You pick your gear and you keep walking up.
Maybe we'll get you electric one.
Well. yeah,
No,
I-
no.
Soon.
No,
maybe.
no.
I don't know. We're not quite there yet.
Sorry.
I'd like someone else to go
Sorry.
first on one of those.
Like the fire truck out in Vancouver.
The one in Brampton.
Was it Brampton that blew
Yeah,
up
there's
or
one in-
something?
There's an electric one in Brampton.
Less than a month and it blew
Oh,
up
no.
out in Vancouver. It caught fire or something, the battery.
Okay, folks, anything else on page 26?
I have one more, Mr. Mayor, through you. It's the gravel and the summer maintenance. And I'm looking at this, from
16,375.
16,375. I'm looking at it from a standpoint of when we're only topping the roads, we're only going out and putting 2, 3, 4 inches of gravel on it, which is what a lot of this summer maintenance is for. It's only making it look good. We're not going down on any road unless we get a grant, I think, and putting a foot of new gravel down anywhere. We need to save some big money here, like in our budget. So I'm gonna say carry the same number that we had last year. Yes, I know inflation has gone up a bit. Yes, we get a road grant or we get grants for some of it. Put it back down to the 196, 105 that we used last year. That'll free up some money that we would have pushed over to the boat launches for gravel or whatever we're gonna do. That'll be a $25,000 savings. That's still 200 grand of gravel going down. And over the years, we have been doing some slurry seal and some tar and chip on roads. And as we do that, our kilometer of roads are going down, not going up. So I think at some point we can say we don't always need to increase the gravel year after year after year. Let's just keep it status quo 1 year to what we spent last year. Yes, that'll be a little bit less gravel because prices have gone up. But I think that's a number that we can save some substantial money on. I know how important roads are. I hope over the next couple of years, there might be some good road grants that can be found. And maybe we can redo a road. Maybe there'll be a road that we can tar and chip, I'll call it, that the base has been redone on or something like that. So anyways, I think I'd really like to see that number come down to where it was last year. One of the reasons, like I said, is just to allow us to save some money. If not, we're gonna be right back here and we're gonna have a huge debt and a massive tax increase. We gotta find it somewhere, and that's a good number, I think, to be able to take from.
I'll jump in before our public works manager does. I just wanted to mention two things. The surface treatment and the slurry seal that Dave is doing doesn't increase the amount of hard top road. Those are simply maintenance or what you might call, what a municipality like ours would call reconstruction, but it really isn't reconstruction. So you're not getting less gravel roads, and same number of gravel roads are being maintained. Dave's just spending time making sure what we do have as hard top is reasonable. The increase in the increase in gravel is based on some conversations that council had with staff when the road needs study came out a couple of years ago, that our gravel program was severely underfunded. So there's been a slow increase overall to make sure that there's enough gravel, not only to do what we have to do at this time of year.
Remember that.
So we're actually doing what council asked us to do. So if council asks us to do something else, then that's fine. But that's exactly what Dave has been trying to do is making sure that we're not just putting 2 inches of gravel on a road, that you're putting 4 inches on the road, and that'll give you 5 years of a good gravel surface that's manageable and will drain off, and then you can focus on another road. So I just wanted to make those comments from my perspective of being a director of engineering public works for many, many years. Can't help myself. So I'll let Dave jump in because he's been the one that's managing the program.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may help, Manish will be able to help me with this number. We have this, about half of this is a grant?
Correct.
Yeah, so about half of it. So the money you're seeing here is, if you take half of that, that's really what the municipality's portion is. So you're right, grants don't come along very often that allow you to do gravel, but we had four years of it, so we are very appreciative. Yesterday I got a call from
Grant, is it?
a ratepayer, Bonnie. She's on Edgewood and she has she was looking for help because she couldn't get down her road. And she drives a little Honda and she was looking for a spot so she can park, so she can walk back and forth. She can't get back and forth. There's nothing we could do yesterday getting on that road with our heavy equipment. So today we're at our grader, lightening up the grader as light as we can get it, looking at the weather forecast to see when temperatures will drop enough, they'll freeze up the road so we can get on it and put just a little bit of gravel so she can get down. And we're trying to serve everybody, not just the, you know, the moms with the kids and the older people that are trying to walk down the roads. So if I could say, this is one of the roads that has not been done by me since I've been here. When if I'm gracious enough, if council's gracious enough to have me around for a few more years, by 2028, we'll just about be around the whole township. Any road that I have touched is passable. It's good every year. And I would, I'm not saying I take offense to it, but saying that I only do a topper on the road, that's a hard thing to say to me. I go in and take out the frost heaves, put transitions, I put the drainage in the road, and I give you a good road at the end of it for very little money. We are very effective with what we have and putting in good roads, and everywhere we've touched, you can go around the Shawanaga, Lorimer that we touched, Crown Retreats, we've been down Parker Bay. A lot of these other little Quinn roads, a lot of these roads that we've been around, and we'll be around it if you let me go around it. By 2028, there'll be Nelson Clallan will be left, but just about every road we'll have in. And if you did nothing else but just let me do the work, you would be left with decent roads after, like, I mean, after that, the prices will go down. You'll be doing toppers afterwards, but we're going holistically after the roads as best we can with the money we have. So if you had someone else in here, maybe I'd say cut, but not with me. I do a good job, very good job with the roads, so.
Yeah, and no offense to you, it was simply when I'm talking about the gravel, I know we had in our budget this year of doing a tar and chip on a bit of Maple Island. So over time, our gravel roads do decrease in size. And I know, you know, I might just say top it, be it however many inches or 4 or 5 inches, whatever it might be. The Bunny Trail is an example last year. When it got slurry sealed, do we go through and do all the frost heaves on a road like that, or we just go and slurry seal it, right? So a lot of the time, and is no offense to you or anybody on the works department, in order to redo a base, you really have to redo a big part of the base. You know, 4 or 5 inches, maybe it might be a foot, maybe it might be 2 foot in some sections. And all I'm trying to say is, I think if we cut $20,000, that would be 10% of that budget. Well, it can still be done. Maybe instead of May 2028, maybe we finish in July 2028. We're not canceling for years or canceling lots. We're only taking a little bit and just pushing a little number out a little bit of the ways. That's all I have to say about it. We have to save money somewhere, and that's where I thought it could come from. Still leaving a large amount of gravel to go down each year. And I think the guys do a great job on the grading, yourself included, which is good.
Okay, thanks. We need to move on, but go ahead, Councilor.
Yeah, I'd ask that study maybe be sent to Councillor Bray and Councillor Nash, and well, to all of us again. I remember, I think it was even in my election letter when I went forward, that, you know, and don't quote me, but like it was really poignant that, you know, 60% of our roads were rated very poor or something to that effect, right? And I can remember at the time, you know, we kind of rationalized it by saying maybe it's not 60%, you know, maybe it's not as bad as they say. But at that time, we needed to do a lot of work on our roads, and I think Dave has. So, you know, I guess my general feeling is, you know, right or wrong, 80% of our people or 60% of our people think that they come up, they pay taxes, they enjoy the lakes, they go to the dump and they go on our roads, right? And if you keep them happy in those two aspects, and there's far more complicated than that, but they need good roads and to grade the roads and put the right amount of gravel. And believe me, in my 17 years, David, this is a compliment beyond compliments, because we've never had it so good, and we've never had such a good crew. And I rarely get a complaint on a road or snow plowing, quite frankly, anymore. And I used it. So that's a big compliment. So I kind of trust you. I know where you're going also, Councillor Nash. You can find $25,000, but you know, sometimes you cut your nose off, spite your face. So anyway.
Okay,
And by the way, what is RNS?
Road needs study.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure about that. Okay.
Councilor Bray?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think the roads are in such good condition, and I will even attest to one of the roads that I travel quite often. And oh my gosh, I can remember when I first moved up here in 91. I remember getting worried that I would get stuck in the spring trying to get out of the road or get back in. So it is really good, and the work is done. I'd say if we have a plan and we have a road study that goes to 2028, I would probably say stay the course, but that would be just my opinion. Thanks.
I think between the road grant and the work that's being done, I would put our roads in very good shape compared to other communities. But I don't travel to too many other communities either, so.
Okay, thank you. Can we move on to anything else in that section, or how about page 27?
I had one other real quick question, but I think I know the answer to it. The dust control. Now that we have the water truck, Dave, it's line 16-370. Do we still need to sub out everything, or are we able to do anything with that new water truck that we have to do any of our own dust control?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a tender that was done last year with an option to extend to this year at which we were part of a group tender last year through the Magna Road Superintendent. I believe there's 18 municipalities. So we got a group rate, and that tender did extend and allow for this year an increase of CPI, which was accepted by the group. And so that does allow us for our calcium for the year. We put less than the Ontario Provincial Standards recommend, and it recommends twice a year. We put it on once a year less. At the cost, some other municipalities do put it on themselves with a setup that we have. We have our water trucks virtually identical to everyone else in the group. So everyone's running that, what we have. They do put it on, they pay the same price per liter, whether they apply it or the contractor applies it. So we would just be spending our own fuel, putting it out. And their trucks are set up for spread rates, so they can calculate where it's put. We try and maximize, because we put on less than the standard, because it's so expensive. We try and maximize everywhere we can. South facing hills get more than north. North gets less. In front of swamps, they get less. We slow down in front of houses. We try and stretch it out. We're so efficient with this. Can we cut the price on it? You'll get phone calls. It'll go right to council, won't go, because we can. So what we can do is we apply it. We get our water trucks out early in the morning before they get out, get all the road wet. So you get good absorption down low, and it doesn't sit high on the roads. When the rain comes, it doesn't wash it off the road. It stays in the road. We can go and regenerate it more often. So absolutely, we can provide better service with what we have. Can we save money? Sorry.
Figured I'd ask. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Page 27.
I just have a couple, landfill wages. Again, is this wages and benefits, I assume? Or is this not? You know, again, we don't need to debate it. We just want
Yeah.
some consistency.
Yeah, it is.
Through you, Mayor, there is no benefit on landfills.
Okay, so
No benefits.
where would benefits go in for landfill?
That is all part-time people, not a full-time.
Oh,
as students.
okay, I never thought of that. Good for you. So there's no benefits there. There is a small one, but
Correct.
there is a very
It's a
small one.
small benefit for HSA, but there is no other benefit on that.
There's health spending account for one employee, but then
Yeah.
that's covered somewhere else, I take it?
Within that.
Oh, it's within that. Okay, thank you. That's all I have because we did cover the road grant already. Okay, are we getting into, are these all, I guess we're gonna be looking at the capital projects later, so all the Brookview Drive and Whitestone Lake Road and stuff, that's all capital, is it?
Yeah, we've got just a couple more pages of operating and then we'll be in capital.
Okay,
hopefully.
good, okay, thank you.
Counselor Bray.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a couple of questions. One was York landfill recycling and Ald's
Yeah.
landfill recycling. They're quite a bit lower than what we spent in 2023, and I just wondered why.
These numbers are solid, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. These numbers are solid. They're good numbers based on last year's numbers. So in July 1st, as of July 1st, Circular Materials Ontario, which is going to take over, they're going to be responsible for all the costs related to it. They're going to contract us to do it, to help. So we get a little bit of money from them as well. Previously in the past, we received half, basically, we were reimbursed for about half the cost of the recycling. So we sent it out, we got half the money back, thereabouts. We're going forward where they're going to cover it all. Generally speaking, they don't include contamination and they don't include churches and industrial places. Some things will have to come good for. They don't include our parks and, well, they do include our parks actually, but not our municipal buildings. So there's a few things that won't be included. July 1st hits, they're responsible. So we worked out our numbers. Manish was very good at helping with this. Working out our numbers. That's when a bulk of our costs really start to come into play for our recycling. After July 1st, that's when people, ramp up their summer. And that's where the costs are. So that's why you see a big number. From January to the end of June is really what we're responsible for. And after that, we're not. Does that help?
Thank you.
It's producer responsibility, basically.
Yeah, thanks.
Perfect.
I forgot that was happening and that this year, for some reason, I thought it was next year, but that's okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? What's that?
Mr.
Yeah, I
Mr.
had,
Mayor?
or sorry, I think Counselor Woods was saying something there.
If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I had the same questions that Councillor Bray had, so I'm glad that that's happening and they weren't reduced by mistake. The next one that I had, the brush grinding for the 19,500 that we have budgeted. So are we actually in the position where we need to grind the brush this year, Dave? I know a few years ago we had that massive mountain, but that mountain took a few years to build to that size for sure. Are we absolutely necessarily doing it this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think I need help from the fire chief on that. With the pile we have, we've moved around a bit. It's grown, but you are right. It's a good idea to get them into a big pile because mobilization is a big chunk of the cost. So we didn't do it last year, so we're going to try and do it every other year. But the larger the size of the brush pile, I guess the more risk you run into it catching fire. The other thing is we do use it for cover, and that's really saving us on our volumes. As was presented by Azimuth, our numbers have really been coming down, and the way we've been placing cover and what we've been using as cover has really helped our overall volumes so that does play a key role in extending the life of our landfills. So I think we should do it this year. We have quite a large pile. We should go ahead with it. maybe in the future, we could try a third year. We can try that, but I think we should go ahead this year and do it.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just asking. I'm not opposed to the brush grinding. I'm the one that brought it up originally, right? I was just seeing if maybe we could push it out and we could save a little bit of money, right? Put it away, but no, if you feel that we need to do it this year, then yeah, I'm not gonna disagree with you, Dave.
Okay, thanks.
I
Page
think-
28?
I just have 16, sorry.
I'm still on page 27.
Oh, are you?
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
sorry.
Okay.
And I think it's just, Manish, I think it's just for clarification for me, under loans and debentures. If I look at from the bottom looking up, so right above the word total transportation services, I see XXX and then it says debt financing 2023 interest. And I look across and it says 7156, but there's no number this year. Was that paid off?
We didn't borrow that money. It's a last year debt financing the project.
Okay, so it's off the books.
Correct. It's for
Okay.
the last year, not this fiscal year.
Yeah, and then municipal facility construction loan interest, again, is that one totally off? Like, I'm looking and I don't see any account numbers, so I'm just wondering which of these are still active and which aren't. So I'm working from the bottom up where it says municipal facility construction. So that one's paid off, nothing left of it.
That budget, that year, we forecasted that is a construction loan, but we didn't go on loan fund on that.
Okay,
And also the second, we budgeted that amount, but we didn't get a loan for that. That's a facility which we supposed to get a loan, but which is absorbed with the last year.
okay. So next year they can come off this list kind of thing, I guess, when the spreadsheet works across. Okay, makes sense. And then the debt finance municipal contribution rec center. Okay, those are the two new ones. And the final one, sorry, was 16-442-4 2022 roads construction loan interest. Again, that one's been paid off. Nothing left. I just see 600 from 22.
But I couldn't get you. Can you repeat one more time, please?
16-442-4 2022 roads construction loan interest. Shows 1,600 back in 2022, but nothing in 23 or 24. That's been paid off and is off the books, right?
It's the same thing. We had budgeted that amount, a small amount in case we getting a loan. That is a portion we are going to pay, but we didn't had a loan amount that borrowed that year. That's the reason there is no actual number.
That's what I thought. Perfect. Thanks, Manish.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up on 27 on the debt financing for the Recreation and Cultural Center. So 9,300 was for at 5% for 9 months, so 12 months would be roughly 12,000. What are you budgeting for a term on that?
Through you, Mayor. The term is 9 months.
No, but
That's only the interest.
no, I realize, but interest based on what term? How long are you financing for?
The principal are only the interest for this fiscal year. For the amount what we are borrowing.
Interesting.
Okay, so we haven't made it,
But the
Okay.
amount is there, will be zero, right?
no, I realize, I'm just trying to say, when we give 250,000 to the pool, and we borrow that, do we
Correct.
have a term for that, or do you?
That will be term 15 years.
15, so that's all.
But
That's
I
fine.
don't have that exact number on this
Yeah,
budget.
no, that's fine, that's fine, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to 28?
Yeah, I only had one question, really. 16-484-3 miscellaneous initiatives. What is WESC?
I'm gonna let Jan speak to that.
Oh, okay.
The Whitestone Environmental Stewardship Committee.
Ah.
That's us.
Yes,
There you go. Thank you very much. I now understand.
yeah.
But all joking aside, yeah, it's only a few little initiatives we have. It'll be
Okay,
like-
I'm not gonna cut,
No,
I'm not gonna
it's-
try and
it's
cut
doing
that
a little
committee,
bit
no,
with-
I won't.
It'll be a little bit with Earth Day. We'll have the fall fair,
Okay,
a few little information booklets, just a few things like that.
good, okay.
Maybe a few signs on
I know that,
walking trails, something like that.
I know that, that one of our members is very keen on working on our walking trails. So we're very fortunate to have someone who is so keen. And so we're hopeful that, and very interested in providing information to people when they get on the trails. So there may be an opportunity for us to be able to have some signage about some nature or environmental things or something like that. So to make it also interesting.
I think it was between the one member who really likes the trails, him going on a couple of the trails and saying, I didn't know where I was going. And me saying, I had a phone call once about 3 years ago from my mom. I'm lost. I have no idea where I am. I've been wandering around for an
Yeah.
hour. We can't find our way out.
Oh,
Because he said, hey, maybe this is a perfect
Better
idea
sign.
for this.
We have
Just a
to do
few
some-
little very cheap signs that say,
Yeah.
hey, this is how you get back, and here, this is what a tree is. So
We need
Okay.
some
maybe little
blazes and
things like that.
signage for
Yeah.
the trails. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have on that
Okay.
page. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on page 28? Okay, 2 more pages to go, or 3 more maybe, for this section. 29, what about 29 facilities?
Oh, okay.
I have one question on 29, and I think I already know. I just want to make.
I
sure.
want to go back to 28. I did get, and I did read the ice cap report. Remember last time there was the link and the blue link and whatever. And I really kind of had my eyes open a little bit. There are a bunch of goals in here, a bunch of stuff. I really think that, you know, when I got to the end of it, I thought, if I said to taxpayers, we were spending basically 10 grand a year to do our part in terms of climate change and that sort of thing, and energy conservation in that area, I think unanimously, practically, they'd say, go for it, right? So I don't have a problem, you know, investing the 10,000. I do think there's a lot of things in here that I want to make sure all of council has read in depth this report before we come to the next council meeting and say, oh, let's go approve this account, right? And then everyone say a year from now, oh, I don't want that, or I don't like that, or I don't understand what was in there. I didn't approve that. It's very important that all members of council, you know, get them a copy of this and make sure that you read it, because my eyes were opened a bit, okay? And so that's all I have to say, right?
Thank you for that.
Through you, Mayor Comrie. I have an update on a report to council for March 19th, which is an update on that report. And it's going to identify a little closer some of the initiatives we're doing. So all the front end of the report is just information. It's like a thesis. And so the practical piece, which was what council asked for at the last meeting, I'm speaking to the initiatives. Some are low cost, some are no cost, and some are planned for the future.
You know, I can see in there that you know, basically this year is an important year. I don't know about, you know, if you can combine 4 and 5 sort of into mostly this year. I don't, you know, these people are going to go on forever if we allow them to, right? 10 years from now, we'll be paying 10 grand a year to monitor what we already achieved and did and that sort of thing. And that's where it may become overlap and we may want to seriously look at it. So
Through you, Mr.
maybe
Mayor.
replaced by some other program that we would, you know, but anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and it's not just monitoring that they do. I think that one of the things we have to understand is that having an expert who researches this and has worked in this for so long, which Benjamin John has done in different locations, that as a municipality to be able to tap into that expertise, and we're only paying a portion of that program. We're very fortunate, because I know that lots of other smaller municipalities, and municipalities that aren't that much bigger than us, well, I guess they're a little bit bigger than us, but they've had to go it alone, and that's not very cheap. And it's really something that I think we're very fortunate that we have this. And the other part is the grants, being able to have the data, and that's what we need, is the data to be able to apply for grants in the future that will help us to not only just lower our costs, for heating and cooling and all of those things, but also the greenhouse gases, which we're helping the province reach their goal in the long run. So I think we have to sort of think in terms of looking at this as being an investment in our future in the terms of the grants that we might be able to participate in. And we have the expertise to help us make those, make that request and have the data. Because the data is what you have to have. That's the big thing.
And the other thing that hit me through you, Mr. Mayor, is if we don't go with IceCap, it gets punted to staff, and who on staff's gonna do it, right? That's the other part. We don't have the expertise in a lot of areas and, but anyway, okay, that's all. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are we done with page 28?
Yeah.
29,
Yeah, and
facilities and recreation, 29.
Yeah, just one question. I think I already know the answer to it. Just want to make sure. Item 16-707-2, Bolger Lake Landing. I know we show it here under facilities. Whereas when we talked about the other boat launch maintenance, for example, it was under boat launches, item 16 whatever it was, 399. Is this Bolger Lake Landing, the $2,000? Is that for removal of these shore dockers? I'm just wondering, is that what is kind of?
Through you, Mayor Comrie, yes, that was the intention. And where are the other boat launches? Is that in Public Works?
They're, I just saw them here, 499 or 399.
I don't.
16-399.
I don't disagree. That should be grouped together, but that was the intent, that $2,000 in case there's some removals and.
No, and the number, I don't know if it's enough, but I think it's perfectly fine. I just wasn't sure if it was for something else that I wasn't sure of, so perfectly fine with it. I just wanted to understand it.
That's
So
what it is. And the $2,000 was, as noted there, council recommendation, that dollar amount.
Yeah,
Great.
I have nothing on 29. So.
Okay. How about 30?
So Mayor Comrie, just for clarification, the recreation budget is reduced to 26,000.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah, I
thank you.
think I noticed that. Where is it? Here, oh, yeah.
Okay, on page 30.
May I interrupt just for a second?
Oh,
My
sure.
apologies. So under swim program, I'm happy to announce that we have a swim instructor this year.
Oh, my God, good for
So
you.
a young man that's local,
Awesome.
he's helped out at the library. And our new deputy clerk is going to have oversight of the program.
Good.
I
Excellent.
think I
Perfect.
voluntold her, but she's happy to do that. She has a little bit of knowledge. So that's good news for Whitestone, and we're just
Fantastic.
finalizing all the details of that.
Good for
So
us. Get her signed up before some other community does, or her.
it's a young man.
It's a young man. Wow.
And tell him to do his homers.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Homework
the
in the
last,
short term is happiness in the long term.
yeah,
Okay, good advice.
last page of with any, anything other than
page-
totals on
Page
it.
30, I have a question. 16-845-6, land use permit, Whitestone Lake. I'm dying to find out where we have a land use permit on Whitestone Lake. MPSB 2023.
Through you, Mayor Comrie, I don't have an answer, but I'll let council know.
Yeah, I've never we don't, the shoreline is, there's no shore road allowance in Whitestone, and this is a land use permit down here, or at least I hope it isn't. So I don't know where that would be.
It says
Mm-mm.
2023, so it must be.
Frankly, I'm wondering why, now that I see this, a chart of accounts is meant to give you a general overview of how you're spending your money. When you have dollar amounts like 90 and 100, I'm thinking land use permits should be rolled into one account, but I will ask that of Paula, who takes care of land use
Yeah,
permits.
let us know by email or something. It's just,
And actually going off that, when I saw this, even though they were small numbers, I was really happy to see it, to say, oh, well, Washkesh is land use permit number XYZ. Gooseneck is this, Ardbeg is that. I think it's nice to see it. I remember I think it was somebody up in Washkesh once asked me what a land use permit number was, and I think he ended up trying to get it off the ministry. So I actually, seeing it here, I think isn't a bad thing. The one comment I had on page 30 is 16-844-1. And I'll say there's a little bit of a story to it, so I got to get the other part of it. Right now, we show a number on expenses as 0. Last year, there was 34,902.
what number is it again?
16-844-1, Parkland Reserve Contribution. In 22, there was 40,000. Last year, it was 34,000. This year, we're not budgeting any. But in our income, which we'll get to later, we have parkland and lieu payments that we're estimating at 35,000. I know it's a flow through, but because we're taking it as income, we still have to put it in as an expense to come back out. So I think that might have just been a quick little oversight, so staff can look into that. But I'm assuming that number there should be 35,000 and not 0.
Any answer? Mr. Treasurer?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, that revenue should be taken out. I will maybe oversight. That's like a 2 in and out. It was there, so that will be reduce our revenue portion. Because we are doing a 60% allocation. That's the reason intention was taking both the revenue and expenses.
And I don't think it would come out of, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it would come out of income. It should still stay as an expense if we're gonna transfer it over to reserves. And there'd still be an income for it, right? It's a flow through, but we need to show it on paper somewhere, right? So there needs to be a number showing on parkland contribution and expenses and a number showing as income as well. Right?
Through you, Mayor, that 35,000 in the revenue should be taken out because in the final, when we have in a year-end review, then we'll get exactly amount, how much is the transfer will be. That will, this year we are doing exact 60% transfer of Parkland Reserve for thrift land. That's the reason that amount should be taken out in the next budget draft. Yeah.
These are all expenses, remember, there's no income in this, what we're looking at right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
So
Nash
that's
is
gonna
referring.
put our budget up by that amount?
but there would be an expense because it has to go over to our reserves. So it's still an expense. We're still getting money from people paying and have to transfer it to a reserve. So it acts as an expense, just like going to the AMP funding would, right?
Through you, Mayor, the number on the revenue on the page 36. Page 36.
$36?
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
The account 15753, that is 35,000. We had to take it out because that is Mr. Nash was referring here on the Parkland Reserve. That is an in and out. But that 35,000 will be taken out in the next draft budget. So that will be reduce our revenue, that particular portion amount.
I don't get it.
But I think maybe just double check that because we're still taking money out or bringing money in as income. When we get to the income numbers, under item 15,753, there's money coming in and out each year, right? So there has to be a number there, some.
For clarity, this year we are trying to take both as a zero because we have to, on the closing balance, we are utilizing a 60% of that Parkland Reserve. That's the reason, clarity. That amount I had to take it from the next on the budget draft.
Okay, maybe you can write a report. I don't quite follow that, but,
Does
then
this
next,
just put our budget up by $35,000? That's all I care about.
yeah,
It did?
We'll provide an explanation in writing. How's that?
yeah. no,
Yeah.
that-
There goes all the pluses.
That-
Now
that
add
would
to
be
the
fine.
All
budget.
right.
We can take care of them.
So anything else on these operating
Oh,
expenses?
my goodness gracious.
Thank you. When is curfew, Madam CEO? Is it 4:30 or 5:30? I can't remember.
I think it's 5:30. So it's 10 to 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
How many
Yes, we took
hours?
a half hour, so 7 hours. So we should do curfew. Thank you for reminding me. We should do curfew
We
now.
could have, yeah, that's
Yes.
what I thought. I was just looking.
We got wrapped up in the operating budget. No, wait, no, we don't have to do it till 5:30. No, we're good.
Perfect. Let's keep going.
So we have
It'll be
7 hours
Hours, yeah.
and we took a half hour for lunch.
Well, all right, okay.
So
I
we
see
don't
what you're
count
saying.
that. So
Okay.
5:30. It's only 10 to 5. So
So,
we're good.
well, hopefully maybe we can finish, again, I'll remind you, I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin at 5:30, so.
Oh, at 5:30 or 6? Oh, at
Well,
5:30.
About 5:30, yeah.
Okay. Well,
I gotta,
we need to finish it today, so whatever, we'll
Yeah.
carry on.
so we now have our capital, items. And we have talked about a few of these in the course of what do we actually need to discuss?
Six, 19-114 Health and Safety Policy Update. I guess we put it in at 2022.
This is on page 32?
Yeah, right up at the top there. No, it's 19-114 Health and Safety, 9,000.
Yes, okay, I see
This
that.
is gonna be outsourced. How old is our health and safety policy?
It's somewhere around 207, 208.
Okay,
It really needs a
Uh,
refresh.
okay, well, I just wanted to know.
Okay,
The next one, is 25, the 50,000 for the official plan. I don't think we're gonna be spending 50,000 in this year in the official plan. I really don't. I think we're gonna go through a process of sorry, bidding or whatever, then we're gonna choose someone, not necessarily the person we have, but we have to take it outside. MRCM, by the way, are doing, I think, Perry Sounds and
MHBC, yes, Perry
Yeah,
Sound and
sorry.
McDougal.
yeah, my property management company in Burlington is MRCM, so anyway, get them confused. You know, I'm really kind of thinking if we can select the person, have the discussions with them, I don't think you'll spend any more than $25,000 this year, quite frankly. I think the process can run up to 50 to 100,000, depending on who you pick and where it is. But I really don't think we're going to be spending and billing out and paying 50,000 this year. It's just a general comment. So again, I'm not suggesting we not keep, if we put it to 25, I'm suggesting we put 25 into reserves, right? So it's not going to reduce the budget, I guess, very much, but it'll take it out of here and put it into reserves anyways. And that's just a comment I have.
yeah, anything else on page 20, on 32? Counselor
Yeah, I
Nash?
have a couple more.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Lake planning initiatives, again, who's gonna identify the lake planning initiatives? Who's gonna do them? Is it man science? Is it professionals that do it? You know, it was in last year. I don't think we did anything. Maybe the environmental committee's looking at it, but maybe we need to get whoever does our official plan to do it. I don't know. So again, if we're putting 15 in, are we really gonna spend 15 this year on it? I don't know. That's a question beyond my pay grade, maybe. I don't know.
through you, Mayor Conley, this is an area of, of expertise that you won't find within staff. Even we don't know what we don't know, as the saying goes. We don't know what we need, and we may know better what we need once the official plan work starts. Not necessarily that the consultants are going to be the experts, but they will be able to guide us to the experts. That's my thought, and it was put in there simply because it was an important initiative in 23. We didn't move on it for various reasons, and it was here for discussion for council.
And through you,
It's-
Mr. Mayor.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
No,
I'll make a comment.
thank you. I was just gonna say that I think it was as a placeholder, and I think there was, I know I had a bit of conversations about it, and once we picked our new planner, and once that planner is more active with us, I think it's a matter of having them maybe at a council meeting and asking, okay, what do you guys think we should be doing for lake planning? I don't think it would be our planner that would do the work, but they might be able to steer us in that right direction. Now we're March. By the time we get through that, I would think that, yeah, we probably wouldn't get through $15,000, but hopefully our new planner could tell us what they think maybe should be included in it. We can put it out to tender, similar to what Councillor Lamb said about the official plan. I don't think 50,000 this year will be spent. I think we'll be good if we can get a tender out, get a planner awarded for the lake plan. And probably we'll start incurring costs for the lake plan next year, but I do think we have to make it a priority to get started on the tendering of it this year, the engaging services this year. So next year, we're not in the same boat saying, let's push it off to 2026, but I think that 50 grand could come down to, I think Councillor Lamb said maybe 25 grand. I think maybe it could come down to even more. Maybe it's like 15 grand, and maybe the lake planning comes down to 5 grand. Next year, lake planning's more, but this year, all it is just getting started on it, and nothing more than that. And then it's next year. Those are my thoughts on those last two items that Councillor Lamb had raised.
All I was gonna say is that the lake plans are part of the official plan. And they're an essential part. There is a section, as you know, in the official plan for each of the major lakes in the municipality. So, but I think, as people have already suggested, what we have to do is we have to figure out how we are going to organize ourselves and whatever planning resources we need to help with this to do both of those things. Do the lake plans and do the rest of the official plan, which has a lot of other stuff besides the lake plans, of course. So, you know, it's just a question of getting started, and the only caution I would, you know, I'm probably of the mind that we're not at the rate that we are currently going, we're not probably going to spend either of those. Well, if you add those two sums up, we're 50 and 15, we're not going to spend that probably in 2024. But if we don't get doing it, we will not finish. If we don't get ourselves organized and get something underway this year, I suggest to you respectfully, we will not finish in this term of council. You know,
That
'cause
might be right.
there's a chunk of work to be done, and ideally, you would not want to have something like that bridge a term of 2 terms of council, but
No.
hey, I guess it'll be what it'll be, as they say. That's so my message is simply, yeah, we've probably got, I agree with everybody spoken so far that we've probably got maybe more than we need this year, but we got to get going too.
So can we move it to whatever, 20 grand and 5 grand, or 25 and 5? I don't know. That saves, it doesn't save anything. You're just pushing it out, right? But you're at least upping the reserves. So
Well, I could question whether you're upping the reserves or not. I don't know. I mean, I guess if
But I
you,
don't want to take it out of the budget, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, what we save here is
Well,
gonna go into reserves. It's not gonna reduce.
that's right.
Yeah, we're
We
not
don't
passing
spend,
that.
whatever we don't spend.
Yeah, yeah. That's my
will
point.
be available to spend in another year, yeah, okay.
Why don't we go 20 and 5? Just to pick a number, I don't know. You two guys are on the, know more about this than I do. so.
What do you, I don't know, what would you think, Mr. Mayor, for two numbers? It doesn't.
I was referring to council,
Oh,
right?
or-
Well,
I think for, well, I think for the.
You
lake-
got include the mayor too.
I think for the lake plan, I don't think our stewardship committee, I don't think really has any involvement of it. It's
No.
gonna be whatever a professional tells us we need to do
Yeah.
that we follow,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yes.
and we won't know that until we've tendered it. So I think we need something there to at least get started on it. But I do agree with what through the mayor, or what the mayor said, that we have to get on it so we don't fall back and we're trying to work on this on September 29th, 2026 kind of thing.
Sure.
Right? So,
Yeah.
there's something that needs to be there, but I don't think we'll go through the whole amount. So whatever others on council want to suggest, I'm fine with.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking what council wants is you want to get started on your official plan, which means a lot of upfront planning and organizing, and depending on what consultant you get, there's a lot of review on their part to understand what we have and where we need to go. So that, those are hourly consultant costs. I'm going to do a little bit of work behind the scenes and just get an estimate of what costs to actually get things started this year. So the planning of the process started this year, so council can hit the ground running in 2025. Because there's going to be public engagement and all sorts of things that happen. So I'm hearing about 25,000, and when we come back, so total, and when we come back the next time to council, that'll either be confirmed a little bit up or a little bit more. But I think that's what I'm hearing, is that the significant and robust part of the official plan work is going to happen in next year, but definitely there'll be some planning work and organizing this year. Did I get that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
And it might sound like a silly question, but do you ever know, is there ever any grants for official plans? The only reason I'm saying that, I know this year we're not going to spend much, but I'm guessing this official plan, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars to do this through consultants, not tens of thousands, or at least 100 or 150. Do you know if there's ever any grants available for stuff like that? I see the mayor closing his eyes and shaking his head. I'm just wishful thinking here almost.
Yeah,
right?
through you, Mr. Mayor, typically the grants we're seeing now are for infrastructure and not for roads and bridges either. Those days have passed. That was 25, 30 years ago. Now you're seeing facilities, AODA, those kind of things, libraries, museums, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the reason I would suggest to you is, and this is just me talking, I don't never recall seeing this written down, but every municipality has to do this, right? It's
Yeah, true.
every municipality has to have an official plan. It's a statutory requirement, so it's been downloaded. It's officially been downloaded to us, I would suggest.
And it's not that we have to start all out right at the beginning. It's an update
Yeah.
of this one, is it? Or
Yeah,
is it
it's
a
an
fu-
update.
Or is it a brand
Yeah,
new?
it's
It's
not
an
rewrite.
Okay, so
Yeah,
it's
it's
an
not
update.
start all over.
We
Perfect.
could, and this is not the time to have this discussion, but we could theoretically say, well, we don't really need to change very much. I mean, and I think we have to go through a process to arrive at that, but it might turn out that 90% of the existing official plan is good, but you still have to review it to find that out, and you have to do some basic consulting and some data gathering to figure out what are the things that actually need to be changed.
Yeah,
So-
I think if I'm right, I think one of the big parts is updating your official plan to anything that's been updated in the provincial policy statements and the
Yeah.
planning things,
Yeah.
and all that
Yeah.
has to be updated into your official
Yeah.
plan. And it's like you said, it's all this fact finding and consulting work.
And just putting the package together for bid would take a lot of work too, I would think.
I would say yes. Okay, so is there anything else on page 32?
Oh,
Yeah. Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, yes, Counselor Woods.
I've got one quick one. I think it's quick. I hope it'll be quick. It's the
Go.
improvements to Fire Station 2 per the Steinhoff report for $7,000. What is that $7,000 covering for the improvements? Anybody know that answer?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, according to the Steinhoff report, we have to put an air exchanger in Station 2, which in my opinion is a waste of taxpayers' money, but however, we couldn't get around it due to the building code. So we're gonna spend probably 7,000 or more putting an air exchanger in Station 2.
We can't get around it by the building inspector, is that what you said?
Required under the building code.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a life safety issue and there's no grandfathering when it comes to those items. So I think with Dave Creaser's help, he smiles, that there's going to be a reasonable and cost-effective solution. But we've talked to the chief building official a number of times and now that it's brought to his attention from the Steinhoff report, he can't ignore it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Woods, I did reach out to a couple of mechanical contractors that look after us, their other buildings, and they've said they've got no interest in going up there to do any work. So I'm working on other people trying to get a solution up there. But at this moment, I'm still working on it.
So sorry, maybe I'll have to ask Jamie, but I would like to see the specific part in the building code that says we have to put that building or that air exchange unit in an existing building. We're not doing any renovations there and it's just the same old building. I just want to see the specific answer that says that we have to install it now.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can provide that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other things on items on page 32.
Yeah, I have one. Came up last year, we pushed it out. It's up again this year, David, is the lights in the Public Works garage. I didn't work other than being a student and the conditions that you guys do in the garage, but I know if I need a light, I go to Canadian Tire and I buy a big lamp and light and I use it, right? Why are we spending 10 grand for additional lighting in a building that isn't that old? But anyway, do we need to change the light bulbs to LED or what? Is this a want or a need?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this has been brought up. I know it's a comment that I hear quite often from our staff, a health and safety issue. The lighting we do have there is LED and it is efficient. The challenge we have is the trucks are quite large and the lights are above the trucks. So you can't, the shadows whenever we try and work. So the lighting is not so bad when we don't have any equipment in there. But as soon as we put all the big equipment in there and we try and work on that equipment, it creates, you got a hard time seeing. So they're tripping over things and they're having a hard time getting in and around things. So that's the challenge. It's a health and safety issue and they've brought it up a number of times. And the concern is if we have, I know we do try and work on our equipment much more, and keep it in good shape so we don't have the breakdowns we're always operating, but the Public Works doesn't ask for much. This is one thing that they're passionate about, is a safe work environment where they can see what they're doing, where they're working.
But there aren't, again, my naivety, I guess, but there aren't work lights that go up and adjust and go and turn and be, and
They do carry them around, but again, when you have to walk around the equipment, I guess you could always carry a cord and a light and a guy following them, but that would be the solution. But beyond
two or
that,
three of them, but anyway.
it's a lot of shadows, and maybe we should invite council to come and see the issue, because it's one you have to see, and it's not one person complaining, it's everybody that is requesting that better lighting. And the issue is it's high and you got to put more lighting in place. So the lighting is not all that expensive. It's putting it in as part of the
It's
price.
the solution you're looking at though, like portable work lights that stand on tripods on the floor. Can you not use those?
Yeah,
We
that's
can,
what
we
I'm-
can
that's what
use
I'm getting.
those, but when the equipment's in place, so you're coming into the garage, the equipment's in place, lights are on. You gotta walk around the equipment. You carry a light with you when you walk around?
Yeah,
Like they got
forward lights.
Well,
Oh.
but they have to do circle checks. So every day you gotta do a circle check. Every time you go out, you're checking your equipment and we're on the guys
Mm-hmm.
for that. And you're trying to see little cracks in your equipment. And I know we picked up one the other day. It's hard to see. You can't, I mean, you try and
Mm.
walk around, but you have to walk all the way around each piece of equipment. Each guy has to carry. It does become challenging. You go out in the middle of the night and you gotta
Okay.
come back to replace something or you gotta work on something. It's difficult to see. And maybe if we had younger staff, absolutely, that would help. I don't need to
Well,
be,
I-
but
Why
my,
are you inviting
Never-
old guys like me
All right.
in to see the problem then?
the younger
Okay, well,
people don't
we've
see.
got an explanation of what it is. Sorry, Councillor Bray?
I think according to health and safety, I think having cords all over the place with portable lights is not the way to go, but just, that's my thought.
Well, they don't, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just gonna bring everyone into 2024. We don't need wires for any lights. If we were gonna buy the guys tools and we should be buying them all battery powered stuff, okay? Just coming from a guy that loves tool standpoint, right? I mean, Dave needs lights installed, I understand that, but everybody's thinking that the work lights necessarily have to be plugged in. No, they don't. You can spend a little bit more money and you get a wireless light that recharges. And then that can also hook up to multiple other tools that the guys may need working on vehicles in the public works garage or working around in the municipality.
Okay, thanks. Can we move on to something else? Is there another one here?
I have a question regarding the structure maintenance guardrails. I see that we have, Dave, 30,000 this year, then it's 40, then it's 50, then it's 60, then it's 70. Going up year after year. I guess that's all based on the asset management plan. But is this all to do, like, what would you be suggesting to do this year? Like maybe give an example of one of the locations. Is it just guardrails, for example, along Farley's Road or something like that? Or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for guide rails, the end treatments are the expensive part. You got eccentric loaders and there's different things. The old days of being able to put a fishtail at the end of it, they don't like that anymore. We inherited a lot of these things that we're trying to, they show up in our buying a bridge study, they show up in a road study, and we try and work at them as we can, but the costs are not cheap, so.
Yeah.
We got a tender, we'll do a tender this year for guide rail work, but around the bridges, they need, the old the railings that we have, even we replaced, they're not supposed to be the wobbly wood ones anymore, so there's.
So the 30,000 for this year, which bridge would this be for? Bridges?
So we've got a few bridges to do. One of them is, alls we want to do put a decking surface on that. We got some, the abutments, or not the abutments, the diaphragms in along, lads we need to clean up. We need to do the railings along lads as well. Those need to be replaced, supposed to be replaced. There's Ferry River's got that as well. There's the, ballast walls and a few bridges. Ferry River's one, ballast on. I've got a plan there. The number is greater than what we have. We're gonna try and do as much as we can with the guys we have. So a lot of that's, when we pull into the wood bridges, the price, sometimes when you gotta get lower on a wood bridge, it gets expensive when you start pulling them apart. So
Okay.
there's some maintenance, there's,
And you mentioned, which I was surprised when you mentioned it, so, and maybe I'm very pleasantly surprised though. Last year, we had $250,000 set aside or 200,000 for Ald's Bridge replacement. Now you're saying as part of the $30,000, we can do it, so I haven't seen that report that came in, but is it not need to be replaced now? It's only some of the guardrails that need to be done?
well, on that one, we want to put a running surface on it. Just the running surface for now to get us a couple years out of it. That's one of them. it needs to be replaced, but the challenge with that one is it's not an easy replacement. There's not a lot of road, a room to put an access road around it. And there's private property involved. So to get an access road around it while you're replacing the bridge is challenging for sure. We do have a plan in place. These plans that we have, when they do get pushed, say pushed down the road, we're gonna look for funding as well. On that, hopefully we can get something on that as well. The bridges itself, I can provide a list of what work's going to be in on what bridge specifically. I can provide that. I don't have that in front
Yeah,
of me.
no, that's fine. I didn't want to, it was just the 30,000. So the Alds Bridge study that came in now, I guess that'll get presented to council hopefully in the near future. But from a counselor point of view, I wouldn't want to see us replacing the deck and spending thousands or tens of thousands on it if we're going to be replacing the bridge in a year or two.
So a running surface will just buy some time. So putting boards just on top. Nothing else. We're just laying them. So if the boards currently run transverse, so you got the length of the bridge, they run the opposite way. And we've got some holes and some rot happening in there. The bridge was looking at being replaced this year, but just to buy some more time, putting a 2x6 on it. And that is Hemlock 2x6.
Perfect, but that'll be in the report that's coming to us.
Yeah, I can give an update on exactly what work's happening where, on the biannual. We had a biannual bridge study, so from that you can see what work's happening where. And then we did get our price back from, the replacement on Alds Road as well. And that the recommendation is that it goes to an open concrete box culvert.
Yeah, or sorry, yeah, no, we're talking, sorry.
Sorry.
The Alds Bridge report we haven't seen. When's that report gonna come to council that we spent 10 or 15 or $5,000 or $20,000?
So we did receive that in January, and I can present that, next council, not this one coming, the one after. I don't believe there's room on it. We'll present that one as well.
Okay, no, that's what I wanted to see, and then we can decide. Okay, perfect. And then the other item on that page, I think I'd heard from Manish earlier today, if I'm correct, the generators for the library and PW garage, that was declined. Am I right, Manish?
Yeah.
Through you, Mayor, the grant amount has been declined for us this year.
So therefore, are we removing that from our budget, I assume?
Through you, Mayor Comrie. Yes, the two generators and the sandbags, that $32,806 can be removed. The grant we applied for was $36,000, and the difference between the 36,000 and 32,806 is some expenditures that you will see a little bit later on in emergency management. I'm not quite sure where it is. I think it's under other, and the intent is to leave that in, but that the 32,806 can be removed if council doesn't want to make that expenditure without the grant.
I mean, it's too bad that we didn't get that grant. It would have been really nice to have seen it. And then the last two I have, which again, I know Dave, as we've spoken, we keep pushing things off, but we're coming out of some reserves, and yes, we get a gas credit and an OCIF credit for the bunny trail and the slurry seal for Farley's Road. 100 grand between the two. If you could only pick one of those to do this year and we do the next year, which one would you choose to do this year? It's a loaded question, so if you could only pick one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the bunny trail is just that last portion that's breaking up, that needs to be sealed up. So that needs to be done. If we don't do it, you're gonna have more potholes in it, one, and then you're gonna start to lose your profile, which is your profile you want for some drainage. It'll start to turn into a smiley face, and then you won't be able to slurry seal it. You'll be ripping it up and redoing it. That'll just happen. So if we don't do it, you won't be doing it, and you won't put it off. It's at the end of its rope. So that one, you really need to spend a little bit of money on it to buy some time with it, seal it up and keep its profile. Farley's was done not that long ago, the hill, to hold the hill. It's peeling, so we got a section of it that's, it's a double layer surface treatment, one layer is peeling off of it. And if that continues to peel, then we won't be slurry sealing it, we'll be ripping it up and doing double surface treatment, which is, so slurry seal is about the price of one. A double surface treatment is twice as much as just 2 layers.
Yeah, no,
And then that is about half the cost of asphalt. So 2 layers is about half the price of asphalt.
yeah, and then,
So a seal is a quarter the price.
yeah. Yeah, I think it's just,
The bunny trail would be my choice. It'd be nice to get both done.
yeah,
Does that finish the bunny trail?
Yes.
yeah, it would. Yeah, I think we just had nothing, it was just for budget reasons, saying if we could pick one, but I
Yeah,
think
the-
we just had a real unfortunate year. I travel up the bunny trail when I come up and, you know, I can't remember a year that we would have had so many freeze thaw, freeze thaw, freeze thaw, freeze thaw, and here we are again at this temperatures, which isn't good for any road, any gravel road. It's just a shame we had the winter that we did. Is there any more culverts that have to be replaced on the bunny trail? I know there was one that
There
we
is one.
spoke to last year. It's in that last section.
It's in the last section.
So it'd kind of be, get that culvert replaced, do the slurry seal over top of it and,
We'll put something down first, so we'll probably put a cold mix on it, and then seal that up. So it'll be in. Looks like there's a transition in there. We don't have any bumps in there. And then I know you said before that we don't dig out frost heaves when we do slurry seal. And that's not true. We absolutely do. Canning Road, we did that. It was existing surface treatment with a bunch of frost heaves in it. And we put transitions in it before we slurry sealed. So we do that.
okay, that's good. Yeah, do we dig boulders out of the road?
When we can identify them, if it makes sense, we can absolutely. And usually what we do is when it's coming up for replacement, we'll mark it out and do it ahead of time before anything gets peeled up. So you can see it in it, it's marked out, pulled out, and then you have to do your tapers.
It's amazing how far boulders move every year through the frost. It's crazy. I don't know how many inches they go. So no, perfect. Thanks, Dave. So bunny trail would be the number one pick if we were trying to save a little bit of money. You'd prefer both if you could, but if it was one, bunny trail over the other one, if I'm correct. And then my very last question is the sidewalks. It is just a few items up from where we were. It's $2,500. And I think there was a report on that one too. I think it was in a recent expenses. So I'm guessing we'll get the report for that maybe the same time as the Alds Road Bridge. But is that for more engineering? And have you heard at all any update on when they might be doing 520? Do we know it all yet?
It's been a while. I think it was in the fall when I looked at what was coming down the pipe for MTO work. And it's a few years out. I didn't see in the recent work, because I keep an eye on it to see when they're going through, so we can get grindings or we can piggyback any work. So I didn't see it. I'll check again. It was in the fall when I checked that
Yeah.
to see when that's gonna be done. The sidewalks, yes, the sidewalks, that's just basically for permit fees and that with MTO. But a report for the sidewalk would come the same time as Alds, which is, if there's room, April.
And in the report that's coming, did we ever look at going through the vacant lot? Like, I know we had some council conversation about, so I don't know what's in the report yet. But did anybody look into that as an option?
To go around,
To go right through Bob's Crescent, I'll call it, like through the road allowance that we talked about,
Or what?
coming from whatever the
That-
side road of the school is and going through the
I don't think we've
road
ever
allowance
talked
onto
about it.
Bob's Crescent.
Well, instead on the highway.
Yeah.
Be a lot further, I would think, so. Wouldn't it, going around? And increase your costs, but, I don't know.
through you, Mr. Mayor, that was not part of the engineering report. It was along the highway. And that's what the grant was put in for, was along the highway.
Okay, well, I'll wait for the report to come. I think we'll save tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that. Just my thought.
Just, through you, Mr. Mayor, just back on the slurry seal. You know, years ago, we didn't do slurry seal that I can remember anyway, but, I guess nowadays, whenever we decide to tar and chip a road, we better at the same time look at it as we're gonna slurry seal. And I really wish, you know, and as a business person, I'd be saying, if I was someone, I'd be saying, give me a cost benefit analysis for slurry sealing something, right? And how long is the payback and what's the, you know, what are we doing by spending $100,000 on these roads, right? And are we better just to not slurry seal them and then redo them and that kind of stuff? We never, you know, and I trust you, Dave, don't get me wrong. I'm saying, I would say it to any road superintendent. You know, I don't see it. I trust these roads. When do you put a slurry seal on? After 1 year, 5 years? After 5 years, is it?
Agree, Mr. Mayor, it's recommended to do it 1 year after, and then after that, you've got, depends on the performance of your road. It's 7 years, depends on the performance. The slurry seal can do a couple of things. It
You
can,
do it twice, you mean, after 1
so
year?
1 year and then 7 years.
Okay, and when you do it, does it extend the life by 5 years?
You can get another 7 years often you can do it, depends on your
Just by
profile.
slurry sealing?
Your profile, you can keep doing it. Really, if your road's in good shape, you can do it indefinitely, really, you can keep doing it. You can do profile corrections, so like if you've got a little bit of wheel rutting or different things in your road, you can pull scratches and actually start to take some of your, and add profile to it. There's a lot it can do, it makes,
But this isn't work we would do, this is outsourced, right?
not all contractors are the same, not all products are the same. You want to get a very skilled operator that can put it down, and you want a very good product, so way out of our league. It's
Yeah.
not even all the contractors are the same.
Okay,
Just going off that, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, for a minute. I think the bunny trail last year was what, about 200,000, give or take?
something like that, 188, I mean.
188. And I think it was about 5 kilometers, give or take, right?
Yeah.
So you're kind of spending 40 grand twice. The first year, then the second year, so it's kind of 80 grand per kilometer. And then every 5 years, you're spending 40 grand every 5 to 7 years on that same kilometer over and over and over and over. So if you were looking at it from, like when I do it, from trail systems, you'd end up spending a lot more money in the long run, because you keep every 7 years or 5 years re-slurry coating it, and just maintaining gravel. But you get what would be a semi-asphalt surface, which won't have the same rutting in the springtime, so there's benefits for it, but it's a lot more expensive. But as David Creaser said, maybe it's only a quarter of the price as asphalt would be, right? So gravel's a lot cheaper to maintain, but you don't get the same service, if you want to think of it like that, but it's a much more expensive cost over the long run.
I can tell you going down Canning, I like it. Okay.
Okay, well, folks, this is, we're really getting into the weeds as far as how we maintain roads are concerned. Do we have, we just want to look at these items and see if anything needs to get moved around. We've got 2 more pages and
We have curfew.
We should do curfew. It's pushed to
I've got
5:30.
comments on going through all this stuff. So some of it's been covered, but I don't think all of it.
okay, well, there's Erica suggested that we do curfew, so I'll find that one. Wherever it is. So yeah, 7 hours of the meeting, we're at approximately 5:30. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the March 4th, 2024 special council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours and continues for an additional, what do you want, 1 hour?
I think so.
Who's moving and seconding that?
I'll move it.
Moved by Counselor Lamb, seconded by Counselor Bray. All those in favor, please indicate.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, Counselor Woods, I guess we've got everybody. So that buys you some more time. I'm gonna have to take my leave of you before an hour's up, so.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Hmm?
That's good. I thought you were going at 5:30.
No, I'm saying I will, before an hour's up, I'm gonna have to leave. I mean, if it was only, if
Okay,
we're only
yeah.
gonna be 5 or 10 minutes, I can hang in, but if we're gonna be an hour, I gotta go. So I think what I'll do at this point is transfer the chair to
Well, you
Counselor
can
Lamb.
chair until you need to go. That's like, you're doing a good job.
Well, it's not gonna be very long, that's all. But anyway, all right.
You
Carrie?
need to be home by 6, is that correct?
Well, pretty much, yeah. I need a little bit of time in there, like, 5 or 10 minutes, as I say, I've got buffer, but not
On
beyond that.
on the next page, 33.
What have we got on page 33?
I guess this is where we
I
got-
could ask a couple, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Counselor Woods, why don't you go ahead?
Sure, the two-way plow
Yeah,
for 16,000.
I'm sorry,
that-
which,
So 3/4 of the way down the page.
yeah, oh, two-way plow, sorry, I see it. Yeah, thank you. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I was just wondering, is that for one of the big trucks that were like one of our highway plows?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that is for the large truck.
How much do we absolutely need a two-way plow on the big trucks is I know we'd like one. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah.
Dave, I
No,
understand, but
it's a hard, like, it's not the lights. It's not the lights. We can do the job. It allows you to move right now, we can only move everything to the right, and you're
Yeah.
stuck with you gotta back up a very long way to kind of get maneuvering around. So when we go into different areas and the turnarounds, you can always just fill that area, so you get less and less room to maneuver, and we get stuck a little more, and then when we go into the landfill, you can imagine we pull in, and if you're pushing everything to the right, there's the compactors right to the right, and the guys love you for it. You
oh
know,
yeah,
so you back in a lot of places to try and do the best you can, but it's an ignorant thing. We shoving it every which way and everybody's way, and so it'd be nice to have. It's a strong like. It's not like some of the other things, but it's not an absolute necessity.
I take it the lighting is more important than this.
Yes, wall safety, yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
And if I might, just going off what Counselor Woods had said there, the two-way plow, that's for one of the large dump trucks. It's not for the pickup truck, I'm assuming.
You're correct. It's for a large plow.
And if you could pick, I like doing this picking today, it seems, the line item above it, thumb forks for backhoe and adapter versus a two-way plow. If you could pick one of those for this year and one for next year, which would you pick for this year?
The thumb.
no,
Thumb?
Yeah.
That was an easy one.
Good.
It was.
We truly just pushed out $16,000.
But you would like to see that.
Be clear.
I'm not gonna
two-way
be,
plow.
I'm not gonna be popular back at the shop. You guys know
No,
this,
but-
but
You'd like to see it still come one day, but okay.
Okay, so, sorry, if we're taking things out, I think we need to, we need to get some consensus that that's what council really wants to do. I could see a straw vote on these things.
Right, I'm for keeping the thumb in, taking the two-way plow out.
I'm good with that.
Okay, thanks. That gives,
Okay.
I asked for
Yeah.
clarity with that, just because, you're forcing Dave to choose.
Sorry, Dave.
I'm not gonna be popular tomorrow.
Blame it on us.
Hey, you gotta sell it positively. I got 2 out of 3, that's 66%.
That's right.
You know, you're getting your lighting, which is more important to you than this other stuff.
And I just have a question, going back up the page. If we know that, and this is more of, for me, a want than a need, but if we know we're having the Alds Bridge report come in, it sounds like the Alds Bridge, when it does happen, is gonna be a little bit of an extensive project. I know from what the mayor had said, or maybe it was yourself, Madam CAO, that the grants aren't the same for bridges anymore as they used to be. Now it's more buildings and stuff like that. When I see the Lads Road Bridge Engineering Rehabilitation Project and taking it out of the reserves, I just sit here and go, if we know there's a report coming for Alds, there's a highly likely reason we won't get grants because they aren't around for this type of work. Maybe we should tackle the one report first, get it off our books, get it budgeted before we start a second bridge that's going to be expensive. So I would say maybe we could put this 25 grand into next year, knowing that we would have dealt with the Alds Ridge Road Bridge and decided what we're going to do and put that into our plan instead of having two bridges ongoing that we're not sure of what we're going to do. So I'd suggest that get pushed off to 2025 or 2026, just to give us time to deal with the first report coming on a bridge.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. So absolutely, I would agree that grants for roads and bridges are not common. I could tell you I got $500,000 for gravel, which we are enjoying very much for our roads. So just to say they're not very common, it don't say never. It's just, you gotta be, how do you say, creative in how you fill out the grants and how you interpret where the money's going. So having a shelved, a job that's on the shelf, you increase the likelihood of being able to get money for it. One. Two, Lads Road did not fare well in the last biannual bridge study. Alds need to be done, but Lads did not show well. So it's recommended it be done. I encourage you to do it. It's a mismatch of a bridge. So if I had to tell you, there's a good part of the bridge, nothing really matches. The foundation's not good on it. The substructure, which is your abutments, they're not good on it. Your superstructure, it's not good on it. So you can't replace one without the other, and they're not matching. It was built back in the day when you could just get some contractors, throw some stuff together, they try a bit at this and they try a bit at that, and they try a bit at this, and that's what we're dealing with here. And it's recommended that something be done and it be looked at, because I firmly believe it's a liability. I've been around a lot of bridges, and that one scares me.
Yeah, no, okay.
The other one's not so much. You can get across them but that one, when it fails, I don't think you're gonna get a lot of warning. So I'm telling you, it's
Right.
I think that should be done.
Okay, no, I hear that. It's just, anyways, we just did a big study on a bridge. We don't even have a report for, we want to do another one, right? We don't need, anyways, we don't need two bridge ready projects, I don't think, if funding's not the easiest, and it would save us 25 grand. That's just my take, so I'd suggest, I don't know if we want to do a straw poll and just take it off and put it to next year, knowing that we'll do it. If it needs to be done, as the works manager says, we should do it, but we've just spent 20 grand this year on a report for Alds Road or so, and we don't even know how much that'll cost to implement when we need to do it. So I might suggest we push it. We got to save some money somewhere, and so far we haven't saved very much.
Okay, I'm
Through
I'm
you,
not-
Mr. Mayor, was this a recommendation in the recent bridge study?
Yes, this was a recommendation, and I'd like to pass on my strongest recommendation. I've been honest with you, it needs to be done. It's a risk.
Well, I
Yeah.
suggest we leave it in for now. We have
Yeah.
another iteration of this coming and we'll see where everything lands, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not in
that's-
favor of deferring it.
I'm not saying yes or no, it's, what's this one? Oh, yeah. That
Okay,
was-
what else have we got on page
Boy,
33?
if we're gonna spend $375,000 next year on Lads Road Bridge, we sure be better looking for a grant.
Then we
or
can't-
alone.
Then we can't be spending money on all these road bridges is my whole.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Right? You can't have too many of them going all at once.
Anyway, what is it exactly? And I probably missed it. Is this the slurry seal Maple? It's the 60,000 Maple Island Bridge, 1.1 kilometer. That's slurry seal? It doesn't
Through,
say
through
what
you,
it-
Mr. Mayor, it should read a guide rail,
Well, that is a guide rail also.
That's at the bridge?
1.1 kilometers in, yeah.
At the big bridge.
D-
What I call the
Yeah.
big, no,
Yeah.
not that one.
But it's just the, it's
Oh,
just
it's
the guide,
past
it's just the
the
guide
threshold?
rail, right?
Yeah, it's a guide rail.
Yeah.
There's, over across the, yeah, there's some needs at both locations, but, across the culvert and across the bridge, there's both have been identified.
And they're repairs, are they not?
Yeah, they're, yes. And they're recommended for more repairs than this, but I think we can get away with the lower amount.
Okay,
And so.
I've got,
can I
oh,
ask
sorry.
one more question
Yeah.
just to do with that.
Yeah.
I notice it says here grants and it says gas tax. So what's the gas tax able to be spent on?
Through you, Mayor. Gas tax will be 49,846 on this project and 10,154 from asset management reserve.
Yeah, no, what can the gas tax be allocated to?
For the roads.
Yeah.
And what project you're looking for, I can ask more about that.
Could it go towards gravel? Could it go towards slurry seal? I'm assuming yes.
Why don't we, there's some guidelines on how to, what you can use gas tax for and how to use it. Why don't we bring those back?
Perfect. And then finishing up on that, my famous question today, Dave, you know where I'm gonna go on it. If you could pick one guardrail to do Maple Island or Farley's and do the other one next year instead of both of them this year. Yes, I know, lots of things are safety, but we have to kind of pick which one do we need to do this year and which one can we do next year? Which one would be more of a concern to you that you'd say we should, even though you might want to do them both, but hey, we should do this one before this one? Would it be Maple Island or Farley's Road if you had to pick? Sorry to put you on the spot, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think they're both equally risk. I don't, so yeah, I'd leave it up to council for that. I believe it's both a risk. I don't have a preference.
Okay, is there a way through you, Mr. Mayor, that maybe we could ask an engineer if, for us in council, if we need to find out which ones should be done before the other one?
Well, we
did already.
we have an engineer's report, which is our recent bridge study, which we looked at, and I think they identified many locations. And I think what Dave is trying to do is do a bit of catch up. There wasn't a lot of guide rail work that was done or contemplated over the last number of years. And the bridge study, the biennial, which we do every 2 years, bridge study, has made it a point of saying you need to get working on these. And I think that's what Dave was approaching.
Would totally make sense, but if we have that report, it would be easy to reach out and to say to them, hey, if we have money to do one of them for the person that wrote the report, which one would you pick? Obviously, they're gonna give an opinion of which one if they inspected them. And then we do the next one next year and there's another 50 or 60 grand. Can't spend.
And then there's more year after year.
Well, I
Yeah,
know, but
yeah.
not everything has to be done this year. It's a concern no matter what, it's a ongoing conversation on many things. It doesn't matter which department it's from, but we have to pick as council, which one can we do? We can't just do every single job all the time.
Well, I think what might be helpful is if council wants to reduce the amount of work that's done on guide rails, Dave could understand what can be done for a certain amount of money. That might be the takeaway from this, as opposed to picking one over the other.
I don't know what, with all due respect, and I'd love to say there's 50 grand and it goes into reserves and, we're building up our cash, but we're not really achieving anything because we're just gonna spend it next year, right? Like what we're caught again, I'm ending the meeting or towards the end of the meeting, like I started, like we're between a rock and a hard place, right? And last year we pushed some of this stuff, this very stuff out to this year, I think we did anyway. And now we're trying to address them this year, to push them out. we might look good on paper to say, we've increased our reserves by this much, but we really haven't achieved what we want to achieve. You know where I'm going, right? You know,
Even don't increase the reserves.
but I say to Dave, only do what's necessary, right? Get us 10 more years, right? Maybe we'll be out of this condition and maybe only have to spend half, but I don't think that's on the table, right? So I don't know. I just don't know.
Counselor Bray has a comment.
Yeah, I think that we are just pushing things
Yeah.
off to the next year. I don't think it's helping us it's not going to increase our reserves because it's all that money will be earmarked for next year. It's exactly what we did last year. And so the only way we can increase our reserves is by increasing the tax base. That's it.
Yes.
And so
Cutting services or increasing taxes. That's what it is. It's
Or
not-
borrow.
Or borrow.
borrow.
or
Those are
But
three
borrowing
It's one
isn't
of three
really a
things.
solution either, because you still have to pay it back and you have to pay back the interest. So, you know,
But it's an
but if
option.
both of these things, one is through the OCIF and gas tax. So that's already, we're getting that money. It's already coming.
Yeah.
That's the 50,000. They've got 60,000 here. Only 10,000 is coming from reserves and the rest is the grant. Why are we quibbling over this? Like, this is a lot of time spent on.
No, but in all due respect, it's not quibbling when that OCF gas tax could go to this summer gravel maintenance probably, or go to the slurry sealing of the bunny trail or the slurry sealing somewhere else. Just because it's a staff member's put it to say that's the job it goes to, it can go to another job that could be done as well. They've just allocated to there. It doesn't mean that that grant has to go to that job. So it's not quibbling over 10 grand. I'm quibbling over the municipality going bankrupt, and it's gonna be blowing forever, but anyways.
Yeah, and you know what, I would suggest that what we do is leave the two of them in. There's another whole meeting to go through. And maybe we take a look at the next iteration and you know, I don't know at this point really. So, but
Yeah, the only,
to be continued, I guess is
Yeah.
what I would say, right? So,
the only thing I think is that some of these are safety issues, okay? If you're gonna start comparing something that you do to the bunny trail versus something that you'll do to a bridge that's a safety issue, we have more potential risk associated with the safety issues, with things like guardrails and so on. The bunny trail, we will get lots of complaints from people, right? No question about it, but you know, what do? You drive slower and take your lumps, I suppose, but if you go off the side of a bridge, that's potentially litigation time, you know, so I think, you know, I think we have to look at, we do have to give priority to things that have been studied by professionals and where we've been told, look, this is something you need to address in a reasonable time frame, and you know, I don't see you know, we should at least try and make sure that we're addressing them and not just simply putting them off until it becomes you know, a serious issue. And
I totally agree through you, Mr. Mayor, but at the same time, last year, the reason why we had to do 200 grand on the bunny trail is because the bunny trail was a safety concern. So last year, the road was a safety concern, not the bridge. So when we say safety concerns, right? I'd agree that a bridge is probably more of a safety concern than the bunny trail. Right? If memory serves me, I think we were speaking about skating down the bunny trail or something like that. Anyways, I know it's been a long day for us all. And I know it's very hard to find money, unfortunately.
yeah,
so let's
I've got it too.
just
Are there
park it for a bit.
are there some more items here that you need to? that you
Yeah,
wanna-
on page 33 still, you know, call me old fashioned, but $6,000 for 50 new chairs in the community hall. And I look at these chairs and I say,
Yeah.
what's wrong with the chairs we have? Like, why do we need 50 new chairs? I have never heard anyone complain about chairs, and maybe I'm not the one they would complain to, but I just don't see why we would spend $6,000 on chairs. But so explain to me.
Is there any answer to that? CAO, go ahead.
Well, it has been talked about for a number of years. Some of our users, some of the chairs are a little bit wobbly, they're rusty, they catch people's trousers and ladies' nylons and maybe you purchase half one year and half another year. At some point you have to replace what you've got. That's all I can say.
I'm laughing because I didn't know ladies wore nylons anymore.
We do
I
sometimes.
guess you do, I guess I haven't been out to being dressed up in a long time. Sorry. I just think this is a year that, again, it can be pushed off. I don't think we should be. There's 6,000.
Yeah, it's definitely not a need.
Yeah.
It's a want. It's eventually you're going to want to replace your chairs. You got brand new tables a few years ago and they're still
Yeah.
good and they will be for a number of years.
Well, I think I would suggest we take the 6,000 out, and that will save a little bit anyway.
Could we just take the straw vote on that, Mr. Mayor, so staff knows for sure that it's coming out?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we
Yeah.
go.
In the last item
Oh.
on that page, I think the mayor's trying to
Okay,
get.
fine, thank
Oh,
you.
sorry.
I think the mayor needs to,
Yeah,
the-
I'm gonna have to take my leave of you as
Okay.
promised, so I don't know, Councillor Lamb, if you wanna,
Can I do it from here? Is it
you
that?
can
important?
do it from
Yeah.
there. You
Yeah,
can-
because they don't need to see me in the camera.
the clerk will help you to
Okay,
keep track of where you are.
yes, one moment, please. So, Mayor Comrie, if you could just turn your camera off
I will turn my camera off.
and we'll make note via audio that, Mayor Comrie is, transferring the chair to
Elvis has left the building.
Elvis left, transfer
Sorry.
the chair to Deputy Mayor
Yes.
Lamb as of 5:50 PM.
to be replaced by Elton John.
Yeah. Hey, there's a good analogy, I think.
Okay, so are we ready to go? Any, I think
I-
Councillor Nash had something
I
on
just-
page 33.
I did. I had one last question. Community center siding. I know we pushed that off last year. Is that in any of our reports that needs to be done? I believe it is, or is it not?
I think it's a visual
Yep.
for the most part.
Okay, and is that something staff can do, or do we have to hire somebody for it? I'm not even
I,
sure. where it
I
is.
appreciate you think a lot of me, but I've never done siding before and I don't believe any of our staff are siding
Okay.
guys.
So would you say this is more a need than a want, or is this something that you'd like to see here? I know we have to do it, so I'm thinking, can we do it next year, or should we do it this year?
I'll invite our CAO to chime in on that. It's
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I think it's in pretty rough shape. We've had to do some repairs and it's, it's
Where is it?
it's the siding that you see on the front
Yeah.
Like
and
over
around
here?
and up high. Yes, yeah.
Over here,
Uh,
where the sign is.
where's our sign? Over here.
Our
So
sign's over
what I
there.
call the front of the building is where the doors are.
The vestibule area.
The vestibule area, yeah.
know.
It's rough. And, one of the things that Dave's pretty proud of is, trying to keep the buildings in the Dunchurch area looking nice. We've got a very nice nursing station. The office still looks good. The LCBO, we don't have a lot of say on, but it's not too bad. And it's time to do the siding here
That's-
before it.
I've seen it a
Gets too
couple
rough.
times, that's why I was asking, is there any other siding that needs to be done on the fire station or the office building at the same, like, is there anything else, or we're having a contractor to do this to touch up anything else, kind of kill two birds with one stone, or? is it-
there's on the side of the fire, there's that little bit of wood, isn't there?
Yep.
Yeah, it's wood, but
It might be same contract. I'm just thinking
Sure,
if they're here
sure.
doing that, maybe we can.
I've asked for a contractor to give us a price on it. I hope to get that back soon, so maybe I'll be able to bring it back. If before you kick it out, maybe we'll get a price on it.
Yeah, maybe if price for this and that, and you let us know and.
Yeah, I can bring that back for, hopefully for the next meeting and then,
Perfect.
So there's never, I guess, there's never been a street light down at the dock down here? I know that's Counselor Wood's pet peeves.
Not that I know of, and this also includes another street light at the community center. We've had some complaints about how dark it is at night in certain sections of the
Okay.
parking area.
Guess for safety is where.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone have anything else on 33, 34?
Through you, Mayor.
Pardon? Yes, Manish?
I just want to give a heads up on the bridge, which is the AMP recommended in the year 2023. Alls Road should be done, Alls Road Bridge should be done. That we are doing in the year
2025.
2027. And also for this particular year in the AMP, they recommended Lads Road Bridge, a Maple Island Bridge, that is around in the AMPs 265,000 and 237,000. And the another Maple Island Bridge was recommended in the year for 1.1 kilometer. That is we are doing in 2028. The per recommendation it should be done in the year 2021, but we are postponing all our project for future years.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, anything on page 34?
I actually have one question which might fall under when staff bring it back, the parkland dedication. We have OADA here for the mulch in the
Yeah.
playground. I'm just
Yeah.
wondering, if we've looked at the AODA for the swings out at Maple Island, if we have to do anything. And if that's been inspected with the IPM and stuff for fall protection and stuff on that. And if not, maybe if it can get looked at for the next meeting and if we can use something and pull it out of parkland
Councillor
dedication.
Nash, could you speak up? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, do you want me to start over?
I think it might be helpful. I know
Okay,
Councillor Bray couldn't
so-
hear you.
Yep.
I'm not sure what's wrong with my mic. I know I talk quiet, but for the swing sets at the Maple Island, I know we're doing mulch for AODA down at the community center here. But should we look at that at Maple Island and see if we need to do anything? And for fall protections, I know it has to be certified every year, every other year for the sand that's in there to make sure it's safe for kids to fall on these days. So and I'm just gonna say if we have to do something there, hopefully it could come out of the park dedication or park reserve fund. That's all. Not to add more work to ourselves, but if we're doing one spot, we might want to do the other. That is all.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Lamb,
Yes.
I'm sorry to do this, but I need to swing back to page 33.
Okay.
And that is under facilities, AODA,
Right.
the item down. So the reason I'm coming back to that is because when we looked at our multi-year plan last council meeting, the suggestion was that work that Dave Creaser had suggested, he was going to divide up some of the washroom work and some of the other work between 224 and 225. And council had suggested that at this meeting, we would discuss moving everything into 2024. And I'm wondering if Dave Creaser could speak to what additional costs there would be to do the washrooms in the community center and whatever was missing from the 224 plan that you had in 225, what would it cost to move it all into 224?
Does that include the library in 2025?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So to start this off, there's a few things, and I kind of broke it up in a few pieces initially because the front door needs to be done here. It's
Yeah.
not currently just enough, which is just under right around $4,000. And then the Dundome washroom, again, around $4,000. Those two are what you see in front of you now. to get done. There's a full complement, door opener on both sides, or buttons on both sides and the door opener above. And that was it. And then we'd pick away at some of the smaller items here in the washrooms that we'll look at doing, coat hooks and dispensers. The additional work that's required in the men's washroom here is an accessible urinal, moving the center line of the toilet over an inch. The men's washroom, widening, putting in a wider door into the women's washroom, as well as automatic door opener for both washrooms as well. That's not a requirement, so we're not required to do it, but for sorry, I guess I should have started with this building, because we're not doing any work at it, it's fine in its current state. We haven't done any recent work or doing any work to bring it up, but that's the direction we are going, and we'd like to do the work, so I suggested that we do it over spread out the costs, if we could. So to do all that work that we talked about there and add a library, an automatic door opener to one of the washrooms at the library. You got the door openers, place the door at the washroom, move the toilet, grab bars, urinal, library door, the Dundome door, get that one done. There's also recommended that we do the stairs outside, so you'll see the concrete
Yeah.
stairs and the railing at the exit door, plus the stairs going down into the fairgrounds or the Dundome. Replace those as well. There's some stairs coming around the corner as well as that. To do all that work. And then there's also the landings here, the stairs and landings that need to be done. They need to have the tactile plate at the top of every ramp, as well as nosing with friction strips or resistance strips along all the ramps as well. All that is, let's see, 41,000. So 41,000, because when you start adding it up, it's 41,000, everything. So to start with the 8,000, which is the door at the front, which is the buttons are there, but nothing happens. So that should be working. And then we've had, with the Dundome washroom, the accessible washroom is so stiff. We've had a very nice gentleman request it many, many times. He has one good leg, and that's not enough for him to get through the door. He can't get through it with that. He needs two. So that's the other one I recommend doing. We're gonna we picked away at some of the plumbing things and some of the other things we're within our operational budget. And I propose we continue on the course we're doing, and then maybe over the next 3 years, we'll get to things, and we'll try and do as much as we can internally to keep the cost down.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is we leave the 8,000 in, the rest of it be done over the next couple of years, and we have a plan.
Yes,
So
that's my,
the 41,000
right.
would be done next year and the year after, sort of.
That's inclusive of the 8,000 as well.
So 33,000, so we could do 15 next year or 30 next year. And, okay, well,
And maybe these numbers can be tightened up with what we can do internally.
Yeah.
If we can do stairs or steps or some other things that are costly that we can maybe pour when we're pouring other concrete, or we maybe can coordinate some of the work to try and reduce costs. That was my intent.
okay, well, I don't think we should be adding money to this at this point, if that's the question.
Yeah.
No.
If I may ask Dave a quick question. Dave, the friction strips that we want to see at the library and at the nursing station, are they in the maintenance, in the operating budget?
They are in the maintenance
Okay,
budget,
thank you.
yes.
So you'll see those improvements this year. And there's also one other improvement I don't think Dave mentioned at the library at the bottom of the ramp. I don't know if you've noticed that the concrete landing tips. It actually tips towards the building. and maybe a bit of a toe catcher, but that's going to be done. And that's in-house concrete work that'll be done this year.
Okay, and the light on the side of the building.
Yes, that's to replace that as well.
Yeah,
We have a
okay.
different electrician coming in and hopefully he gets that resolved.
Okay,
That concrete is tricky. I know I should have done it sooner, but the stairs match the concrete. It looks like the stairs are built to it. So if I change one, the other won't match. So I gotta try and get that concrete going two ways at the same time without creating a trip hazard. Because it'll be,
okay. Good stuff. Anything else on page 34? We've dealt with the debt financing for the pool and recreation cultural center. We pushed that off to 2025. So anything else on 34?
I have one question. I'm sure Manish will be able to answer it in 1 second. So when I look at the very last line item, just in summary, you'd referred me to it before. The fifth column from the left or from the right says 688,303 for reserves. So I can flip over to the reserve page, and I see that number, the 688,303. So that makes sense to me. I see the grant of 238,493. I see where we're asking for that. I see the debt financing at 545. The very last line item, the 1601624. When I go back to page 31, I see under total capital expenses, budget 2024, 1,601,624. So just wondering, and if you can just point me in the right direction to help close it off in my brain, the item that says to be determined, which is really already allocated, where does that 131 show up in our expenses or income? There must be somewhere on a line item for it that it's showing somewhere. Where would that be?
That will be part of our total revenue that is like absorbed within our budget this year. That
Okay.
is, if you reduce anything over that particular amount, it will decrease operating expenses.
So when we get to the next section, the revenue, that's where it shows up. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I take it on page 34, Manish, that the 66,000 for, I guess, the Franklin property, we're paying out of reserve this year, and that finishes it off. Is that, do I have that correct? Or that's got nothing to do with this year?
Sorry, I couldn't get you, Councillor.
This,
That's the Twist property, Councillor
Oh, that-
Lamb.
oh,
So that 66,000, which will now not be funded by the Parkland Reserve, will go back to operating. So you'll see your operating expenses increase. That is 2125 Highway 124 is the Twist. And I believe the direction from council was to not fund that from Parkland Reserve.
I
But
don't
to,
think that was the decision of council, but maybe I'm wrong. I
yeah.
thought we said look at something, but I don't think we said don't use the Twist. I think we had a discussion, we said that, you can use the dock, you use parking, all that kind of stuff, and I'm not saying we have to use it every year, but once you start using it out of there, you don't have to carry on. Next year, you could take it out of something else, couldn't you?
It's depend through you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor. It's depend on how much fund we have a Parkland Reserve end of
Yeah,
the year.
yeah.
Yep.
But I don't know, it's so many hours ago, that's.
So I think that actually would be helpful. I'm looking at my notes here and they're maybe a bit brief. I think the question is, our auditor said we could use the 66,000 to fund that principal and interest for the Twist property, the cost for 2024. But the assumption is that it is going to be, at some point, some element of it or part of it or all of it is going to be recreational property in general. So I think that staff would require some direction now that you've brought it up again. Do you want to use the Parkland Reserve to fund that 66,000? If you don't, then the 66,000 will go back into operating because that's an operating expense when it's principal and interest. And the Parkland Reserve we'll have to look at other opportunities with them within the budget to utilize the Parkland Reserve and look very closely at the definition of what can be used. And it's.
Yeah, but we have to use it up.
You have to use that 72,000 this year,
Yeah.
and it has to be used.
You can't transfer it over, not get enough, and then have the twist sitting there not used, right?
But I think if you go back, sorry, I think the siding would be, might be covered, the lights going down at the waterfront. I think when you start adding it up, you might get close to your 66,000. You're just playing a number game, but it looks better. So staff just comes back for the next meeting with more information. I think that's all.
Yeah.
The playground, right? When you start adding it up, I think you're gonna find that
Sure.
66,000, it's just not gonna be.
But it
called
doesn't
for.
impact the budget, the bottom line, right?
Right. So if I could just read from the memo, and spend only for the acquisition of land to be used for park or other public recreational purposes, including the erection, improvements, or repair of buildings and the acquisition of machinery for park. So you had to buy a new lawnmower, for instance, or other public recreations purposes. So I think, pardon me?
It's Zamboni.
Oh, the
Like
same.
the OAD.
I like the big wang Zamboni.
Well, I think your staff who manage the rink would,
The OADA stuff for the bathrooms,
Yeah.
if we did stuff down at the Dundome, that could be covered, right? There's lots of things when you start thinking about it. that
Well, the
can be
docks and
we would have to get
the land
some direction.
expenses are.
definitely the docks, the landings at 15,000.
Yeah.
So
So
we're going to see if there's a better way to use that 66,000, so
Okay.
you don't commit yourself to that being recreational
Okey
property.
dokey. Are we finished on page 34? Okay, into revenue. Page 35, any comments on 35? What was this? I had one. Oh, we put the planning and zoning revenue up to 40,000.
Yeah.
I guess that was through the direction of council, so I guess that's okay. Yeah, because it was only 18. It was the upper. Yeah, 40. Okay, thank you. Anything else on 35? Moving along, 36.
I have two questions.
Yep.
One, for the part, so I'm gonna talk to this item and flick the page over at the same time, because I think it'll help everybody. So I know we already spoke about the parkland payment in lieu, parkland in lieu payments, Manish, which you're gonna get back to. But 15-754 parkland interest income. I know there's money sitting in the bank account, it's a special bank account, so we're gonna have to show what we would anticipate that interest rate to be for the year. If it was 5,022, 15,023, whatever that number is. I know maybe it's 7,000 or 10,000, but there'll be a number there that we should add to our income. But just hold on one second. With that being said, it goes back to that we need, even though it's an in and out for the parkland in lieu payments, that we need to show in our budget. When you flick over to page 38, that's why I have to say it at the same time. The very top line item on page 38 that says parkland. Closing budget for the year, 120,622. Next page over. Oh, it's on there.
So I'm sorry.
Budget's transferred in the year. So whatever's gonna get transferred in that we feel is gonna get transferred in 2024, which would be whatever money we collect as parkland dedication fee, needs to be shown in there. And let's say that's 35,000 for the year, like we've shown as income. That would increase the 60% that we have to spend. It's kind of a long math equation, but the 72,000 wouldn't be 72,000, would probably be more like 95,000, because we'd have to add whatever we're transferring in this year in 2024 that we're collecting. And you have to use 60% of what's been collected that year in parkland dedication fee. So it's the money you've carried over from reserves plus any money that people have written checks for you for in 2023, you have to spend 60% of that. So we have to include a number there of what we think it's gonna be. And then we have to spend 60% of that. So that number, that 72,000, has to actually be greater than 72,000. I'm guessing it'll be more like 90 or 95,000, if that makes sense. Or did I lose everybody?
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Hopefully you didn't lose Manish. He's the most important.
Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah.
So this is, we have been checked with our auditor. Whatever the closing balance audited number, we can use a 60%. And for the clarity, I don't want to include any a revenue and inflated number here for the clarity purpose. So it's an in and out. So it will keep the Parkland Reserve neat and clean. So I'll take that 35 number in the expensive side and also revenue side, because we are using a Parkland Reserve contribution to other project that will be it will be little clear, clean in the year end, the 2024.
Okay, but I maybe just, if you can come back to it on another, at the next meeting, but where was it here? Beginning in 2023 and in each calendar year thereafter, municipalities shall spend or allocate at least 60% of the monies that are in the special account at the beginning of the year, right? So that's what you're saying, at the beginning of the year. Correct. Right? But where's that money gonna go that we're getting collected? Still has to go into that bank account. We can't just say it's not there because it's gonna be easier for accounting, right? It still has to go into the bank account.
That will be done in the year end 2024. That will be added. That time we have an exact balance for 2024, how much we can use in the next year, next fiscal year.
Okay. All right, I think we should show it. If we know we're getting something, we should show it and not just have it go somewhere, but that's just me. Okay.
Okay, anything else on page 36? Going once, going twice. How about?
One moment. Manish, may I ask, where is the emergency grant noted in
It's on the page 37.
page 37? I've missed it.
There you
First
go.
line.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so that'll be removed. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I just didn't see it.
37.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Anything
you.
on 37?
Can I ask one question?
Yep.
It's been such a long day and my memory's not very good. So at the very beginning, and I'll be very quick because I'm sure we've answered it. My mind just can't remember it right now. The very first page of what we're looking at right now, under the AMP, it said $50,000. So on page 32, AMP consultant phases 2 and 3, $50,000. I know it asked at the last meeting. I don't know. I thought we talked about it today, but I don't remember. And if I
What page
forgot,
again?
32.
Okay,
And if I totally forgot, I sincere apologies to everybody.
So what I can do is there is a memo.
Yeah.
As part of the package, and the legislation says that the municipality has to do something by July 1st of this year. We recently closed an RFP. Manish and I still have to look through all of the proposals. They're a little bit all over the place. And frankly, no municipality is going to beat the July 1st deadline. There's so much to do in every, all 444 municipalities have to do something. But if council, and you did speak at the beginning, if you want to move this project to 2025 and align, because there's requirements for 2024 and 2025, then I would need a council resolution because staff is simply following the Ontario regulation.
Yeah.
We think that 50,000 may be a bit generous, and by the time we come back to the next meeting, I suspect it's going to be closer to 40. Would you agree, Manish? But you don't need to answer. I know that the prices didn't come in as high as we anticipated. So that's all I can tell you. If you want to remove it altogether, staff will need a resolution from council because
And-
we can't be held
Okay,
accountable
well,
for
and
that.
Where my question was, and maybe we hadn't talked about it today, was if we know we have to do something in 2025 as well, is there a penalty if we don't do it this year and we do everything in 2025 and we don't know what would happen other than there's a lot of municipalities doing it. That's why you're saying we need a resolution. we know we have to do it, but in 2025, there's also gonna be more money spent on another AMP study in 2025, right?
Right, it's not a study per se. The studies have been done. So all the information that the consultants need has been acquired, except for a few bits and pieces on our playground equipment. It's really just a matter of adding all of the pieces of the plan together, not just roads and bridges and fleet, which we already have our core assets, but it's now adding the facilities and all the other pieces. So now you have a very robust asset management plan. And then the last piece in 2025, which isn't going to take as much time and is certainly less expensive, is the levels of service and how the municipality is going to perform in terms of the asset management plan. And, you know, frankly, it's a lot of work and a lot of money for a very small municipality like Whitestone, and McKellar and McDougall and the folks to the east are struggling for the same reason. It's a lot of consulting work, but that's what the legislation says, and that's all we have to go by. I don't think we'll go to jail for not doing it, but I don't think it's advantageous for us to push it off.
That's where I was coming from.
Yeah.
And is there any way that we could do the 2025 report with this one now, if it's coming in under budget, and say, hey, let's do what we might have had to do next year. Can we just do it now and do them both together? So we're done early.
Yeah, we're going to look at that because the RFP did contemplate that they would be hired to do the 224 work and the 225 work, but in 2 separate years, so a dual year contract. So when Manish and I have time to look at those RFPs and come back, we can give you an idea and there'll be a bit of cost saving there, I believe.
So we'll look at it and decide at the next iteration.
Yes.
Okay, good. Let's go to the smaller pieces of paper. Well, I don't think all of them, but let's make sure we have. So the reserves, draft reserve budget, again, that's where we come up with $1,000,001. And, you know, compared to McKellar at 2.4, and where did we start 7 hours or 8 hours ago? So any questions on this? Why did I put too low? Oh, yeah, the asset management report, I just wrote too low. But I think we know what we're doing. We're heading towards an 8% overall operating budget increase. And whatever we've done today, just fill in the remainder as additional contributions to the asset management plan or somewhere, or a general reserve or something, right? Is that everyone's understand?
That's my understanding, and I think it's probably more important that our treasurer understands that direction.
Okay, is there any questions on the reserves, ins or outs or anything like that? Okay.
I've already spoken about what I needed to.
Yep.
I'm
Okay,
good.
good. The next one is what's this? Oh, this is the rec committee. We already talked all about that. Whitestone Library, this is just the expenses. Last time we approved the budget, I think, but the expense sheet wasn't in. Does anyone have any questions on the expenses?
I have, through you, Mr. Chair, I have one item that I've just flagged. And I'm sure hopefully you'll know the answer unless Eve is on the phone. Benefits, $2,200.
That's a health spending account for Eva and the other people that slot into sort of the same categories as at the municipality. So we're not inconsistent between the municipality and the library.
So that would be for 4 people, I guess?
3 or 4. I think it's only 3, but I think by the time you gave Eva whatever she got, and then the others were a little lower, and you added in the 22% or whatever, that's what it came out.
Okay. And if we're trying to, totally separate to this, but if we're trying to be consistent, I know we have one of the landfill attendants. Is there anybody else in the municipality that would work part-time, similar hours to anybody at the library or the roads department that we should think about doing this for? Like, I know in the big scheme of thing, if it's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people, it's not going to kill us in budget just to be consistent. Is there anybody?
There was one that's currently an opening.
What I can say is that all that's built into the collective agreement, and we follow the collective agreement based on people's title and their role within the municipality. So if we had another permanent part-time employee, which we don't, we only have one now, they would be entitled to that $500 spending account, which is public knowledge because it's part of the collective agreement. But currently we only have one permanent part-time person, and that's how the collective agreement reads.
Okay, and just so I understand, because I don't quite get the collective agreements, nobody on the library is part of the collective agreement, or are they? I'm just not.
They are not, no.
And part-time staff, like summer students that work here, are they part of a collective agreement?
No, they're
So none of them would qualify for anything
No.
like this. That's what I guess I'm good. Okay.
Okay, anything else on the library? Going once, now we're on to the next one is recommendation to consider the delivery of the fire pumper. I think we've dealt with that one. Unless anyone has a question. Asset management phase 2 and phase 3, I think we've dealt with that just now, didn't we? You're okay, Michelle, with the direction on that? That's
Yes, we're going to look at the results of the RFP, and there'll be a recommendation.
Parkland
to council.
Reserve, I think we've dealt with, right? That memo. Yeah, we're moving right along here. Parkland Reserve, you gave it to me twice here. So, Harris Lake, we dealt with that. Treasurer outsourced payroll services. Did anyone have any questions with that?
I have one comment only because I'm the one that had brought it up.
Yep.
I get, excuse me, at least second last thing, look at that. So I read the report and I see that it would cost, I guess, about $15,000 to have somebody do it. I know right now, we don't have a deputy treasurer, and I know everybody says how busy we are, or staff are. And if, like, I guess on a week, I don't know if it'd be weekly, I guess, how many hours a week would be spent on payroll now versus what it would be if we outsourced it? Do you have any idea what time savings it would be?
I think we probably have to come back with that. Manish and I haven't looked at that closely. We were mostly looking at the capital outlay and we have such a small staff. And you're right, we don't have a deputy treasurer right now, but we hope to have one soon. And that is a defined part of a shared role. The reason we like to share it is that, if Manish broke his leg, we always say, then we need someone else that can come in and do it. But this has actually been looked at 3 times now for the municipality. Our Barb Cribbett looked at it for us. Our Pat Allen looked at it for us. And now Manish has looked at it, and we think that our few dollars are better spent elsewhere. If you had a very large organization, and I know large organizations are moving to these kind of companies, that makes sense, but we don't think it makes sense for Whitestone yet.
Okay, so I think with that, we have a couple correspondent items, but we need to reconvene into a regular council meeting. So if you can kind of hand me the motions as we go along.
If I may, Deputy Mayor.
Or do you want to read them? And
Well, the correspondence items are linked to budget. These are the Wawacash,
that's what I know. We're gonna talk about them.
but we'll talk about it once we come out. We can do that.
Number 12 says correspondence listed on page 3 of the agenda, matters arising from correspondence.
Okay, we can do that.
So that's when I plan to talk about the 2 of them. Is that fair?
That's fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna deal with them.
Okay, one moment. Find the right resolution here.
It's to reconvene into regular council. Thank you. So I need a mover and a seconder that the council of the municipality of Whitestone reconvene to regular council at 6:26.
I'll move,
PM.
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, Councilor Bray. Sorry, Councilor Bray over here. Seconder,
I can say.
Councilor Nash. Okay, all those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess I need to. Well, this says George's name on it, so. We can fix that. And maybe do it on the others too. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to. There you go. Okay, so there's no public meetings, consent, accounts payable, staff, there's none of that until we get to correspondence, and there's 2 letters from Wabashkesh on the correspondence. So do we have a motion? Yeah, okay. Correspondence, whereas the municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items listed on page 3 of the March 5th, 2024 council meeting agenda. Now therefore let it be resolved that council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion.
Deputy Mayor Lamb.
Yeah.
We did miss a resolution, and that is matters arising from committee of the whole. So I'm going to ask us to move back
Okay,
to that item and
Okay.
read that resolution.
matters arising from the committee of the whole 2024 draft operating capital / special projects budget memorandum prepared by Treasurer Manish Kual, draft 2024 operating capital / special projects budget updates from January 30th, 2024 budget meeting, that the council of the municipality of Whitestone received the memo and the attachments dated March 5th, 2024 budget 2024 proposal updates from January 30th, 2024 budget meeting for information purposes, and that the refinements and adjustments as discussed and agreed to by council be incorporated into the draft 2024 operating and capital special projects budget, that the following date be confirmed for a special council meeting to finalize the draft 2024 operating and capital special project. So I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bray moves, second. Councillor Woods, you around?
I can second that.
Okay, thank you. We got to keep you on your toes, Brian.
I'm still here.
Okay, so I guess what we need to do is try to find a date for
That's
a
correct.
special council meeting. Ugh. I think I'm out of power.
How long do we think this one would take?
Not as long as this one.
My guess is that council, if I may, Deputy Mayor Lamb, my guess is council's done a lot of the heavy lifting at this point.
Yeah, I think.
So we're looking at refinements and some probably minor iterations
Yeah.
on very specific items. I don't expect you'll go through line by line again. And what Manish will do, and I'll assist him, is there'll be another memo and we'll identify what changes have been made. I know, and I didn't bring it up, there's a couple of items in operating where we've had a more current estimate, some up and some down. So those will just be refinements that we'll do.
How long do you take to do this? Like, how long do you and Manish need to get us to the point that we can have a meeting?
Well, we need a few weeks. I've got another council meeting coming up. And then we have to give notice for the meeting and prepare agenda. So I think if you look at my notes, so if we want to work backwards, if you want to have an approved budget by the April 16th council meeting, and that's when we could have a public meeting, we need 2 weeks prior to that to advertise for that public meeting. So if that's going to happen, then you will need another meeting, another budget meeting during the week of March 18th or March 25th. And because we are at March 5th right now,
But who says we have to do it in April?
you don't. No, that was,
It's always done.
I was just suggesting if
No
that's when you
difference
wanted to do
anyway,
it.
right?
Could we do the April council meeting as this, if it's only gonna take a couple hours?
Perhaps we could. do the April council meeting, add this on to the April council meeting. If it's only gonna take a couple hours for us to look at. What is the
And
suggestion?
we just say it can't take more than a couple hours.
So we'll go into, so it'll just be an item on the
The regular
regular April
council.
16th council meeting. Um,
Counselor Bray is smiling over there.
yeah.
I think she's,
I look at the time and how much it's taken, but anyways, and our council meetings seem to go right through. I've got something at 7 o'clock too tonight, so. Sure.
well, surely to
April
goodness,
16th.
we don't have to go through all this again. We've given all the kind of direction. I see us maybe discussing 3 or 4 items perhaps, or like, but anyway, I've been wrong lots of times. So if you want a special meeting, I would suggest the special meeting. Well, perhaps it'd be only by Zoom. I don't know.
I'm quite agreeable to April. That gives Manish, who does majority of the work, and I'm in the background with Dave checking and, making, we work as a team. So the April 16th meeting gives us lots of time. It gets us through the March 19th meeting. And I think at that point, when do you expect the auditors, Manish?
By month end, this month end, I didn't book any appointment with them, but I double checked with them.
Okay,
Yes.
so by April 16th, we very well know the surplus. So I
What have
think,
we put into this budget, by the way, for surplus? Have we put anything in?
no, we did
So
not.
if we had $100,000 surplus, we could put that into reserves.
That we can use it for this particular budget. We can run exactly deficit budget of
Oh.
that particular amount.
In fact, that's what the asset management plan recommends, is that your surplus move into your reserves as opposed to being part of the operating
So
budget.
just make the surplus 100 grand or more. That's all, that's your marching orders. Anyway, yeah, no, that's good news, actually. So, but I mean, my point, if you want to have a special meeting or you just want council on the 16th, do you think we can do that?
It's entirely up to council. We can do either.
Well, you know what's looking at the April agenda more
Yeah.
than I do, so we're the rest of us, so.
I don't think it's looking too heavy. There may be some tenders to approve.
Let's do it
but-
let's do it as part of the April 16th meeting. Is everyone okay with that?
Okay.
Brian, you okay with that?
Yep. I'm good. April 16th. No bother for me.
Yeah. Okay, Janice or Council Bray, okay, good. Let's do it as part. So I'm gonna say April.
So if you
Okay.
could stroke out, be confirmed, it doesn't need to be a special council meeting,
Be confirmed.
that the following date be confirmed.
Okay, for a special council meeting.
No, it's not a special council meeting. Can,
Yeah,
here,
okay. Take it out to finalize the, yeah, it reads okay.
Okay.
Following date be confirmed to finalize the draft 2024 operating capital special project.
I think that should do
Okay,
it.
show of hands, everyone in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, approved. Again, you have to change the bottom, I guess.
Yeah, we can do that.
Sorry about that. Okay, and I will see. Here. There you go. Thank you. Okay, correspondence. I think I read this out, but I'll read it again. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed on page 3 of the March 5th, 2024 council meeting agenda. Now therefore, be it resolved that council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion and action. Mover, please. Counselor Nash moves, seconder.
Second.
We'll get you the next time, Brian. Counselor Bray. And I guess we want to extract what? A and B, right? A and B. Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you.
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've got two letters from Wabashkesh. One basically dealing with the dock. And the only difference that I would say with this January 29th, 2024 letter on the dock is that subsequent to this, I think we all received another email from Rob saying basically that the $9,000 is really 6,000. Did you see that? Oh.
Yeah.
He was saying to us that to all the council, I thought, oh, sorry for not, one of us not forwarding to you. But basically what he was saying is the $3,000 needs to come off the 9,000. So really what they're looking for is 6,000 and whatever it is, $34 or whatever. Did I phrase that right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think you
okay.
did.
The second one is the Hobalink, and I think that stands as we received it. So having said that, I'll open it to discussion, please.
I can go first
Sure.
for you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is a little hard one. I know that asked to see what we can do for a donation. And I guess just to summarize a couple things, you know, when we were talking
No,
earlier.
if I might just interrupt for a second. My recollection of it was that we said, as far as the dock, we would look at it in the budget process. As far as the Hobalink, we would look at it in a
Okay.
donation.
Right.
And by the way, when are we doing our donations?
Through you, the donation report you will see on March 19th,
Okay.
and
so-
they did apply
Okay,
for a
good. So,
donation.
so we do not have to deal with the second part of it. It's often donation.
Right,
Okay,
okay.
okay.
So
So all we're dealing with is the 6,000 and some odd dollars dock.
So for the dock, you know, in some of our discussions today, we circled on boat launches, or much of our discussion today, a lot of it. And I know there's some work that has to be done on some of the docks already. And I know it was said that some of the docks aren't in the best of shape, right? So I have this hard time buying a dock or saying, let's pay for this dock with municipal money, when I think if it was going to go up on an auction site, they might get $1,000 at best for these docks. They're old, they need work done. Just because it says it's worth 9,000 on the books, or 3,000 if you take the donations off, I think we have to look at it from even a bigger point of view. There's work that needs to be done on them, but the biggest one is, and I remember this when I was in some of the task force meetings, and I think it's been told to council in general at some of the meetings, is that a lot of the money that went to replacing those docks was from money that was donated from not the Lake Association per se in dues, but from donations they received for the dock. So people gave, maybe it was $1, maybe it was $200. They paid for parking fees. They paid for a parking sticker up at our public landing. That money went to the docks. And I think we were told that it was only like maybe 10% of the members contributed to this. But when they bought parking permits, that money went towards the purchase of the dock. So you've had somebody, it might have been Mr. Smith, that donated $100. That $100 was donated by 10 other people. They saved up money, bought the dock. Now they're going to sell us the dock. That money's not going to go back to the people that donated the money to the dock. That money was donated for the dock. The dock is still going to be there for those people's uses. As such, I would say for that aspect, it should be turned over to us at no charge. We're about to put in, it sounded like there was a couple grand worth of maintenance work that had to be done to repair those docks. That has to be done. So I don't see purchasing them now. At the task force meeting last year, they'd already said one of the docks is no good. They want a new dock. And when we were there in the summer, we had a follow-up meeting, and some staff were there, and they said the same thing. when can we get another dock? We want to replace one of these docks. So they already don't think these docks are valuable to them, but we're expected to spend $6,000 on the dock. So I'd say you buy it for $1, they give it to us, we take overall responsibility. If it needs to be replaced next year, it gets replaced next year. If you can make do for 3 years, it's 3 years. Whatever it might be, it becomes part of our asset management, but not part of our asset management that was spent $6,000 to get that we might need to replace next year. So that's my take on it. I don't believe that it would be any different if we took over docks at Bolger. And there used to be a dock at Gooseneck years ago. And that was turned over from the M&R, but nobody bought it. Docks are normally just donated to the next person that's going to be there to use it. That's my take on it. So I won't be supporting purchasing the docks off them. I'd certainly support doing an agreement to say for $1, whatever it is, we'll take them off their hands as is, no implied warranties or anything, and carry on from there. And then I think you'd said, Deputy Mayor, that the other donation for the, excuse me, for the HoboLink would be on a next council meeting, right?
It'll be at the regular
Yeah,
council meeting
so-
on the, yeah.
I'm not gonna comment on that right now.
So there was something you just said that my mind's escaped me. Buying it for $1. I don't, just on that, if that was to be done, if they said, no, we are going to take the docks away and you do whatever you want, we'd be buying a $30,000 docks, right? We don't want them to necessarily accept for $1 or say, great, for $1, we'll go sell them, right? We don't,
Well,
so I don't know what the agreement says, but I think if you're going to do that, a condition of taking it over is that we get the docks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah,
saying. yeah.
that's part of
Yeah.
that $1.
Or the whole deal sort of collapses.
Well, and if, how would I say this? And I know Councillor Bray wanted to talk, but if they want to take, I'm not being mean here, if they want to take the docks away, take the docks away. You aren't gonna have a dock there for a year or two until we
Well,
have
that's-
money to
that's-
replace it, but that's not gonna.
Well,
happen. Right? I'm
I
not
doubt
saying
that'll
that's a
happen,
threat,
and
but-
I would just trying to point that out for clarification more than anything. Councillor Bray, do you have?
Yeah, I would be interested to know exactly. I'm not clear on everything on that, the docks, how much work will be needed. So perhaps maybe Mr. Creaser could give us an indication, not today if it's, I mean, this is at the last minute, but about the kinds of work that's going to be needed. And I think we also should put in the AODA work as well, because that's important for as well to see sort of what the costs would be, because I think we should be able to figure out what the, a more realistic or an idea of what the actual work that will have to be done on these. And if they have to be replaced in the next year or so, I think we need to know that too.
Brian? Or Councillor Woods, sorry.
Yep, yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor Lamb. I think everybody knows how I feel about the docks. I stated it pretty well the last time we talked about it. I'm not interested in paying anything for the docks. The big reason that we took them over is because the task force and the association approached council and didn't want them anymore. They didn't want to have to look after them. They didn't want to have to deal with the parking. I thought, and I guess we didn't, but I thought that when we took it over, we got the docks, and then it was pointed out to us that we didn't actually take over ownership of the docks. But if they've wanted us to maintain everything up there, ownership comes with it. And I'm not interested in paying anything for them. One of the major reasons is we heard our manager of public works, David Creaser, tell us tonight that just to bring them up to the AODA is thousands and thousands of dollars. This isn't a small sum of money that we're going to have to deal with. And they were mismatch docks. Nothing was really you know, nothing's put together the same. There's a lot of improvements that are gonna be required on those docks. And I don't think we should pay a nickel for it because we're gonna be paying, I would say, tens of thousands of dollars in the next few years when it comes to those docks, if anything needs replaced. And just to bring it up to the AODA standards.
Okay, so I guess we're down to two scenarios. One is that we simply vote on some sort of motion to say, we reject or we refuse, or whatever the wording is that the clerk can come up with purchasing the docks. Or we ask for more information on the costs, et cetera, that may help, you know, convince the association that we've got a lot of work and money to go into this. And that sort of justifies our decision. So that's kind of where we sit in my mind. So
I
Madam
might
Clerk?
make a suggestion.
Yeah.
I don't think we should pass a resolution tonight because there's a couple things you need to attend to. One is the association wants clarity that not only are you taking over maintenance, you're taking over ownership. And that ownership will have to be addressed through a small agreement and an exchange of money. So that has to be done. And then I think within that same resolution, which can be possibly prepared for March 19th, there would be an indication that council is willing to take on the maintenance in perpetuity, but not pay for the asset. And I don't think they will be surprised, frankly. So I'll need to give some thought into what that resolution is going to look like. But if that's my understanding, is that you don't want to pay for the dock, but you want ownership of it.
Or I don't think anybody would question paying $1 for, like, sometimes.
Yeah, for a legal.
That's required in an agreement, or I think it's up to $2 now, frankly. Yeah, it's doubled in price. So I think that's a resolution that will either be prepared for March 19th if we can get to it, or it'll be in April. And I don't think there's any hurry. There's just an understanding of clarity and tidying up the business that wasn't tidied up last year.
One final question on, if you don't mind. When we were out there, Dave, earlier I don't know if it was this summer or fall, time goes by. Did the municipality, did we do any work on the dock this year? I knew there was some work that we might do, but we weren't sure if we could get to. Did we have to go and fix some concrete things or like connectors or anything, or did we not do any of that? And that's next year. I forget.
If I may, through you, Deputy Mayor, I don't believe I had any input in reviewing the docks before we took them over, but it was not far after from that resolution being passed that it was brought to my attention that there was the connection from the landing was held on by a rope. And it was not safe. It was just barely hanging on there. And so you come off the concrete landing to try and get on that dock, and it fell. It was just a rope that wasn't anchored into neither side was anchored in properly. The docks were mismatched. They didn't match each other, and they said there was a trip hazard. There's boards are missing and loose. Well, not missing, but rotten and loose. And it was a derelict dock that we took over. And I don't think that I would pay $1 for it, not even for my house.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Well, you
No, I wouldn't have it at my house. No way.
So
Where was this done?
I'm sorry if you missed something. So Dave and I had gone out. This was after we took it over.
They're derelict docks or what
We
they are.
had a
They were
meeting-
not.
We had a meeting out there, and shortly after we took them over,
Yeah.
there was emails saying there's safety hazard, you have to come and fix them. Then Dave and I and
Absolutely,
the
immediately.
mayor and a couple other people were there, and Works had to go back and do more work on them.
Oh,
They wanted them replaced.
Right?
Yeah, they wanted new
That's
docks.
where I thought that was what you remember, but my memory isn't as good as it
As
could
it
be.
used to be. Okay.
Thank you.
I guess we should move on here. If I can get some motions. What's the next?
We are now moving to a confirming bylaw.
Yeah, just note Councillor Bray had to leave to go to another meeting, so she just left a couple of minutes ago, so at about 6:47 or so. Okay, this is the confirming bylaw, that bylaw number 12/2024, the confirmatory bylaw for the council meeting of the municipality of Whitestone on March the 5th, 2024 is hereby enacted and passed this 5th day of March 2024. I've only got two movers or two people here. You can stay here. I'm not. Counselor Nash moves. it.
I can
Counselor,
second.
Woods.
I'll second.
Seconder, the seconder.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor of that too. That's that one. And I think the last one, last but not least, finally is whereby it's the adjournment, whereby the business of this meeting is concluded. Now therefore let it be resolved that the meeting be adjourned at 6:55. I guess we missed the curfew again, but anyway. Until the regular council meeting of March 19th, 2024 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those, I need a mover and seconder. We'll take Counselor Woods this time and we'll take
Yep.
Counselor Nash as the seconder. Okay, all those in favor?
Counselor Woods, yes.
Done. There you go. We're done. 8 hours work.